Make sure we are looking good on the stream. So give me a second. Hang on one second. I'm seeing an ad of Buffalo Wild Wings. Hang on. Okay, Ivana, could you say something, please? Say hello.
Hello, everyone. Let us know in the chat if you can see us.
Yeah, I think we are good. And in the chat room, folks, if you can't see or hear, please let us know. I see TJ, our good friend, saying we can see and hear. So we are good to go. Welcome one and all to CodeItLive. Welcome to another day of quarantine coding. I have Ivana with me, and we're going to get things going. And we have a whole lot of fun planned out for today. So let's start with some introductions. I am Sam Basu. I am a developer advocate here at Progress Software. I mostly focus on the .NET side of the family. And with me, I have Ivana. So please introduce yourself.
Hey, everyone. My name is Ivana, and I'm part of the developer relations team as well. I do social, I do events. Basically, I help around with everything. Yeah, but I won't be building an app today. I will be giving prizes, though, together with Sarah Fat, so keep your eyes open.
I think, Ivana, your official job description should be I do whatever my team wants me to do, which is awesome. So
basically,
yeah, thank you for being
but it's
so
fun.
awesome.
It's
Yeah.
fun.
So for folks on the stream, we are going to be starting to build out an app soon, but Ivana is a machine. Like we did this like 2 weeks back, right? The first quarantine coding that we did, it was about 2 weeks back. So we did like a whole 12-hour thing from 7 a.m. in the morning to 7 p.m. And we all took turns, but Ivana and you'll likely hear and see Sarah later on in the day. They were the two folks who stayed on with us all through. So hats off to what you do. Okay, so we're just getting started. I see the chat room getting busy. So yes, good morning. Good morning if you're joining us from North America. If you are in Europe, Asia Pacific, good afternoon, good evening, and thank you so much for joining us. This is our CodeItLive channel where a bunch of us get together and we try to share our passion, things that we are passionate about, things that we love to code, and we try to do it out in the open with you all, and we learn from each other. So this is fantastic. Okay, so I am in Western Pennsylvania, Northwest Pennsylvania, and Ivana, you might not believe this, it's second week of April, it's snowing outside. Like twice
Really?
in a row now, 2 days in a row, it's snowing outside.
God.
So Mother Nature is playing out a few games with us. How's the weather in, Ivana is in Sofia, Bulgaria. How's it like there?
Yeah, so we kind of had the same thing for the past 2 weeks, but for the past 3 days, we've had really sunny weather, which has been kind of teasing us because obviously we're all kind of staying home and trying to keep safe. And just with the sun outside, it's just so enticing. Um, but it's very warm. It's super
That's nice
warm.
though. All right, in the chat room, I see our good friend Didi Walsh. She's in Pacific
Hey,
time, and
Didi.
it's like what, super early, 6 in the morning. You should go back to bed, Didi, maybe. But we are so glad to have you here. So thank you. All right, so yes, we are going to have a lot of fun today, but it's not lost on us that we are in the middle of a global pandemic, and this is hard for everybody. We have most things closed, and hopefully you all are trying to be safe and indoors with your family as much as possible. It's hard to work from home with everything going on with kids and everything, but we're all trying to juggle. So I wanted to ask you, Ivana, how are things in Bulgaria?
Well, on our side, it's kind of, I mean, we're all trying to do our best, and it seems like things are kind of okay. Everyone is kind of trying to stay in and, uh, you know, keep safe basically. But it's all good. Although, like in our household, there are no kids, no pets, so we're kind of privileged in that sense that we kind of have it a bit calm. Um, but yeah, we find ways to entertain ourselves.
That's it. That's the way to go. Just stay safe and stay productive and find things that entertain you and keep you going. All right, so we have a lot planned today. So Ivana and me wanted to take a few minutes to kind of get you all set up with what to expect. And I will have with me another good friend of mine in just a few minutes to talk about exactly what we are building. But before we do that, Ivana, we are going to be pretty busy throughout the day. Is that correct?
Yes, we are going to be very, very busy throughout the day. It's going to be a lot of coding. I hear rumors of guests. I'm not sure about this. Sam, please confirm the rumors.
Surprises.
I hear that
I cannot
lunchtime.
confirm. Surprises.
You cannot confirm surprises?
Yeah,
Oh my God.
we'll see.
Okay. Super NDA.
Yes.
I gave out the secret. I'm sorry. Shh. No one tell anyone. The chat. Shh. Be quiet. But yeah, I hear guests are coming. We'll be giving out a bunch of prizes. In between coding, and if you're persistent and you stay on for the whole stream, there is something coming in the end, and I can't confirm if it's a big chicken or a big surprise. Like, I don't know, like, we'll see what happens. All I'm gonna say, it's pretty special. Keep your eyes open on the chat as well. This is where our form will be dropped from time to time. This is how you can enter the draw for those prizes. Or surprises, or I don't know.
Could be a big chicken for all you know.
Could be a live chicken. Could be a live chicken. I mean, it's very warm here. I could imagine something like this happening. So again, I can't promise. We'll also be live tweeting though. We'll be live tweeting on our Kendo UI and Telerik channels. So if you ever see something funny on the stream, if you think a moment is really, really eternal and it needs to be just saved, please tweet it out at us. Hashtag it CodeItLive and we'll find it and we will archive it for sure. We have a gems folder and this is going there. So it's going to be a pretty busy day, I think. It's going to be filled with a lot of things. Hopefully everything goes well. And yeah,
absolutely.
Stay
Everything that happens here is the only thing that could happen, right? That's a streaming mode.
Yeah.
In the chat room, Little One-on-One is saying staying inside and being like a lot of us are maybe a little introverts, so this kind of works out for us. But yes, please let's stay safe and try to have fun here online. Okay, now one more thing that I want to talk about is about 2 weeks back. This is kind of our second quarantine coding because we are suckers for fun and pain. It's a lot of fun doing this, but it's a bit of work because we are kind of tired at the end of the day. It's a long day of coding and streaming, but we like doing this. So we did the first one about 2 weeks back, and essentially what we did was we broke up our team. We have 4 people, and we broke it up into 2 teams of 2 each, and we tried to build a fun app that relates to working from home, like a companion app. And we had a little contest, right? So we had to kind of pitch our ideas and see who won. So Ivana, I know you ran a little voting, so are you ready to share the results?
Yes. So Courtney, who is our social media person on the corporate side, and we started a bit of a voting thing for the 2 apps. And frankly, I don't know how to share those results, Sam. I'm really torn. It was a very, very drum rolls. It was a very, very close, very, very close call.
Okay.
And I have to say, Locked won.
Really?
Locked won by 13 votes. 13 votes for Locked, 12 votes for Curbside. These were kind of the results.
We won?
Yeah. Yeah, you did actually.
I think I checked like a couple of days back and it was still like Ed and Alyssa winning, so yay! No, Didi.
Yeah, no, 13 to 12 votes.
Didi is saying the voting was rigged. No, it was rigged if they won. We are good. We are good.
But yeah, 13 to 12 votes. That was very, very close. And to be honest with you, like the last time I was looking at them, and when I was calculating, I miscalculated, and I thought it was 13 to 13, and then I redid it and Locked won, and I was like, well, I'm gonna have to break the news to our team. But congratulations.
Thank you.
Um,
No, I'm super happy.
I personally would use both.
Yeah,
So
but in all honesty, what Ed and Alyssa did was amazing. Alyssa is kind of a math wizard with CSS and SPG, and you're going to see her do a lot more of that today. So I'm excited. I'm super excited, and yeah, hopefully all of you in the chat room, you're having fun watching us build these things on the go. All right, so Ivana, I know it's mid-afternoon for you, but it's kind of morning for us. So what's for breakfast for you nowadays?
for
Yeah.
me, well, this morning I had a smoothie because I could not get myself to prepare food. I have to be honest, I'm not the best in the kitchen. But for lunch, I did have
There
sandwiches,
we go.
which are extremely healthy. Again, a lot of bread, a lot of just butter. So just trying to stay healthy,
Yeah, yeah, it's hard. So for me, like most work days, breakfast is very light. Like I'll snack on some like um, cashews and coffee, and that's pretty much it most days. But we try to splurge a little bit for dinner. But it's a hard time because we are having to cook and prep everything from scratch, yet try to be healthy.
Yeah.
So yeah, we are all trying to do our best. All right, so Ivana,
But I
yeah.
know that you cook a lot, Sam, right?
Yeah, yeah, exactly. So we try, and cooking takes time if you have to do it nice, do it right. So we're trying. In the chat room, Miss Rose 813 is saying, meal prep life saves so much time. Yes, yes. If you can plan ahead, like what you're going to cook for the next like 1 or 2, 3 days, and then have the ingredients ready to go, it saves a lot of time. But yes, it's hard, but it's good to plan ahead so you can eat healthy. All right, so Ivana, let me ask you one more thing. So in this, like you do a lot of things, but one of the primary things you do take care of for us is all of our like social side of the things, mostly on like Telerik and Kendo UI. In this environment of COVID and all of us living through a global pandemic, which none of us have ever done anything similar to this, what do you see are the struggles, and how are you pivoting?
Well, on our side, and I think Courtney's in the chat. She is the person who takes care of social for progress as well, the corporate channels, and I think she can comment on that. She's Miss Rose 813.
Oh, that was
But
Courtney.
I think
Okay.
on our side, yeah, that's Courtney. But I think on our side, we've just tried to kind of be even more out there to try to talk to people even more because it's very important not to lose that contact with the outside world, and because of also a lot of information coming like circling social around um, the virus and around the current situation, we need to be very careful when talking to people. We need to kind of, I personally think we need to kind of provide a safe space where people can kind of connect, ask questions, and kind of distract themselves from everything that's going on and try to
Yeah.
focus on the positive
Hmm.
things that are happening on separate channels and with their friends and with their communities. And that's why I think the Telerik and Kendo um, channels and just generally the community is awesome because it's just a bunch of people who really like coding, who really like technology, and it's just a very positive vibe.
Hmm.
So we're just kind of trying to be out there.
Absolutely. And Miss Rose 813, which now that you tell me that's Courtney, so hello, Courtney. So she said spot on. And yes, it's a different world we live in, and I think what we all need to understand is empathy is needed because we are all humans. We are living through this. We all have our own struggles, and I get lots of emails like from businesses that are trying to kind of soft sell COVID, like, oh, you are quarantine, let's do this to sell you, and that just sounds a little bit not quite in the right spirit. So I appreciate all that you and Courtney do to keep our positive vibes going on social. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so let's see. Yeah, Courtney dropped in more things on the chat, but I want to bring on our next guest and talk about what exactly is in store for today. So before I do that, Courtney, or not Courtney, Ivana, any parting thoughts?
Well, stay tuned. keep your eyes open for that form for the prize draw. And I think people need to, get their heckling game on. It's time for some live coding, some good ideas. So bring that onto the chat. And I can't wait to see you in the chat, everyone.
Absolutely. All right, so stay on, Ivana, for just 1 second while I do a little voodoo and I bring on our next guest. So hang on with me 1 second. All right, I got that. All right. That looks good. All right, I should be ready to bring on our next guest. So, Ivana, thank you, and bye-bye for now.
Bye.
All right, let me make sure everything is good still. Yep, okay. All right, folks, with me, I have a very special friend of mine, Rick. So, Rick, can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear me, Sam?
Yes, I can hear you. And folks in the chat room, again, let's make sure you're getting Rick's audio good. If you can confirm that, please. Oh, and looks like we are doing prize forms. Yes, yes. Okay, your audio is good. So thank you for joining us, Rick. Go ahead and introduce yourself, please.
Okay. Hi, Sam. I'm Rick Helwich. I am a sales engineer with Progress. I focus more sort of on the .NET tooling and reporting components, but I have an affinity for the JavaScript, jQuery stuff too, and
Oh, nice.
I like to play. I like to play with a lot of the React and Angular stuff. I'm not very good at it yet.
So you go both ways, as they say. That's a very good trait to have.
Yes, I have that T-shirt as well. Although at my heart, I'm an object-oriented programmer, so but I tolerate JavaScript to the extent that I have to.
That's awesome. All right, now we were talking with Ivana just a minute back. I'm in Pennsylvania. Where are you at?
So I am just outside the suburbs of Boston.
Okay. And again, not to dampen our spirits, but like, how's Boston, how's Massachusetts dealing with the whole situation? Are you guys okay?
I mean, for the most part, Massachusetts is one of the hot spots for COVID, so a lot of people are having a hard time with this, and but we're sort of super fortunate as engineers that we can bring the tools of our trade with us wherever we go. Two hands in our brain. I've written more production code while sitting in my commute to work or from my shower than I care to remember.
Yeah. That's true.
So,
yeah, and we got to like count our blessings here. We are in an industry which is very open to us working and being productive this way. And so you said Massachusetts is being hit a little hard, and again, we can all see the numbers. Pennsylvania is kind of getting up there, and in a while, I'm going to hand you over to TJ, who's in Michigan, which is turning out to be another hotspot. So again, let's all be safe and careful. All right, so Rick, just for the public records, I asked Rick to join us on this call literally yesterday at 6 p.m. So we are immensely appreciative that you had the time to just hop on and do this with us. So thank you. Had you let me know something like that late, I'll just like sleep through it. So we appreciate you. Okay, so let's talk about what we are going to build today and how this relates, right? So in the developer community, when we go out to conferences and we go talk to other people, we always talk about software in a very generic way, like we are sharing the love and we are all in this together. But the bottom line is every software company has to sell our stuff, because that's how we keep our lights on. There are sales guys, huge teams, there are marketing folks. There's a whole engine working to make sure that the code we write and our engineers write is in good hands, and we can support our customers well. So this whole like stigma around like commercial software, I think it's a bit of a bubble, and we need to focus on what the reality is. So given that, and you are part of the sales engineering team, which is fantastic because you know your stuff inside out. Like, we are often the fluffy part of it. Like, we'll deal with just the fun stuff, and you really get in the weeds with our customers and help them out. So thank you for that. Now, the one thing that I wanted to ask you is, you were in our Boston offices, like physically in-person office. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Now, I hear that we actually have a gong in the office. Is that right?
We do. We have a very large 24-inch commercial. I believe it's actually an orchestra quality gong.
Nice. Commercial quality gong. That's great. So essentially, here's what happens. Anytime we close a deal with a customer that we have been working with, somebody will come up and likely the person who's responsible will come in and hit the gong really hard. And then that actually has that typical gong sound and it resonates throughout the office, right? And it's kind of an instant gratification. You get that inspiring feeling that, oh, somebody did something super awesome. Is that right?
Yes, that's exactly correct. You don't always necessarily know immediately why someone was hitting the gong. And in fact, the way our office is laid out, from where I sit, I can't even see who hit the gong, but you can hear it reverberate around the entire office, and everyone will usually start cheering. You don't know what happened, but you know something good happened. Someone's having a good day.
Right, right. And that I think is incredibly important because, like you said, you may not exactly know what it is that happened, but something nice happened, and you get that feeling of that one team. You get that pride, and you're inspired to go out and do more, right? And I think that's one thing we are kind of missing with all of us being work from home. You're missing that camaraderie. You're missing that one team feeling. So we want to take a stab at this, right? We have all of our DevRel folks today lined up. All of us write code. I'm the odd one out. I'm going to be the fluffy stuff today. But you're going to see like two of our other team members really churn out a lot of code throughout the day. So we thought we would write a virtual gong. So that way, whenever something nice happens and you want to let all of your other sales, marketing, and the rest of the company know that something happened, and we do send out an email, but it's just not instantaneous. You're missing that aha, that inspiring moment. So we thought we would write something where you can hit a gong virtually, and it's going to give you that same sound effect. And just to have it instantaneous, we are going to push out a notification. And we tossed around a few ideas. I think Teams is kind of a thing that we all run. So we are thinking of pushing out a notification on Teams. And essentially, we'll also send you an SMS so that everybody who wants to listen in will get an instant SMS that, hey, Rick just closed the deal. Let's celebrate. Let's cheer the wins. So that's the idea. So what do you feel about that, Rick?
Oh, I'm actually super excited to see how this takes shape. Both from the sales side, being able to celebrate some of these wins with my colleagues, but also I really want to jump into the code that you guys churn out. I'm a big fan of patterns and practices, so I'm going to be taking a peek at the code. See what gets written throughout the day.
Okay, so let's back up a step. We are trying to build an app in a day, so please don't judge on our architectural patterns and our cleanness of code. We'll try to do our best, but we'll really try and try having a little bit of fun with it. The chat room is here, so the crazier the better. So whatever you guys want to chime in and tell us how you want to build this app, we'll try to accommodate. So in the chat room, yes, Ian Duke XC is saying my life needs an iOS Gong app built with native script. Okay, yeah, we can do a few more things. We are thinking a little more generic, like the web, and then be able to send out notifications to iOS and Android and whatever mobile phone that you might have. So that's the plan for today, and here's how we're going to do it. So I think the first 2 hours, I'm going to hand over to my my good friend and my colleague, TJ and Alyssa, and they're going to come on and try to build first the gong, because that's the primary part of what we're doing. And some of this actually is like sensitive. You can think of it like it's a little bit of proprietary thing that we are sharing, but we will kind of keep all of that out of this. We just essentially want to build out a gong that you can virtually hit and make a nice sound. So that's kind of like part one. So then that's going to go for maybe 2.5 hours. And again, there are prizes. There are prizes. I hear somebody already maybe dropped a link to the form. So again, at different times of the day, you may want to chime in and look at the chat room. They are going to drop some prizes, I hear. So we're going to do that for 2.5 hours, and then we will take a lunch break. and I will come back on, and I will have some really awesome guests with us to kind of talk us through maybe some lunch prep, and maybe some partners, maybe some things that we might be using further down the road on how to build this instant notification system thing that we are thinking of, and have a lot of fun during the lunch hour. So that's a full 1 hour lunch, 12 to 1 p.m. Eastern time. And then we get back on to coding. And I think TJ is going to want to take on and try to wrap up the whole gong within a nice web application. I hear it may be React, could be something else, but he's going to pull together everything. And part of what we are trying to do here, Rick, as well, is bring in a social element of this, right? So you are working from home, you don't hear the gong, but when you get an SMS to say, hey, Sam closed a deal, let's go cheer, you should have a URL to go and like it or kind of do a hooray moment, right? Is that something you would like?
That would be a great feature, some sort of two-way communication. Right now, I think all we get is an email, so you don't really know what people's reactions are. You don't have that cheer moment, where everyone gets to celebrate with you.
So that's what we're trying to build, and we will have some hooks. So from our systems, we should be able to send off a few things to the gong, so you can go and cheer specific wins, and we can all participate in this as one team. So TJ is going to do that throughout the afternoon, so please stay tuned. And then at 3 p.m. Eastern or 2 p.m. Central, we call the 2 p.m. Kind of the fake time. Everything is in Central. That's I hear TJ saying that's the canonical time. If you're not on Eastern, you're missing out. But anyways, at 3 p.m. Eastern, we will come back on. So that's me, TJ, and Alyssa. And TJ and Alyssa are the ones who are going to build most of this app. But then in the last hour, we're going to come in and show you some integrations on how to plug this app and how we can make sure that notifications go out in time, and how we're going to put this all together. And then hopefully we will pitch it to Rick towards the end of the day or maybe next week to say, this is what we built and how do we use it now. So this will be an absolute real app that we are hoping that our sales folks love to use, and we would also love to chime in and celebrate with everyone else. So that's the plan. Rick, any thoughts from you?
I mean, I'm being promised a chicken ringing the gong, so I mean, I might hold you guys
to
that.
We'll try. And folks in the chat room, you do definitely want to join in the last hour. There's a big prize, yes, or something. Could be a chicken, but it's going to be a lot of fun in the last hour. So let's go through the grind. Let's go ahead and build the app, which takes time, it takes energy, and it takes patience. Let's go through that, and we're going to circle back at the very end of the day with 1 hour of all three of us together and try to put in all of the puzzle pieces together and make this app shine. And hopefully this is something all of us can use internally, and you get to see how we build this in public. So that's the plan for the day. And yeah, squirrels and chickens would be quite epic. And so Rick, any parting thoughts before we get started?
No, not really. I mean, I just can't wait to see what you guys come up with.
Okay, wish us luck, because we're going to be writing a lot of code and trying to stream it all, so we shall see. All right, so with that, folks, that's it from me just starting out the day. Hopefully you are as excited as I am. If you're just joining us, thank you again for joining us at CodeItLive. Like I said, we code a lot of things live here. We build .NET apps, we build JavaScript apps. Today I think you're going to see a lot of JavaScript, a lot of CSS, and then I will come back on and show some SMS integration, show some Teams integration, submitting forms, and all that fun stuff. So thank you for joining us, and let's get the party started. And by party I mean real code, which is what you want us to write, and that's what you're here to see. So give us just a moment. I'm going to pause here for a second, and I'm going to let my teammate Alyssa take over, and you're going to see TJ and Alyssa take over and take you all the way through lunch. Okay? Thank you so much, and thanks again, Rick, for joining us super early in the morning on a late notice. We appreciate you.
Anytime. Right. Bye, Sam. Good coding.
Cool. All right, that's it from us, folks. We shall see you on the other side in just a minute. Okay? Bye.
All righty. I think we are live. I think. Maybe.
We are.
Quite possibly.
Yep.
Oh my goodness. We did it. We have our faces on the screen and audio, I think. I mean, tell me. Oh, we see and hear you. Thanks, Sam. like way ahead of me. Good morning, everyone, or afternoon, wherever you are. My name is Alyssa Nichol. I am the Angular developer advocate for Kendo UI here at Progress, and this is TJ. TJ?
Yeah, TJ Van Tol. I am the developer advocate for Kendo React here at Progress.
So I think Sam already did an introduction for us, but in case he didn't explain the full premise before we get going, I wanted to kind of explain the idea. So TJ, was it you who came up with the idea for the Gong app?
No, it was our own sales organization. I think between them and Sarah sort of suggested maybe we could do this on Twitch just to replicate essentially take the Gong experience that the company is familiar with in the office and do whatever we can to recreate it virtually, digitally, since fortunately we don't have an in-office experience right now.
I know. So, well, and a lot of us work remotely anyways, like full time around the year. And so I think it's fun to take something like this Gong interaction that's rang whenever a sales goes through and everybody in the office claps, and take that and like turn it into something virtual where even if, quarantine is over and people are back to the office, people who are still remote can take part. So I loved this idea. And
we're remote normally. So we actually, I've seen the Gong, but I've never actually got to experience the Gong experience.
You've seen the Gong IRL?
Yeah, I have. Yeah.
That's awesome.
I have seen it. And it is at like a higher quality than you'd expect Gong. Like it's not like in your head, you might have like somebody went to Walmart and found like a Gong on the shelves. Like, no, it's actually like a legit Gong. But I've never like been in the office when like a sale went down.
I've seen a video of the Gong being rang. That's the closest I've come to Gongisms. So, so it's not going to be as glorious.
I feel like I've missed out. So I feel like we've missed out on this experience anyways. Like we've never even been able to partake in these. So
Sarah said when this is all over, I would like everyone to get a selfie with the Gong.
Gong's gone wild.
I love it. So the idea here, of course, I'll be handling a lot of the UI and building out our Gong and, adding sound, which I've never done before. I thought that was, I was looking into it before this and I was like, oh, this is fun. So have you ever used sound on a website, TJ?
So I did it for the first time. So back in the 90s, I did it all the time.
You did not. You are so cool.
I did like all the like worst like auto playing audio. Like I built Flash intros for websites, like that sort of stuff, and like auto playing music, that sort of stuff as well. But
this makes me
actually
happy.
I re-looked in. I tried it a little bit for our previous quarantine coding because I played a little sound when somebody successfully submitted a form. And it's actually like surprisingly like what I did worked, and I didn't cross-browser test it or anything, right? I just copied and pasted some code from Stack Overflow. But
did you use JavaScript? Did you just add it to it, or did you use like the audio element?
I believe I used the audio element, and then I think you had to get a reference to it and hit like play, something like that. Does that sound familiar?
Yeah, so that was something weird that I was looking into, and I'll show it in a bit whenever I add it, because there's like controls that you can enable, and it's like looks like a little like play button and pause button that you can actually like use for the sound. So it's really something I want to look into for like maybe a future stream is if you can actually customize that, because I know some elements are like locked down tight and you have to build them from scratch and then customize them if you want a custom version of that element. So I definitely want to look into that later. So, but yeah.
So I've got a full rant somewhere that says websites should actually like not jokingly use more sound.
No,
if you think it,
no, I think I've read this, but wait, is this a blog post that you've?
Oh, I don't know. Oh. No, this is just happening in my head. So
So I read a post recently that was talking about how sound was basically like burned off the internet because when it was overused and it was used incorrectly, and it made people really upset. But then it kind of ruined sound forever.
Well, if you think about it, if you use the Facebook or Twitter, for example, native apps, you do things in those apps and you hear sounds. There's like Twitter's got the like pull to refresh sound that you hear. you click things in Facebook to like them, and I mean, these are little sounds, right? It's just like a little beep or boop when you do things, but I actually think they're kind of nice. And in the web, we wrote them off as like no, like so we salted the earth when it came to sound on the web.
Silent web is the only way to go now. Yeah, I think, even those small sounds, it's kind of like with all UI, if it's big and in your face and noticeable, then it's not doing its job. And I think taking sound completely out is a detriment. So I think we'll start seeing it more and more in hopefully very tasteful manners.
Yes.
So I'm going to be the game plan. Give you the rundown.
Excellent.
I'm going to be working in a CodePen for my portion, and we're going to be hacking around with some SVGs, with some sound, like we said, some animations. And I don't want you all to go into this thinking we're building like a glorious, like real looking gong in SVG, because no, like it's going to be a cartoony gong, and I'll show you the process of how we're going to do that. But after we are kind of to a stopping point, we'll pass it over we'll have a lunch break, and then TJ's going to come back after our lunch break, and he's going to create a React app and add in the beautifulness from our CodePen. And then what else are you doing, TJ, on your end
We'll do as much as we can to try to make this a social experience, because really, so we want this app to be an actual gong, right? We want it to look like a gong.
When you click on it, it makes noise, right? And then hopefully some kind of indicator, like hit counter, or I don't know. There were other ideas I think that came up, right? Like when it's gonged. That's not a word.
Yeah, when it's hit, gonged, malleted. But to try to create, we want this to be a social gong experience, because that's the whole idea. I mean, while yes, it's cool to go in there by yourself and hit a gong, the real fun is knowing that there are other people there, that feeling like this is a celebration and not just each people individually on their own. And so we have some ideas for can we have a hit counter? Can you see when other people hit the gong? That sort of thing as well. So we'll experiment with that, and if you want to contribute to that, stick around. We'll take any ideas in the chat. I don't have a whole lot planned out, so we're gonna
take it as it comes, and
we're gonna be making it up on the go. So stay tuned for that. But I think we're gonna start by just straight up building a gong, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So whenever I start on projects like this, I know it can be a bit daunting, because I've met so many brilliant developers that when it comes to styling, it's just the most daunting part for them, because they're like, where do I start? What do I do? And so we're going to just start how I would start, which is super basic. I'm going to make an H1, and I'm going to say Mr. Milks closed a deal. I don't know, maybe just closed a deal. Should I capitalize this? Okay.
That font is nice.
Thanks. So I do have a starting point here for us, as you can see. And I'm going to walk you through some of these styles. I just grabbed these two fonts for us to have, these font families, imported them from Google Fonts. And then I have some default styles here. How is this font, by the way, chat? Do we need to make it larger? Larger. Hey, Dee Dee Walsh is gifting subs. Woot. Full Sailor's on. Hi, Full Sailor.
Oh, thanks so much for the gifted subs, Dee Dee. That's pretty awesome.
Aww. So I think, let me know if I need to make the font bigger. I'll keep going for now. So I just have some default styles here. We're giving everything some margin 0, padding 0, a default VT323 font, which is not the gorgeous header font. So I'm just going to show that off real quick. Paragraph of hello. How are you all doing? I'm not even sure if we're going to use it, but it's just this kind of digital looking font that I like. So that's what's going on with this font family, and we're giving everything this. And in case you didn't know, based on CSS specificity, the all selector, the everything selector, it actually has 0 weight. So it is, it's super easy to override. It's not, it's not very like powerful, we'll say. It's like the lowest level of selectors, and it's great for giving default styles for cross browser. So whenever I start a new project or I go into an existing project and you're checking things across Chrome or across Firefox and you're looking at the differences between them, this is where I like to flatten those out. And so that's why I'm saying margin 0, padding 0, etc., because different browsers have different defaults for all the elements. So then giving my body a minimum height of 100 VH, view height. And I chose white smoke for our background. You're welcome. I was accused, because I went to Full Sail and for web development and web design, and I was accused of hating color. I didn't know if you know this, DJ, because everything I ever made was in shades of gray. Because it was.
But gray is a color. Like.
I love that. I love that you're coming to my defense. It was sad though, because I think it was more of a fear thing. Color can be hard to work with. It can be, you use the wrong ones together, they clash, and then it ruins your whole design. And so I got into this all grays groove. So anytime I see something like white smoke, I just get all excited because that's my jam. So we're going with white smoke for our background color for now, but don't you worry, we're going to get funky with it. And then margin top of 50 pixels. That's just because as I was playing around, I started having, my gong was rubbing up against the top and it was bothering me. So I was like, please stop. This is the Pacifico font that TJ was commenting on earlier. And the font size of 100 pixels, text line center. And I'm trying to decide how wide I want to make this panel for our coding experience. I think I'm going to be, I don't know. What do you think, TJ? Is that okay? Should I?
I think that's good. And maybe bump up the font size just like one notch.
Better? More?
Yeah, I think.
Okay.
I think that's good.
Excellent.
And also, we were just chatting about this before, but my window from Skype here totally resized itself.
Sorry. Totally I just looked over at the stream and he's like
into the final stream. Let me see if I can get myself in the picture.
You're cracking me up. Okay, hang on. Let me fix you. Option. Hello, TJ. Would you like to fit inside this box now? I honestly, if anybody is watching and is like, I know why this is happening to you, Alyssa, and I will tell you right now, I would just appreciate you so much because...
Yeah, these windows like to resize themselves.
I mean, I had it locked down. I don't think you can see my OBS. No, you cannot. I'm using Streamlabs OBS for Mac right now, and I do love it. And people seem to not pop as often, I say, but there's still obviously some poppage. We're calling it pop. I don't know what to call it. Resize sporadically? I don't know what we're calling it.
Oh. I'm now successfully back in my box, so...
I don't know if I should lock you. I'm going to attempt... Okay, I'm going to not lock you.
Let me roam free.
Yeah. Well, because you've been locked, and you've already done it twice this morning, so I'm going to leave you... I'm going to leave you unlocked, and then, you know what? I could actually... here's what we're going to do. We're going to move my Chrome window up a schmidge-pidge so that we're cutting off less code as we chat. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
So what was I saying? Oh, gosh. So we've given our H1 default font, fallback of cursive, text line center. All of this makes sense. Sarah said free range TJ, which I love. I love that hashtag.
Do you have a variable named Pank?
Okay, I don't need your judgment right now. My husband got on to me last night because he saw me prep in this background and he was like, really? So here's the deal. I went to dev.to. Love that site. We're gonna actually pull it up. And this fella had made, actually could be a lady, this person made a blog post about CSS only multicolor backgrounds. And they are some sexy backgrounds and they only use linear gradients, which made me so freaking happy. So I wanted to give them a shout out and give them some love. because we are going to be using 2 of theirs throughout ours. So I actually grabbed this is theirs, and then I went ahead and created some CSS variables for the colors. And yes, pink is one of them. Once you see the pink, you'll be like, you're right, that's not pink, that's pink. So anyways, right now though, we are going to go ahead and use Yellow Delight. So let's go and turn it on our body.
Does Sass now, like, because it's been a while since I wrote SCSS, is it now expected that you use the CSS variable syntax? And not like, because the last time I used Sass, it was like the old school way of defining those.
Yeah. So are you talking about like this? I am a variable. So those are Sass variables. And we will use those later today too. I know I'm mixing CSS lovers out there. Don't judge. It's just impromptu. Like I'm mixing variables essentially. I'm going to be using Sass variables later. Right now I'm using CSS variables. I personally was a lot more comfortable with Sass variables just because I've used them a lot more. So that's why I'm pushing myself to use CSS variables. On our last quarantine coding stream, I ended up, let me scooch this up so everyone can see it. I ended up using Sass variables everywhere because our lovely Ed Charbonneau was like, hey, can you make these variables accessible to me so that I can grab them and modify them? And that was when we were building out the roulette wheel. And you can't do that with Sass variables, right? Because the Sass variables are, they're basically thrown into the CSS whenever it's all compiled together, and they are no more. But these variables, which the reason is why we have to say var blah blah, var green, var yellow, because those stay as variables like whenever they're compiled, and so you can grab them later and modify them. And so that's I do not plan on modifying them per se. I don't think we'll have time, but TJ did have a wild idea of rotating the colors and having fun with them, so I just threw in. That's the reason we're using. That is the reason we're using Sass variables. So let's go up here to our body, and we've created background spring and Yellow Delight, and we're just going to extend those classes. So I'm going to say extend Yellow Delight, and voila, and it is plopped into our background. This one makes me super happy. So we're going to use it until we can no longer use it anymore, which I'm thinking will be once we actually get our full gong built out. Because I don't know if you know this, but gongs are kind of yellow too. So, so next up, the next thing I would do is just start building out a gong. So let's say, TJ, you can totally talk to me about this while I'm building out the gong, because I would love to know if you know. I like to make up fake elements, and I don't know if I don't know per se if that's allowed across all the browsers or any of the browsers even. So for instance, like I would say gong here, and then I would go into my CSS and I would select our gong element, and then I would give it, like, I'd start styling it, right? Say, so do you know?
Yeah.
Is this okay? Is this
so
kosher?
Historically, this was not okay, but I think like the spec now treats basically, I'm curious, do you know if that's going to be inline or block by default?
So I have to say display block, so I think it's inline.
Yeah. I think it just creates it as just a random inline element that doesn't inherit from anything. And I think that changed as of either like the HTML5 spec or perhaps even like the custom elements specification work. So that might not work back to older browsers. I'd be curious if anybody in the chat knows as well. But I think though now, because like a big part of the HTML5 spec was like basically codifying edge cases, like when you try to do weird things. Because before it was like if you made a small mistake, browsers would do who knows what, right? Because there was no method of specifying it, and now browsers consistently handle like poorly formed markup, like if you miss a bracket or something like that.
Yeah, I had some issues when it came to, I think it was when I was selecting the gong with jQuery, actually. Which is super weird because you should be able to, with jQuery, like, like the dollar selector and then your like parentheses, you can do more than just classes and IDs, right? Like you should be able to grab elements, or is that not true? Was that what?
You definitely can, but I wonder if like, so I'm going to try this.
Do it. Tell me what I'm missing, because I'm thinking I couldn't get it to work, so I just had to add a class of gong, and that's kind of like defeating the point here. So yeah, you tell me, and then I'm going to keep moving with this gorgeousness. So
yeah, I'm running a test, so you keep going.
Okay. So I want to make it, I was trying to look up what color I wanted to make it. I think I want to make it pale goldenrod. Don't judge. We'll get to a gorgeous looking gong. Right now our whole goal is to get a gong on the page, and then I think I want to add sound and a mallet hammer cursor, and then we can move on to a legit gong experience. So pale goldenrod, I'm going to give it a border of, I think khaki was the color that I was looking at earlier. Let's do it. 10 pixels, solid khaki. Such a fun word.
Yeah, I just tried. So I tried document.query selector gong, and it doesn't know that the gong is there. So
okay.
I think with the custom elements spec, I think there's a way that you can sort of create it, but that might be a level of like complexity we don't necessarily want to get into.
Okay, so here's what we're going to do, because we are going to use some of the jQueries in a second to add sound. And I hate doing this. We're going to make it a div. And we're going to give it classic gong.
Suck it up and make it another div, I think.
Love
unfortunately
doing that so much, like where I'm like, this is a gong. This is what it should look like. This is what it should do. So, but I don't want to basically break the internet. I don't think I need to give it display block because right?
You don't
blocks by default. Okay.
Now that it's a div, yep.
Okay. So we've got our height, width, background color is being overridden.
I missed the paleo. Is that pale goldenrod? I'm always amazed by the built-in set. Like it's one of those, I'd love to be in the same room of when they came up with the list of colors that should be codified into the CSS spec.
Such a fun stream. Like how they're deciding on these names.
Because there was some meeting in like 1996 where there was a round table of people just like and point said, "What about pale goldenrod?" And so, yeah, throw it in there. It can be a defined color.
Okay, so for Alyssa's sake, that's me. Hi, I'm Alyssa. I'm giving it an inner circle. And if you didn't know, all you have to do is give a square a border radius of 50%. And that's how you get a circle in the CSS. Because, let's make this black just so we can see it. To make a cup of coffee in my head. Okay, tab, and then this one, and then we are going to, let's do it down here. Center
Jonathan
circle.
Jonathan Creed in the chat pointed out in Stack Overflow that there is a way to find custom elements with specified prefix to get at what we're doing, but it looks a lot more complexity than
it's worth.
I think we want to get into. Yeah. It's not like one of those Stack Overflows where like the first answer is like a clear, like one line with like 600 upvotes.
I don't know why. I guess I just feel like it should work. Like, I'm just like, why aren't you working? Let's make this a little bigger. I think I want to make it 100. He looks like a nose. Oh, I love it. Okay, and then we're gonna make that, I think, the same color of the boulder, which is khaki.
So this is the canonical way to vertically center things now in CSS, right?
It is one of a million. So this is Alyssa's way of centering something. Zach, my husband, turtle guy, he would use positioning still. Positioning's not bad. When we say that, we're talking about like absolute and relative, top, left, bottom, center, those kind of things. It's not bad. It's just there's like there is Flexbox and there is Grid, which now both have their own ways of centering. So I'm more comfortable with Flexbox. I got on board with the Flexbox train early on, but I know that I'm sure we'll see in the chat tons of grid lovers, CSS grid lovers out there. And so
you have to, Alyssa, like how much have you leveled up your Flexbox knowledge? Because I'll tell you where I'm at. Are you still at the level where you have to bring up the same Chris Coyier blog post and CSS tricks every time you do anything?
Okay, I'm not there. Like I remember things like justify content, online items, but if it gets beyond like there's so many different things that you can do with it that let me actually bring that up because CSS tricks is my fave. So if you're like wanting to get into UI or wanting to get into CSS more, this is the site for you. And so if we go here and we're like Flexbox, please.
Did you notice that his placeholder is EG Flexbox?
It was. And we go back.
I swear, like that dude has made. I mean, he's done. I mean, I love Chris Coyier. He's done some amazing things, but I'm pretty sure like any ads he throws on that page can like fund a company at this point, just because the hits on that page have to be ridiculous because it's incredibly well done.
So, they can't see me zoomed in, I guess. Is it not? Maybe. Anyways, so yes, I am zoomed in on the input. I'm like, what is the word for the thing that you type? It's actually hilarious because my mother was asking for help this weekend, and she was like, the thing that you type in, it's not working. And Zach was like, an input? It was so cute. All right, let's get back to normal size. And then, yes, Flexbox.
Yeah, it's a top one, of complete guide to Flexbox.
I'm like,
yeah.
I'm like,
you went down to a random forum entry from 2013. You skipped right past the right answer.
I'm like, where is this? Okay, so I actually have this bookmarked. I took you the long way around. You're welcome. But it does go through beautifully explaining Flexbox, and a lot of times I will just come here and like zoom all the way down the page because I'll be looking for flex direction has which properties can I throw in there? Because there's just so many, and I'm sure. If I'm like in VS Code, it'll have like the auto completer that'll be like, you're looking for these properties. But if I'm in something like CodePen, oftentimes I don't remember. So there's no shame in that at all. And that's where I live a lot of the time. So, I wanted to show you this real quick. Let's turn this back to black so it's very visible. The center in a circle. So yes, border radius is how you take an avatar picture and you give it those nice sexy rounded borders, but if you keep going all the way to 50 it turns into a circle because your border radius is extreme. And I think you can correct me if I'm wrong, but you can just keep going and nothing happens beyond 50.
Once it turns into a circle, it doesn't
there's nothing else to turn into
further. There's nothing else. No more to curve at that point.
Yep. Okay, so back to khaki. So this is our gong. Let me see if I had anything else planned for this beginning part. Let's see. We've got our gong showing. I think we're ready to play around with sound, actually.
Okay.
Yeah, let's do it. So at this point... I'm so excited. At this point, I looked up basically like, how do you add sound in the web? Because never. And so I found out that there is such a thing. Was the first
result a W3 Schools article from like 1999?
Website.
Who's nailed the SEO on this one? Media College. W3 Schools is second. Oh man, they got.
So I actually clicked on the W3 Schools one, which I I'm confused. Is W3 Schools the one I'm supposed to hate? Everyone is always like, don't use that one. Like, don't click on them. You'll make their SEO rankings higher. And I'm like, who am I not? Do you know, TJ?
So my take on
I'm
this,
so bad at this.
I've been through the trauma on this. Is there was a time where it was cool to hate on W3 Schools.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And I think there was a time too where like they were legitimately like there was a reason to hate on them because they were very like they weren't up to date and behind, and that sort of forced them into action to like get up to date. Because I'm with you nowadays, like especially if I'm looking up some of this random stuff that like has been around in the web forever and hasn't changed. Like usually the information I find there is pretty good actually. So I don't think it's cool to hate on them anymore.
Okay.
But
because
I don't know if like maybe there's pitchforks in the chat right now.
Are there? Because I would like to know what's the one I'm supposed to use? It's like
MDN probably.
Yeah, MDN.
MDN is also good.
I almost said Firefox. I'm supposed to use the Firefox docs. MDN. Yeah.
So we got Elite Async saying they seem to have pretty clear examples, and then we have Fear 0001 saying MDM greater than W3 Schools. Okay. And I that's sort of like I think MDN typically has better information, but it's not like it's W3 Schools is horrible if you find what you need there.
Well, so if I look up HTML audio tag, like if I actually know what I'm looking up, this is where developer.mozilla.org comes up. Okay, so I mean, I would rather look at this than look at this, mainly because of the Avino ad.
MDN went with a T-Rex sound too, so I mean.
Okay, yeah, there you go. I'm sorry, everyone, but T-Rex
I think
wins.
Our mind has changed.
Oh, no.
No ads, and you got T-Rex.
You know, I just realized, TJ. I don't know if I've added an audio source. Chat, tell me if you can hear this, because I didn't. If added audio source question mark. I don't think. I personally can't hear it. But I don't know if that means chat can't hear it. Let me know. I'm gonna go and look at Streamlabs and see if I can add. Oh yeah, desktop audio. I have it muted. Derp. Let me.
All right, try it again. Yeah, chat said they couldn't hear that first one, so let's try it again.
It sounds like a cow.
I think it came through. Did anybody? So how about round 2, chat? Did we hear the T-Rex the second time?
Negative Ghostwriter. Oh, thanks, Sarah. You're so funny. Heard something. Yeah, I'm wondering if it's coming through my mic though, and not the.
I think it is. Yeah.
That is too weird. It really does. Like if you go to this website and click on it, it sounds like a cow mooing. Let me see if I can make it go through USX, Dale, boom device.
Yeah, like whatever the loudest speaker you've got, and then crank it up. Like
so I can like go through the mic. That's so ghetto. I mean, if it works.
You wake up, can you terrify your child right now? Like I'm talking that level of loud.
Okay, let's see. Volume, up. Okay, here we go, T-Rex.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sure you heard it muffled, but it sounds
muffled, but loud enough that I heard it at least.
It's kind of like a cow. So I love their T-Rex noise. Yeah. Okay, anyways, we're back. We're focused. Something I do want to point out that might actually be a deal breaker for W3 Schools is if we look, we've got, and I don't know, because again, I'm not like audio pro here. They have audio controls and then they've got multiple sources listed, but then these peeps have the source by default, and maybe that's just if you have multiple sources versus one source.
I think there's like a built-in like fallback, but I
don't know, because whenever I went into CodePen and I started typing audio, it like defaulted by putting the source here. So maybe it's just because I only have one source versus multiple.
Well, I remember there used to for sure be some drama about which browsers could play which type of audio. But I'm remembering this from years ago. So like nowadays I would hope that if you have like something like an MP3, I would hope that would work.
Okay, so can you see my iCloud drop down? Is that something you can see? I assume not because it's not part of my Chrome window.
I can see it because of how you're sharing your screen with me, but the stream cannot.
Poo-poo. Okay, so I have a bunch of things saved to my cloud app, including a Gong MP3 audio. And so, can I like route to that?
So you have Soundmanic saying you have to use both object and embed tag, which I'm not totally sure.
Okay, I wanna pull this up and show you how there's neither an object or an embed tag. So if you could send me a link to what you're talking about, I will totally look it up and learn something today because I didn't know. Okay, it is an 11-second gong sound.
11 seconds?
It's got some, what is that called? Reverb? That's not what it's called.
Yeah. Yeah, it sounds like most of it's in the first 4 seconds. I could hear that again, like super muffled. So maybe play it again, and then we'll just not say anything for a second.
I expected it to restart. I'm refreshing. Okay, so this is our sound.
That was good.
We're going to go and copy the direct link, and we're going to go back to our source.
So Soundmanic saying you used to have to do it the old school way with like object and embed. And I think that's what I'm remembering, where there was multiple sources. And like, I remember video was even worse, where like there were websites that would spit out like the 4 different video or audio formats you needed to support all the browsers. But I'm assuming that pain is now gone as long as you're using like a relatively well supported.
Okay. I'm with you now. I'm sorry. I thought you were telling me to like put an object or something inside of the audio, and I was like, what? Okay, I'm with you now. I added a controls attribute to our audio tag, and so now you can actually see it pushing aside our inner circle. It does work.
Oh, wow.
But obviously this is not ideal. Like, this is not what we want. So question to the chat, if you are, again, an audio guru. My first plan was like, hey, we should use the audio tag, like give it a source, and then like make that like, cause it's there, right? It's inside my gong, and make that play on click. But at this point, I didn't know where to go with the audio tag. I was kind of like, I was perplexed. So I just moved on over to our old friend jQuery, which I'm not a jQuery goddess, but I do know I dabbles. I always have this for when outside of CodePen function wrapper, because I forget. Like a lot of times I'll grab this stuff and throw it into a real project, and I'm like, it's not running.
Yeah.
So let's grab our gong, and I'm gonna show you just a way, and you can tell me in the chat if there's another magical way. So we're gonna say, hey gong, how you doing this morning? And then we are going to boop, boop, boop. Do I do this? I always get confused because like CoffeeScript messed me up good, TJ.
Yeah, it'll do that to you.
I don't know. I'm always like, are there closing tags properly here? Or the closing?
You've got it. You could arrow function it too. Which I imagine would just work. I don't know if like it's cool to use.
We're gonna do it. We're gonna wait if it's cool.
But like we're gonna throw this in a React app later, so anything like React will just take care of transpiling any hipster stuff you want to do.
Arrow function. I don't have parameters, and I do that because I always get confused again with CoffeeScript and the no.
So change function into just open close paren, which can just be empty considering you have no inputs. But yeah, there you go.
And I always forget, where is the space mandatory? Or is there
none of them are mandatory, but usually you put one on each end.
You just blew my mind. Are you sure none of them are mandatory?
No, get rid of them. It should still work.
We're getting crazy. Oh my gosh. Seriously, TJ.
This is a sign of the quarantine that like this is what we consider nuts.
Listen,
like we're living on the edge here.
9 a.m. I'm sipping on iced coffee, and TJ just taught me that spaces are not required. So yeah, I'd say that's a pretty crazy morning. Oh, we have to create a sound, a new audio, I think is what it's called. Yeah, capital A. So let's do that. Let's call it gong sound because that's legit. New capital audio, and then I think you just pass in the source, and it's like that easy. But I need to go and copy it from here. From here, copy my source. Who is my source? You are my source. Where'd it go? Is it a string? I think it's a string. We're doing it, people. And then we go, I think, gongsound.play. Yeah.
I've never used that constructor before, so I'm going to go with sure. That looks good.
Okay, gongsound.play, unclick. I think I've done it. Okay, we're going to put the mic over by the computer, and if there's silence, I have failed you all. Go, Mike, go.
Yay.
That was so legit. Okay, so this.
Oh, hold on. One question: is the audio API smart enough? If you
click again,
just start mashing it, is it smart enough to start it over?
It doesn't.
If
you could look up how to do that, I actually had a note to myself of I want to stop and replay on click. If you could look up, I'm assuming there's like I would have to do a dot stop and then a dot play again or something.
Yeah. Okay. I'm on the Googles. And Chad, if you have any ideas here too, feel free to chime in.
So that's what Alyssa knows about sound. If you know more about sound, I should share out this link-a-dink. Sarah, my amazing manager, at the very end, I'm putting this link. Sarah, if you could share that in the chats, that would be marvelous. Because this is where I'm currently hacking around, and if you want to fork it over yourself, play around, and make it better, then by all means, by golly, you should do so. Okay, so we made a gong, and we're using quotes if you can't see them. And we gave a little bit of styles. We have our sound going. I think the next part is going to be the cursor, because we're using a gong, so we can't just have like a clicker, right? We have to have a mallet. And
all right, real quick, Alyssa, Jonathan Creed hooked us up. Oh. So what you're going to want to do is line 5 there. So throw an if check around that, and say if gong sound dot paused. So it's so you're only going to want to play it if it's paused, essentially.
Okay. If hold second gong sound. Oh wait, parentheses. Sorry, again, CoffeeScript must be
parentheses.
So bad. Dot pause.
So dot paused, and that's it. It's not a method. It's just a property, and then put the dot play in there. So basically saying if it's not currently playing, play it. Else, you do gong sound dot current time equals 0.
Who did this? They need stickers or T-shirts or something. I love you,
Jonathan Creed in the chats.
Wait, am I?
Let's not congratulate him first. He might have sent us down a black hole. We don't know if this actually works.
I mean, it sounds like it's gonna work. Current time equals like, what am I doing? Is it a string?
0.
Like
0, actually, just a
int?
Number.
Okay, cool.
And you got an extra S in there.
Hey.
Gong sound.
Hey now. Gong sound. Current time. Does this look right?
All right. Yeah, I think so. I think this is gonna work.
All right, I'm gonna put you over by the thingamabub.
Hey.
Oh my gosh, I'm so happy. Okay, hang on. Let me think about this. So if the gong sound is paused, which I guess is what we're doing when we click on it again. No,
it's just saying basically it's a way of saying if it's not currently playing.
Oh, because it has 2 states, play or paused. Like that's all it has.
Presumably. Okay. Like I'm assuming there's also like a playing property.
I'm wondering if like not play. No, I don't think that would work because this is a method. I was gonna say if like gong sound bang play, like, you know what I'm saying, is if it's not playing, which is essentially what we're saying with gong sound dot pause. So if the gong sound is not playing, Go ahead and play it. Otherwise, set its current time to 0. Okay. I love it. Thank you all so much. That was beautiful. Again, Sarah's going to plop-a-dop that link in the chat. There
is a playing property, so if you think it's clear, you can say if not playing.
Okay, I want to try it, just like for funsies. Gong sound. Is it literally like not this? Is this it?
No. So you
playing.
You've already
You're
got
saying
the not
playing.
symbol. Yeah. There you go.
Oh god, that was embarrassing.
So that should do the same thing.
It does not.
What?
Bang
Okay.
is my bang. No, hang on. If gong sound. Hang on. I want to do on click.
Okay.
If gong sound is playing, and then we're gonna just do an alert of playing gong, and I'm sure I'm missing.
Oh, this is okay.
What's
I
wrong?
might have been wrong here.
It's not right.
No, I think I'm on MDN, which we just talked up, and they.
Hang on, let me see. Attributes, controls. Where are you? What did you look up? Playing. I'm gonna.
Looks like there isn't. Is paused on here?
Play. Playback has begun. Playing.
Well, see, that's,
Playback is ready to start after having.
So those are
paused.
events, though, not properties. Or is it?
No, these are. You're right. These are events, and it's not paused. It's pause. So where are the properties? Did I? Oh, to pass them all. Hang on. I'm gonna look up the word pause. Duh. What the fudge? How did he?
So this is a big negative for MDN here.
I just made a mooing noise. Okay, I'm gonna put this back real quick. Paused and get off my bang.
Yeah, we could probably just leave it, considering it works, and just not question it too much.
And I'm just gonna like comment out that line and be like, "Why, Alyssa? Why?" And then that's for later, whenever I want to have more fun. Okay, so
this is this is weird. It doesn't list it as a attribute on W3 Schools either. Is this?
Yeah, HTML
I don't know.
element.
Maybe we should just not question this too much.
Not on the media element. So he's on the media element, but is that different? HTML media element.
Oh, does it like inherit?
I was just reading the URL that he plopped in the chat. Developer, Mazblaba, Sababa.
Audio is an HTML audio element. Some of the more commonly used properties of the audio element include source, current time, duration, pause, muted, and volume. Oh, interesting. Okay.
Jonathan, I now dub thee the audio guru. You've been dubbed.
Yeah, stay on the stream because we might need you.
Okay, so wait, TJ, were you saying it inherits from this guy?
Yes, it looks like it does because you see at the very top of this link.
The very top of this link. This
yeah,
googly
so see how. So if you go to the one for HTML audio element, and you can just change like the URL and the or actually
here
you can see in there. So instead of media element, it's audio element.
Okay, so you want me to do audio element? That's what
caps might not be okay. Okay, go India. But see how audio element inherits from HTML media element. So this is like because like DOM nodes have like a whole inheritance scheme built into them. So that's why we couldn't find it because it technically isn't a property of this.
It's a property of the media element.
The media element, because probably video also inherits from it, so that pause is only defined once, which
so all of these
just makes Googling harder.
All of these are passed down, yeah?
Should be, yeah. So is there like a playing in here that's like the opposite of paused?
So paused, Boolean that indicates whether the media element is paused. And then
played. That's
played. Read only.
Yeah, I think
pause is the way to go. Even though even though it's kind of backwards thinking for that if statement, I think it's the one to use. So thank you, Jonathan.
Yeah.
Okay. What were we doing? Mallet. Mallet. Okay. Now it is time for Silly Songs with Larry, the part of the show where Larry sings a silly song. If you don't know that reference, then you did not have a magnificent VeggieTales childhood like I did. Okay. This is an SVG gong that I stole. I didn't steal it. I borrowed it. Who said that? I borrowed it. I found it online. If you like literally look up gong and go to images, you too will find the source, the website where this is. But we are not going to use her how she is now. We're going to modify her a bit because back in the old days, when I was working at Code School, I did a course on SVG. And I got down and nerdy with SVGs and modifying them and writing them from scratch, which if you've never written like an SVG from scratch, not using any software, then you've just never had fun in your life. So
I needed you the other day, Alyssa, because on the Kendo, can you go to the Kendo React homepage real quick?
Yes.
Just Google Kendo React.
Kendo React, Googling it now. What am I doing? This one?
So
this one?
Which one
am I clicking on?
Just the homepage is cool.
Okay, cool.
If you see the Kendoka, the ninja on this page, that is an SVG, but the React logo on top is also part of the SVG. So all I wanted to do was get an SVG that was just the Kendoka, but like I opened up the SVG file in my text editor and like I could have been there for days.
You want to know?
And I had no
Okay, so here's how Alyssa does it. Well, first of all, if it's not
good luck trying to get in the dot.
If it's not an inline SVG, why is it underneath this thing? Give Alyssa a second to move this over.
It's hard to find. This is actually what I struggled with most.
You know what I do in times like this?
This is a rabbit.
You want to know
hole.
what I do?
Oh,
I grab the element, the parent of the element that's blocking it, and I just like delete it. And I just keep going until, So anyways, I am actually going to do this with, this is probably not what they wanted me to do, tear apart our site like this. I apologize. I do this all the time though, to like grab different things.
I'm very curious about it because like you open, actually this is a good idea because when I tried opening an SVG up in just like Visual Studio Code or just any sort of text editor, it's just nonsense. I mean, you might as well be opening like the source of a JPEG.
Whenever you want to borrow an SVG, a couple things. You can, like, a lot of SVGs are used the same as like an image is, and so like the source is just equal to like that file.svg. And at that point you need to download it and comb through it that way. Otherwise, if it's an inline SVG, which you might be thinking, what is the point of having inline? It's because, they're both scalable, they're both vector. If you have an inline SVG like this, you actually, with CSS, which is what we're going to do in a little bit, can change some properties of it. You can animate parts of it. You have more control than just this is the image height, width, etc. So I would, TJ, if I were you and you're like, I want this, you can tell I'm actually going to delete even more text because I want to be able to do. And then we're going to go back to our SVG. You're like, oh no, Alyssa, it's gone. Don't worry, everyone. It's not gone. It's still there. I want a wrapper.
Does Chrome let you drag it? Can you drag it to like the first thing or something?
Oh, I see what you're saying.
I don't know. I don't know if it lets you do that, but
where is the first thing? Right below the.
Wow.
She's gorgeous.
Well, there you go. Like Go SVG, right? Like it'll scale to this ridiculous size, and still Ninja still looks great.
So what I would do if I just wanted my Kendoka is obviously I go back and forth. So like I'll download, like I'll just essentially right click on this SVG element and then copy element. And so let me think of where I can go and show you this. It's not going to be pretty, but let's just show you it here. Paste it in and scroll.
Oh my God.
Gorgeous. So what I would do, because like he was saying, TJ was saying, at this point, you're in your editor and you're like, what is what and how do I do things? So whether you're inspecting here or you're inspecting on, the OG site, find the elements, which it's right up top, the circle, and just delete it. And you keep going until you've grabbed essentially all the bits that you don't want anymore. So this is a circle. If we go up, this is G for group, to group it together. I'm going to select that and remove that group. And then, if you hover over these other groups, you can tell what pieces and what elements, which is super fun because at this point you can like grab the gloves and change their color, change their outline.
Oh man,
right?
like take their sword away.
Yep.
What I'm actually thinking is we might actually want to save this Kendoka because like it actually looks kind of good on the Gong site. I don't know.
I love it. Okay, so we're gonna copy, and at this point, I'm copying elements, and you're saying, "Wait, Alyssa, you're just copying the wrapper," but it actually copies everything inside that element. Is how we're getting it all. So we're gonna go here, and we are going to scroll all the way down and delete. And then we're going to create a wrapper while we have the easy opportunity. And we're going to call it, is that how you spell it?
Yep.
Question mark. Okay, cool. And then we're going to paste in the gorgeousness. And then we're actually going to format our HTML, which sometimes works. What happened? Okay.
Where did their Kendoka go? Did it?
He's down
scroll
there.
Down. Okay, yeah. Oh, it's cool. They can chill down there. And by the way, it's not a he. It's very
I
important.
know. I just messed up. It's a they.
Kendoka is it's a gender neutral ninja figure, Alyssa. That's the HR approved way of saying it.
Listen, TJ. I make mistakes so often, and as soon as he came out of my mouth, I was like, "Darn it!" Like. It's the same as guys. I use guys all the time. I'm like, hey guys, and then I'm like, oh, stop saying that. So I'm sorry.
Alyssa, Async Await has an amazing idea. It said replace the sword with a mallet. Like
okay.
Have it.
No, I got you. Okay, hang on. What time is it? 9:30 my time. Let's all watch as Alyssa does time math. TJ, how much time do I have left?
Oh, you got an hour and a half.
Okay. We're good. I think that is an excellent idea. This is Kendoka wrapper. First of all,
we can work on the maybe just table that for a second.
Okay, I'm gonna make a to-do item of replace. Is it a sword? I don't think it's a sword.
No, what's the proper term?
Sword.
I'm Googling what does a Kendoka hold.
Replace sword. Ooh, it's chilly. I have a heated blanket on. It's like
a shinai.
April. A shinai? Hang on. Alyssa's gonna have to Google that to spell it. Kendoka holds a. Why did I? Am I like really that holds?
Shinai.
Okay.
Again, I'm not positive that's actually correct, but let's just pretend it is correct.
Shinai.
Okay. Jonathan says too. He found Shinai as well. So there we go.
Excellent.
That's good enough.
Okay. So replace Shinai with mallet. So this is and this is what I do. IRL Alyssa to do. So I will search through projects for that keyword and then be like, oh, here. Yeah, this is what I need to do. Okay, so we will do that in a moment. The next step, I'm going to remove this audio tag since we are not using her anymore. But I do want to learn because I like the idea of having that audio tag back there and we click on it. But I think it would have to be something where we hijack its click event and pass it along to the gong, which is essentially what's the point then of having it? I guess the point is for screen readers, right? So that as they go through, you have the actual element there.
I think you could just get a reference to it and call play on it. I don't know. But I don't think it's worth worrying about at this point.
No,
I think at this
that's
point
just my mind dribble here.
It's working, so yeah.
Okay, so what were we doing? Oh yes, I have this beautiful SVG that I borrowed, and what we are going to do is exactly what we just saw with the Kondoka. We're going to inspect her, and as you can see, each of these bits are their own elements, which means we can remove the mallet and give it to our Kondoka, and then we can also...
Yeah, I was about to say, don't remove it. Let's copy that over, because we're going to need that.
And then we can also use the mallet as a cursor. So that is the fun. So I actually, let me show you what I made. I went ahead and I inspected, copy link, gong. I called it a gong stick. So, because that was before I learned about the word mallet. Yeah. Oh, I see. Okay, 1 second. I have it locally. So let me open up my mallet file. Boop, 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 boop. Source, assets.
I don't know.
Gong stick.
Gong stick might be a better name for it, honestly.
Well, this is like, you're working, you don't know the proper terminology, you need to get going. So I'm like, yeah, gong stick, that sounds good. And then later I learned, I was like, oh yeah, mallet, that sounds so much more legit. So here is our gong stick / mallet. It is at this, the one you're looking at right now is this local file that I downloaded, but we have this up in the Cloud app link that we're actually going to use for our cursor. And so when I started looking into this, because it's like, TJ, have you ever replaced a cursor before with something magical?
Oh, again, not since 1997.
I know, right? So I was like, replace cursor with image, right? We're going to go down this hole real quick.
Yeah, this is one of those things too that I don't know what browser support seems like it's a complete crapshoot at this point. I can't say, I can't remember and maybe people in the chat too, can you think of a single website that changes the default cursor? Beyond one of the built-in
Right, you're
ones.
saying with a URL, not with one of these.
With a unique image. I can't think of any site.
I love this. So this is
that
on
the last any legit site doing this.
I can't either. And I know I can't. I think it might have been one of those things that was horribly misused or overused, and now it's a no-no. The same with audio. So yeah, I can't think of one. I would love to see in chat if anyone has one. Comet cursor circa 2001. I cut off the one. I love the site CSS Tricks with this almanac for the cursor. So as you hover over each one, it actually changes your cursor to what that property will set it to, which is flippin' bomb. But at this point, I was like, cool. These are all really awesome, and I loved them so much. But none of them are the URL. So I kept going, and then I found you can. Although
I will have to say, is that a custom scroll cursor on the right hand side of CSS Tricks?
Yes, scroll bar. This.
Yeah,
yes, this is.
It's been a long time since I'd seen one of those.
Yeah, it's I love their site design. It matches this whole theme. But yeah, it's very custom. So I found this cursor URL, and it has a fallback, which, as I was doing some research, apparently the fallback is required. I don't really know what that means, though, because as you'll see, we will take it off and nothing bad will happen. So, what does that mean? What does that mean? Whenever docs will say this is required, and then it's not actually. Is that just them wishing it was? I don't understand.
Well, this is the browser. Where you can't break anything, so there's no strict mode or anything. It's just you can't crash anything. So
okay,
nothing is ever truly required.
We're gonna go to our gong, and we're gonna be like, "Hello, gong. I'm about to gift you with this beautiful URL." Default of, I don't know, let's do pointer for this time in our lives. Is it breaking? Yay! Okay, so you'll see as we hover over, maybe I'm going to do it at the very top of the screen so
hits the fallback. Yeah.
Yes. So our fallback is working. We're going to go grab our gong stick direct link from Cloud App and plop that in here. And I'm assuming string ? TJ?
Probably.
Let's do
I
it.
actually think I think it actually works either way, if I remember correctly. But
What? You're blowing my mind. Okay, hang on.
well, we'll try it.
It's not working. Give me a second. Let me think. Oh, I know why it's not working. Wait.
Does it have to download the file or?
No. You're going to hate it. It's because, and I was like looking into this. Yep. So I have 2 versions of gong stick. One is like, I don't know, I think it's like 100 by 100 or something. Like on the SVG element itself, it is, you know what? We're going to show you what it is because this blew my mind. I was like, why is this not working? And it was actually Zach to the rescue. My husband, turtle guy, Zach. I'm talking about him like he's here because he was helping me and he looked into it and found and like points in the chat if you can figure out why. So in here, I basically have x equals 0, that equals 0. I thought I was setting, so I think it's because we are, like our view box is like 256 by 256, but we don't actually have a width and height set. And so if I go grab, hang on, let me grab, copy direct link. Let's go back over here and I'm going to throw in the one that I think works. There we go. And you're like, why is that one working? Follow me down the rabbit hole, darlings. It's gonna make you angry, or it's gonna blow your mind. One of them. Width 128 pixels, height 128 pixels. So Turtle Guy found online. He was like, I think it's required that if you're going to replace your cursor with an image, it has to be 128 by 128. That's literally the only thing I changed. I grabbed this and I was like, hey, width 128, height 128, the difference between these two buds. I just assumed it would scale it down or something.
Did like he pull those numbers out of absolutely nowhere? Like why 128 by 128?
I have no idea, but it works. Like if I go in and because he threw me a sword image, he was like, hey, here's a 128 by 128 sword. And I threw it on and it was like working instantly. And I just like threw up my hands because at this point I had been playing around with cursors locally and I could get it sometimes working locally, sometimes not. And I'm like, the CDN should be working. Like it's working for my audio. And he found out that it has to be, I don't know. I literally do not know. Let's see. What is it? A cursor image 128 pixels. Cursor picture using URL values for cursor. I don't know. If anybody in the chat knows, would love to hear. Remove X and Y.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And real quick, Alyssa, Sarah is saying that we're going to do a first round of prizes here in about 10 minutes, just so everybody's aware. And I'm sure somebody's going to type in the chat right now a reminder of what people need to do to enter the chat. So if you're interested in that, head to the chat right now.
Okay,
there's going to be a magical link appearing.
Absolutely. And I do not know. I apologize. I don't know why it's 128 by 128. It just is. That's the requirement here.
I'd laugh if like there you find a link of like top 10 web accessibility tips and like number 7 on the list is like, well, if you're going to use a custom cursor image, make sure it's 128 by 128.
Oh, I have to give credit where credit's due. So up here, we are going to say, thank you, Jonathan. Did I spell that right? I think so. Yeah. You can correct me. You rock. That's your song. Yeah. Okay. So yes, we are going to give away prizes. Let's just say, what are we doing at the top of the hour, TJ? Or are we doing it?
Sarah said 10 minutes, so maybe at like 50 after.
50 after. Okay. So at 50, we're going to give away some prizes. It's going to be epic. Is the link in the chat? Did the link chat happen?
It is, yep. So if you look, Ivana, magical link. So.
Did you guys see Ed's joke in the chat? Ed goes, changing cursors? I mean, what's the point? Dad jokes. Oh, I'm sorry.
See, we need to hook in some sound effects into our stream so we have the rim shot.
That makes me so happy. Okay, there's the form. Sarah linked
So little
it
one-on-one says 128 by 128 allows the ability to be scaled.
Oh.
And then we also have a chat from Mr. Lawai. I'm sorry, I probably murdered that, but you should add a vibration effect when you are done with the mallet.
Oh yeah. Yeah. So that fun story. Let's go to, I'm going to actually close out all of our extra. I don't think we need any of this anymore. We're linking, it's saved, it's working. So I'm going to show you my It's going to load eventually. We're going to go to my CodePin dashboard. No peeking. I don't want anybody to peek because that would be a spoiler. This one. Okay. So I was playing around with, and I don't know how well this is actually going to come across, so I'm going to just like plus the heck out of it. Can you see that, TJ?
I can, yes. and it looks like it's coming through on the stream okay as well.
I don't know. I can't, you can barely see it. I'm going to make it huge. And actually, here is, I'm going to open up Slack and send Sarah the link so I can share this one. So this is what I had originally hoped to do. And if you can't tell, it is wiggling. It's got this squiggling effect. And so the hope, and I don't know, we might have time to play around with this, was to like surround the gong with like these waves, right? Like, and it's squiggling because it's actually animating between two different SVG filters, and that's how you get that squiggle effect. And there is an amazing, I'm going to actually go back to the normal size. Yes. I linked to, okay, sorry. Slack is open. One thing at a time, Melissa. Here is the sending the link to my team, who is going to send it to you gorgeous people. So in this code pin, which if we have time, because I really want to do the Kondoka thing too now. This is the Squiggle Vision article, which actually they're talking about like creating this effect with SVGs, and amazing, incredible, mind-blowing by David. I think you say Khorshid. I actually know David from my Orlando days with ODevs. Great guy, great speaker. He made Alex the CSS Husky, and he's using this same squiggle vision effect, which again, it's just animating between two different SVG filters to get that effect. And of course, he's animating all of the other little pieces of the Husky to make this happen. So I kind of moved this squiggle effect that they're talking about in this blog post over to a line, which kind of, is not as exciting, but it's doing this like, have you guys ever played Jackbox? Have you, TJ?
No.
On Jackbox, it's like Ed actually recommended it, and my family's like addicted now. We own like all 5 packs. But on Jackbox, like in the background, there's like my mom was like, "Are those leg hairs?" And I'm like, "Gross, Mom." There's like animating lines, and they kind of look like this, and it like makes me happy. And so I was like, "Oh, when the gong makes sound, we could surround it with these and kind of do that effect and like fade them in and out."
We could totally do it. It's just going to be a matter of time today,
right?
Or we could add it later on.
I know, and we might be something like for part 2 or something, right? To like boost this up, because there's so many different pieces to this, and I really do want to save time for. There's some really cool Teams integration stuff that like blew my mind for later. That when all 3 of us are on this afternoon, so stay tuned for that. That's going to be really cool. So let's see. We're like 5 minutes out from prize?
Yep, 5 minutes from prizes.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and look really quick at, we're going to collapse this. Okay. At this point, we're going to toggle from our yellow delight to our background spring. Oh my gosh, I have so much to do. I just realized like I wanted to replace my gong with this gong. So give us.
yeah.
Okay. So
yeah, we'll get there. One thing at a time. We're good.
I'm like, Oh, there's so many ideas. Okay, what to do next? Let's go ahead and replace our background real quick from Yellow Delight and check out background spring.
And Ed, while you're typing that, Ed did drop in a link to Jackbox in the chat for anybody that's interested in checking that out.
It's, it's one of those things. My friend Jennifer Wadella, she has been saying over and over again, like, she's this hilarious meme. She's on some Angular podcasts with me, and she's from Kansas City, and she's an Angular lover. And she has this meme that's like this building that's like falling over, and it's like propped up by boards, and it says like 2020 being held up by Animal Crossing, right? Like, and that's like her life right now. Is like Animal Crossing is just like her hope and her distraction. And so for me, Jackbox has kind of become that, because we've got my sister and her husband in town, and so we quarantine together and play Jackbox games, and it's been awesome. So seriously, check that out if you're in need of some family fun. I love it. I play the Xbox version because I am an Xbox OG person, but I think there might be other versions, ? Maybe. I think there's, yeah, Ed can totally clarify more. He knows all the things. So this is our background spring.
Man, I'm more convinced of the Kondoka. Like that, the spring colors and like the blue works so nice with that.
I'm like literally sitting here with a heated blanket. I just cranked it up to 4 because, spring has brought me nothing but chilliness. Is it warm where you are, TJ?
No, we had one warm day where it got to 70 Fahrenheit out of the blue.
Yes.
And it was great. We went for a long walk, and then it snowed yesterday. So like,
oh my, so that was, I couldn't tell. Like, did you put a picture in Slack about the snow?
Yeah. So apparently too, and this was news to me. Let me actually look this up.
Yeah.
Because my wife and I were out for a walk, and we were debating, was it snow, sleet, or hail? Because it was some sort of wintry mess, right? Because it was still like 40 degrees, so it was above freezing.
Okay.
And apparently, so in the local paper today, we were told it was groppling, which...
Can you spell that just so I can like look it up?
Graupelling.
Groppling.
Yeah, there you go.
Also called soft hail.
Also called soft hail or snow pellet.
What? I don't understand.
So this is all the rage in Michigan right now. Everybody's looking this up because apparently that's what happened yesterday.
I've never heard of this. Soft
hail.
Hail.
It's the German word for sleet, apparently. It's distinct from hail and ice pellets.
Is it sleet?
So apparently it's not, but I don't know.
It is the German word for sleet, but it is not sleet. There you go. That makes me so happy.
I mean, I'm looking at my local paper, and there is a sentence. I'm reading this literally. I quote, "Hail and sleet are not grapple."
Okay. Snow pellets. And so whenever you sent that picture of snow, I just assumed you'd like randomly found out, or your picture of grapple, you'd randomly found this fun fact and sent a picture from online. I didn't know it was your picture. So I can't believe it's actually that cold there. I'm so sorry, TJ.
It's in the 40s today, so that's, could be worse.
Okay, so we are going to do prizes now. I'm going to pop over to
oh yes
the chat. Let's see. Okay. I am... So 4 prizes. So make sure that you're following us on the CodeItLive Twitch channel. We are going to be doing a ton of other streams. We're trying to keep the levity and the entertainment and the information high during this quarantine time in all of our lives. And so if you follow us, we have a schedule that's under the first panel, and you can see what we're doing, and we're going to be adding more to that. We would love to hear from you, what you think. So we actually have, I'm going to swap over on the Streamlabs too. Let's see. Okay. So you can still hear me. You can't see me, but you can hear me. So these are our Twitter handles at KendaUI, Alyssa Nichol, and TJ Vantol. We would absolutely love to hear from you to just see what you want to see more of. I'm going to pop back to our faces so you don't feel so lonely in this time. Let's see. Screen share 2 up. I am on this one.
I think it's
No, not that one. This one.
It's
I found us.
there you go.
So yes, tweet at us at KendaUI, at Alyssa Nichol, at TJ Vantol. We also have at Telerik. But we just want to hear like what you're thinking of our stream so far, what you want to see more of. We're constantly brainstorming to come up with fun ideas. But if there's something that you're like, I really need to be taught how to do this, or I would really love to see you all attempt to do this, tweet at us. We are very open to that. So React, we have a stream coming up, a React something webinar, question mark.
We are doing a React webinar here in another week or two, so I will drop a link to that. And while I'm finding that, Sarah's asking you to pick a number between 1 and 48 to choose the winner.
1 and 48. Okay, I'm actually, oops, sorry. I wanted to make TJ not so big on that screen. Let's do this. Roll a D48. Roll a D48. Please roll a D48. 36 is our winner.
36 is our winner.
And I'm going to zoom in, show you all that I did not make that up. This lovely Dice app made that up. Show yes. Who is 36? 36 is the winner. We're going to make TJ, we're going to fix his face together while we wait for the winner. Ba-ba-ba-ba-bum. Fixing TJ's face. It's what we do best.
Who is 36?
Do we have an answer yet? Do we know?
I don't think we have an answer. No.
I mean, some magical person. What's the prize, actually? I am so sorry. I didn't even say it. The prize looks like this first one is, oh, wow, $100 Amazon gift card.
And a t-shirt.
And a shirt.
Sound Manic. Congratulations.
Woo. Or Soundman okay.
Oh, that's true. Usernames are always hard.
I know. This is our 3-person screen.
Awesome.
That we're pointing to. Just pretend that Sound Manic is above us and we're raising him up. Yay! Or Sound Manic.
Congratulations.
Okay. Yeah, congrats.
And if you didn't win, we're giving this. How many more times? We've got like 3 or 4.
I think we have 3 more giveaways. So throughout the show today, it's I think we've got 2 more $100 Amazon gift cards to give away with Progress t-shirts. And then we have some Lego Star Wars that are like over 1,300 pieces. Wow. So big set. So those prizes are coming up. Stay tuned for them.
I mean, people are quarantined. They've got nothing better to do. 1,300 pieces sounds fine.
Dude, I've like never put together Legos in my life. So I don't even know what that means. I'm like, how many is that?
You're in the wrong place to admit that.
Wait, so you Lego? You do that? That's you?
Sometimes. My only problem with Legos is like what to do with them after you put them together. So I enjoy doing Lego sets, but I don't do them very often anymore because then once I've done them, then I don't want them sitting around the house. So
are you one of those people, or is this not a thing, that like glues the Legos together as you go? Is that a thing? That's not a thing.
Some people do create like permanent Lego things, but I'm not one of those people.
Okay. Okay, so we have, let's see. We have an hour.
Yep, a little over an hour.
Okay.
We can do this. We got this.
I like your positivity. Okay, so we are going to add an exclamation point. I think the next thing that I wanted to do was replace our makeshift gong. Actually, you know what's driving me batty?
The text selection.
Yes!
Wasn't there can't you disallow text selection?
Yeah. Selection CSS. I don't remember it, but I had to disable text
But
selection.
can you do it like what I'm wondering is, can you do it conditionally?
Why would we want it?
Because really,
why would we ever want it to be selectable? User select none.
I don't know.
I'm like,
Fair
wait,
enough.
what?
Just turn it off.
No, if you have like a reason, I just don't. I usually, I can't.
That seems like something somebody might want to copy and paste. I don't know.
Is it user text?
Or like,
did I do that right? User select. I totally made that up. User select. And then like cursor pointer. I don't know. I don't want you to look like
nah, not pointer.
Not pointer. None.
That's like
Does that work? It's not working. Oh yeah, it does. It totally does. But then you like disappear. There's like a we're gonna go back to that one. Hang on. Cursor to image. And it's on CSS Tricks. This one. And then they have all of their options listed at the top of this blog. Blog. So none, wait, alias, basically like, I guess default. I want to set it to default because I don't want the text one.
Yeah.
Default.
Yeah, I think default is fine.
Okay. And then user select none, and then I'm going to save it. So we are the default pointer, and then we're never accidentally grabbing the text when we are gonging it up. Perfect. Okay.
I like it.
Okay. So we have this gorgeous gong on our background spring, but the next part is, let me ponder the best way to do this.
Oh, wow. We got another batch of gift subs from Dee Dee. Thank you so much.
Oh, thanks, Dee Dee.
That's really awesome.
Yay. Dee Dee said, I wanted to gift chickens, but Twitch hid that
There wasn't an
from me.
option.
I think Twitch got like wind that you were giving out all their chickens, so that's why they hid it, Dee Dee. I'm sorry about that. Okay, we have, yes, I want to go and I want to grab this bud. And let's see. Sorry, I'm trying to think of the best way to do this because I was planning on going to VS Code, but I don't know if you all know this, but VS Code is chunky. So I think what we'll do is we're just going to suffer through. We're going to copy this element and let's go ahead and open up let's fork this. Fork. That's what I was worried. You can't command click on fork, which is like my biggest pain point. I know that's like first world probs, but okay, ring that gong live. This one's going to be test live. And so this is going to be our playground for hacking away on, okay, please go away, CSS. Go away. Our playground for hacking on, we're just going to have the gong CSS, gong HTML, excuse me. Okay.
Oh, man, that background really does work.
It does. It's much better than, so if I go back and toggle our yellow delight back on, yellow, it just doesn't, like, it was beautiful, but it doesn't work as well with the, like, it's okay right now because we have this outline, but the yellow really does mesh, and we're going to remove the outline. So I will show you why in one moment. Okay, so we copied this, we borrowed this SVG. What's the format? HTML, please. And we are over on Ring That Gong Test Live, and I'm gonna copy this and share it out. I'm sure there's like a cleaner link, but this is where I'm at.
So what's your plan here?
Okay. So the plan is originally was remove the mallet, which if I go ahead and inspect, this is gonna get fun. Remove the mallet, stick gong into application, use and enjoy, right? Was the original plan. So if we go into here and we find, this is like really small text. I'm going to make this bigger for you all because I love you and I don't want you to have to squint. Okay.
And Alyssa, we have people in the chat asking you to explain the VS Code is chunky. We have some VS Code defenders in the chat.
Yeah. Oh, I love VS Code. She's my biggest fan. I think I'm having problems with my Sass compiling extension right now because I have disabled all other extensions. And when I open up VS Code, at least the last couple of days, nothing else running, right? Like no OBS, no Skype, no Slack, nothing else is running. I opened VS Code with an application that just has HTML and CSS and a bit of jQuery, this application, right? And my fans start spinning.
Wow.
I'm on a MacBook Pro. Like, it's not a cheap computer. It's not an old computer. And so I'm just like, I'm thinking, I know it's like VS Code outside of this weird issue has been marvelous for me, and it spins up way faster than even things like Atom, which I used to swear by. But I don't understand why this is happening. It's one of those, like, I don't know why. And I can't, I don't know if you've ever done streaming before, but if just having VS Code is making my fans spin, I think it's going to be a problem when trying to handle OBS too. So that's where we're at right now in my life. I do think it is something wrong with my SAS extension though. So that's watching and compiling. Anyways.
VS Code is so hot, the fan kicks in to cool it down.
She's hot. Yes. But no, that's not to say that VS Code is like that for everyone. It's just something's wrong with my setup. So, but what I would do usually is just save this out instead of being in a code pin to go through this SVG. I would do it in VS Code, and I would still have it open in the inspector because I think that's like the best way to find things. So let's make this a little bit, sorry, I lost the ability to, there we go. Okay. So we're not going to have, that's fine. That's fine where it is. Let's inspect our mallet and find our mallet. And we're inside the SVG and under the circle with 2 group tags. So this is literally how I do it. I'm like under the circle with 2 group tags. So circle, group tag. It's this path that we're talking about. And you might be like, wow, that's like a really ghetto way of doing it. But that's how I do it. So I found this group tag and this path, which both look to be part of the mallet. So at this point I would remove them and it's going to refresh. So it was part of the mallet. And you can also, if you have like something like Illustrator, or there's another one that's cheaper than Illustrator that can do SVG. You can open it up, delete that element, export out as an SVG, and then your SVG will be obviously malletless at that point, which is the goal here. But problem with doing that is I think you can see at the top of this one. Whenever I exported this into my VS Code and was looking at it, it had like the Adobe like comment of like, this was created in Adobe Illustrator, blah, blah, blah. So the problem when you're doing SVGs is that a lot of times with SVG, if you've never messed with it, there are a lot of default elements. Like you'll see here, there's a circle, right? And that's creating, if I go ahead and hover over the circle, that's creating the inner circle. If I go ahead and hover over this circle, that's the outer circle. And those things make sense, right? You've got a CX, a CY, you've got a radius. All of these things are very logical and they make sense. However, if you see over here, we've got all of these paths like intermixed throughout. And you're like, wow, that mallet stick is a path. That's kind of weird. So for shapes that aren't straightforward, like lines, rectangles, circles, you can use this path shape, and then it has this D attribute that has all the points that look like gibberish, and it's literally those points that you drew it with in something like Illustrator. So the problem with exporting things from Illustrator that you can find is that occasionally, sometimes, I don't know why, it will take your easy to understand semantic circle element and it'll turn it into a path with D, right? Like, so and then it also adds a bunch of extra filler I've found. So I always like to go in and clean up my SVGs after I export it from a program like that, but that's just me. But yes, you don't have to do it this ghetto way. There are other options. So the next path that I need to remove is underneath G circle G, this path right here. Yep. And then let's see, is rect. Rect is the shadow, so we're going to remove it. I'm just going to save where we're at it. And we are almost there. So now we have so this is why we are removing the outline, because we have removed all that we can of the mallet. So this glorious path was either created this way or through exporting it was meshed this way. I think, like, if I'm actually walking through like how the designer created this, I don't think they drew this black line as one whole unit. That would be a really, really weird way of like drawing something. I think it just got meshed together into one mama path, which is what we're seeing right now as I hover over. It's selecting the whole thing, but if I go ahead and delete it, so if I go underneath this group and I delete the mama path, sorry if it's a bit laggy as I scroll through all these points. She's thick, like it's long. Okay, so I delete the mama path. Gotta give it a second, and there we go. There's our gong without a lot of things, right? Without any black outline thing ever. And we also still have remnants of the mallet shadow, which are their own elements. And you might be wondering, Alicia, why do we have 12 million empty group tags? And
I was wondering that.
And I say to you beautiful people, because somebody used Illustrator and they did not clean up their file before exporting. So these are just remnants from whenever you create something in an application, blaming Illustrator. There are other SVG applications. I know for a fact that this one was created in Illustrator, but it's not the only one that creates remnants. Or if you have empty groups that you were grouping things before, it'll export those as part of the SVG. You throw that in your markup, it's going to be empty garbage. And it's just not... For me, it drives me batty to leave stuff like that because disgusting. Even if you're just linking it in with a source, like it just drives me insane. So clean up your SVGs, please. It's healthy for your environment. Thank you. So we have two paths here, and I love this. It's another headache with SVG. If you'll see, you've got this. We'll call it inner circle number 1. And it's being drawn with like this DDB201. And we also have this path down here. It's being drawn with the same shadow color. And it was the shadow of the mallet. And both of them are grouped together because science, right? Like why? I don't know. Like why isn't this one and this one grouped together? Again, I don't know. So we're going to have to go and find above the circle... above the bottom circle, there is a group tag. Above the bottom circle, there is a group tag, and it has a path that is irrelevant to us. So we delete it. We wait for CodePen to reload, and we are sans one of our shadows from our mallet. So we are almost there, people. I promise you. Hang on. Okay. Next one is, again, just randomly above our, it's up by... our circle. I think it's this one. Doot.
Did we lose at some point the lines that were connecting the gong to the...
Yes. So
okay.
That was... So what had happened, TJ, was with all of the outlines, the black outlines, the expression lines, anything that was black was one path.
The giant path.
Yeah, it was the giant path. And so we removed that, but we are actually going to write, don't be scared, my darlings. I will hold your hands the whole way. We're going to write some lines just so that our gong isn't like hovering midair, but we essentially have a cleaned up version. I'm going to go ahead and clean it up a little bit more, and we can actually, I think at this point, close our inspector and view it in largeness, because that's how we English. Okay. Okay. Here we have our, please correct me if I'm wrong. I'm going to make my chat really big. It says ink, space, and Photoshop, I think, uses grouping also from little... Yeah.
Little one-on-one.
Yep.
Yeah.
For some reason, I wanted to say lion. And I was like, how is one-on-one lion? That's why I was buffering there for a minute. Sorry about that. Okay. So please correct me if you know better. But I don't actually know why XML, whenever I was researching this, and this was like 4 or 5 years ago that I was like really getting deep into SVG, I don't know why XML-ins is needed twice. I think we only need to define it once. So I always get rid of the Xlink one because I can, but please, again, tell me if I'm totally out of line here. I get rid of the ID layer 1 because I think that's what it was called in their application, and I don't need that ID. I also get rid of version 1.1. I really like to clean this up as much as possible. And then I think I also delete enabled background to new because we have our view box defined. I don't know why. Sometimes I don't know if I actually need XML space preserve. I don't think so. We're gonna remove it and we're gonna move on with our lives. And if we run, this is how I roll. I'm like, I'm gonna clean this up and get this out, and then if something horribly breaks somewhere, then I will go and put it back and figure out why it's needed. So that's what we're doing today. But if you do have an SVG master in the chat and you know that one of those attributes are a must-have for your SVGs inline, then please, darlings, shout it out. Okay, so we have our rectangle. I believe that is a shade of red. We're going to go back to our inspector buddy because we can. Okay, so we have our rectangle, which is a shade of red. We have our circle, which is the background circle. We have the next circle, which is the inner circle, question mark. So something I like to do is just like turn it off. Yes. So it is our inner circle, but it is blending with, what if I gave it a stroke? What is it? Stroke color? Can I just say stroke of? Sure. Let's do Rebecca purple. Yeah, there it is. Let's see. We've got a group with this circle. And then we want to give it a stroke also of Rebecca purple so we can actually see what we're dealing with. So I'm thinking we need to grab this inner circle, and I'm going to stop hovering so we can actually see it. I want to grab this inner circle and change it to the same shadow color so that we can actually see it, which I believe is this DD-B201. So let's do it. Let's grab this and turn off our stroke, change our fill to, I can't type. We need a hashtag, which isn't called a hashtag.
And Chav was saying most of the XML namespaces help out editors. So I like autocomplete and that sort of thing. So it knows like what are the possible options in this XML tree.
Okay. I like that. Thank you, chat. So what I ended up doing was turning our inner circle, because we have multiple circles here. I actually don't know. 1 second. I'm going to just rabbit hole for half a second. If I like removed this buddy, can I say display none on him? So you might be thinking, yes, of course you can say display none. Funny thing with SVGs, they don't behave like normal HTML elements. So you saw me adding stroke to things instead of a border, and that's because you have to add stroke in order to get that on the SVG. You can't do border. Like if I do, let me select a circle that we all know and love and give it a border of 10 pixels, solid black. You should see nothing. And now if I give it a stroke of black and a stroke, I think it's, what is it, width? Yeah, stroke width of 10. Yeah. Then you get it. And this is because SVGs are weird. They are not normal HTML elements, and you do have some control in CSS, but you will probably have to do a little bit of Googling to figure out, hey, why isn't this normal property working on it? So yeah. So I think our next step is going to be, because if we refresh, a lot of this is going to go away. So what I want to keep around, because a lot of times whenever I'm trying to figure out a UI or I'm modifying SVG, I'll do it in my dev tools. And then I'm like, cool, this is how I need it. And then I'll go over to my editor and I'll make it actually happen for real. So at this point, the thing that I really want to keep around is changing this inner circle to our lovely DDB201. Looks very close to khaki, actually. So let's close out our inspector. We're going to refresh the page because, again, none of that was in our editor. That was all in the inspector. So it should disappear magically. So I think, let me make this a little bit bigger. I think this bottom circle here is the one that doesn't need 2 hashtags.
Yeah, it looks right.
Perfect.
There he goes.
Perfect. So I think that's okay. The next step is going to be adding our lines and or cleaning up our SVG a little bit more, because you're like, cleaning up, what do you mean? What, we don't need a group tag around this path. That's not needed. It's just extra cruft. The group tag around these 2 rectangles, I think, let's change, this is like, let's change it to white. I think it's one of those shadows on the bar. It is one of the shadows on the bar. So these, I'm fine with these being grouped, but like they need to be grouped with the actual rectangle they belong to, which I think is this one. It is that one. So we're going to take these, plop them up here, take our rectangle and put them all together like one happy family, because this is how they belong. Okay, so these are, they're not.
Did you lose the coloring there? Because the shadows went away.
It's because, why are they on top? Hang on, let me think. Maybe because this doesn't make any sense. Yes, it does. It makes perfect sense. You're just losing your mind. It's because it was being rendered last.
Does the order matter?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it matters. We could also change, I think we might have access to the Z index, but I'm just going to put them in the right order for now. And I'm going to save and I'm going to clean this up, and then we're going to keep organizing a little bit. So we've got our, I think this whole thing can actually be on top of our circles. And then we have, I don't know why that G keeps getting out of line, but it's driving me crazy. Okay, there. This path, does anybody know? I think that's one of the circles in the middle. Yeah. Okay. So at this point, I think I'm okay with where we're at. Could be cleaned up a little bit more, but at least when I skim through, I mean, this is a lot better than, I don't know if you remember where we started, but it's a lot better than this with, shall I remind you, all of the empty G tags.
Yeah, and I think that's why, like, this actually isn't so bad to look at. I think that's why SVG, at least to me, is so overwhelming, because anytime I look at an SVG tag, I mean, it basically just almost looks like binary code.
Yeah. Well, and you know, if I was actually putting this out in production, which I think we are, so I probably need to do this when I'm off stream and have a little bit more time, I would go and I would replace this path, because it is a circle, with an actual circle element. And I would probably simplify this a little bit more, because we don't need this many circles to make this happen. This background circle could be completely filled in, and then we could just have these 2 on top of it. So really 3 elements, which, let me see if I comment that out. We are gonna be, okay, so that's not the right one to comment out. It might be this one. Yeet! So I can actually delete it, because ours is a little bit different than how they designed it. So yes, if I wanted to clean this up a step further, I'd make them all circles, just because as you're looking through them, it's just more semantic, and circles make a lot more sense to me than the paths. The paths are kind of like, this is your last ditch effort to get this element on the screen.
Yeah.
It really, if you have like a rect, a line, or like a circle, you should go with those. So we're actually going to use, pulling up the line docs, because as with most people, don't memorize SVG syntax. But actually, let's just go ahead. Let's close out these things and let's Google it together so that we can all be on the same page. I think those are all the things I need. Okay.
Now for SVG docs, do you go to MDN or do you go to
so a lot of
schools?
A lot of times it's whoever I try to stick with MDN still. As you can see, this link has been clicked. but then CSS tricks as well. So I still have that stay away from W3 schools, but maybe that stigma is outdated and we should throw it out. I don't know. I feel really bad because I learned that like 7 years ago. Stay away from MDM, or not MDM. Sorry, stay away from W3 schools. And I don't know, TJ. I still do that. It's kind of one of those things, and I feel bad because it's this. We were talking about bringing audio back into the web or bringing, the cursor image back, and I think maybe like times have changed, and I should get with it. So, so here we have on the MDN. That's really hard to say, site. They are talking about the line, which it looks so much better than path with its D equals blah, 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 blah. And I have spent hours actually going through and modifying coordinates in like the D attribute. Don't prefer to do things that way. So people are probably like, you're insane. Open it up in an application and export it. So here we are going to just create a 2 lines. So the goal is to have a gong that is not hovering in midair. That would be nice. So underneath our, what am I gonna call you? Post. Not that we need it, but I'm just gonna give it a class, and then I'm gonna give you and I actually think I'm gonna change this to ID. Please correct me if I'm wrong, but I think there was problems with class in SVG. The last time I did stuff like this, I had issues, and so if I want to select out that, I'm just going to use ID for now. But if chat's like use class, you idiot, then I will. So gong. And now in between both of them, we're going to have the connecting lines. So we're just going to create. Is it self-closing? Yeah. It is self-closing. Oh, that was super weird. Typing is... Okay, sorry. It's frozen, so I'm going to give it a second. Ah!
Oh, did you just break it?
I am not panicking. Line. Okay. I was like, it's not letting me type. Please come back.
Maybe hit the save button real quick.
Okay, cool. For those of you who are like, I don't know what this line element is or what it is talking about, we have 5 very important attributes to make a line happen. You have X1 and Y1, X2, Y2, and stroke. There are more than that, but these are like, hi, I need these 5 things in order to be seen. So X1 and Y1, that's actually our starting point, our first coordinate. In this case, it would be the bottom of the line. So this would be our starting point. And then our X2, Y2 is over here. That's our end point. And so you give it those 2 points, it draws the line in between, and you tell it what color the stroke to be. So sounds easy. Let's not die while we try to do that. X1 equals, so I'm going to do 45. I don't know. It doesn't need to be 0. 0 is too high. X2 for my starting point. I think I'm like, not X2, Y2, Y1. I'm like, what am I doing? X1, Y1, top of our line.
What are these coordinates? Like
that, so
it like that, those seem like made up numbers. Like, is that relative to the?
It is. So, it's relative to the like SVG
top left.
Mm-hmm.
Or
yeah,
okay.
So 0 should be the top left of our SVG view box. So
and there are technically no units in SVG, right? Because like they're designed to be scalable. So
yeah, don't throw pixels on there or anything.
Gotcha.
Yes.
So it's just like coordinates within the SVG sphere, more or less,
within your plane of
realm.
SVG. So
yeah.
So what I'm saying is I don't want it to be up here. I want it to be down here. And I'm sorry, my mouse is probably really small on your screen, but essentially like below the red bar, right? Or are people saying something? Should I?
Well, we also have a question from Await Async. Are the IDs scoped to the SVG element? Like, is it invalid HTML to have an ID inside the SVG that matches an ID somewhere else on the HTML page?
Well, you can only... IDs are... like singular, right? Like you should only have one thing that has that ID, correct, TJ?
Right, but would it be like I think they like it like is SVG acting like an iframe here? So like you know how like if I had an iframe on a web page, the IDs in there can clash with the main page because the iframe sort of creates its own scope. Is that the case in SVG?
That's a really great question. We are inside an iframe, but I think that's because of CodePen, because we're outside the HTML. So there's nothing. From my experience with SVGs, they would clash. They are part of your page.
Okay.
So that I would love if anybody's like, I know more than you on this, please shout out. But I do believe they are on the same.
Well, could you try like if you did a document.element by ID gong, would you find it?
Whoops.
Although you do have to change like the context with that drop down so that you're searching the iframe.
Okay. Let's see. How do I change the context? Oh, wait. In console, there's like a drop down here.
Console, there's a drop down there.
And I say.
And you want I'm guessing the bottom one there for that CodePen. I'm not sure. Or maybe the one above that, the CodePen.
No, that's not it. How do I know? How can we tell if we're in the right context? This says iframe.
Well, you could do
blank.
I think it's going to be the one like 2 from the bottom, the CodePen index.html.
Okay.
Try like document.query selector SVG and see if that's right. If you have jQuery, you might as well use it.
I was like,
see if it finds like an SVG first.
String.
Yep.
For SVG, like for an element.
Yep. Yeah, just see what happens when you do that. Okay, so I found one.
Length of 1. Hey.
Okay, so now do # post and see if it finds the thing within the SVG because I don't know the answer to this.
Length of 1.
It did. Okay, so yeah, it must consider them like legit browser nodes.
Yeah, and I don't remember. I need to look it up. I don't remember why, but I was running into issues with classes as far as because I was back in the day when I was looking into it, I was specifically looking at grabbing parts of your SVG and then adding CSS animations to those parts. And I always had bugs when I was grabbing a class, but if it was grabbing an ID, I didn't. So don't know why. Could, again, because that was like 5 years ago, could be so much better now in the lands of SVG. So we have our line. We gave it a starting point. We now need to give it an end point, which is going to be x2 and y2. I think I want it to be like 105-ish, 300. Let's try this. Let's just get something on the screen and then we can play around with it. Stroke of black. Bum, bum. Ooh, that's looking really good. Okay, it's super skinny, so let's give it a like 10 maybe stroke width. And again,
now, are you? I'm assuming you're basing those numbers off of other numbers you're seeing in this SVG, and you didn't just get crazy lucky there, right?
No, I was playing around earlier, and I know that like let's do 0, 0 to show you that. So I know.
I see. So you have a rough idea of where to.
Right. So I know 0, 0 is up here because I know you can see also like this. Where is it? This one. You can see where these rectangles are being positioned on the screen, like their X and their Y. But I also know, like in my head, okay, 0, 0 is up here, and so, well, gong's down here. So if I actually put this on the top of my gong, I want to show you what.
I'm looking up like images of gongs to see like what's a realistic way
to hang it.
Of the hang. Like I don't. In my head, I don't know what that angle should look like per se. Oh yeah, it looks like.
So I'm actually going behind. It doesn't need to be that long, but let's go back to I think it was 4520, and let's do 20 stroke black with that, and then so we could make it shorter. So this is 105 300, X. I always have to like draw it in my mind. X is this way, Y is this way. So we don't have to go all the way down to 300. We could do like, let's try 250 and see what that looks like. 250.
Is there a concept of like Z index so that like you didn't have to worry? Like if the gong sat on top, then the ending point is sort of irrelevant.
Because I always order it so that it doesn't matter. But let's actually select the what did I call this? I don't think I gave it anything. Sorry. Let's go back and give this an ID of gong string 1. Yeah.
1.
Legit. Space, please. Save. Go back up here. Scroll up to see that. Scroll up to see that. Underneath our gong, but before our background gradients, we are going to select elements that are inside of gong, which at this point, I forgot. We are still in our test live. We need to go back. Okay. TJ, don't let me forget what we were just doing. I'm going to real quick throw this into, in case anybody's...
Get back to the canonical, Yeah.
In case anybody's following along with this app, ? Gong Live. Did I not change the background on this one? Odd. Okay.
I think you did, but you just
there it goes.
switched it. Yeah.
That was really weird. I don't understand. Okay. So now we had our old gong, which we're going to comment out for paste. We need an ID of, actually, let's try it. Let's try class, because in our jQuery, we're actually selecting class of gong still. So, and I'm going to, just for space sake, I'm going to comment out our header.
Whoa.
Yeah, that's pretty. Okay, so 'twas expected, though. Don't freak out. We are still styling our class of gong. If you remember, we were trying to make our circle. So what we need to do is essentially, I don't know, we want to keep our cursor. We don't need to give it a width, height, a border radius. We do want to set that. We don't want to do that. Border, no thank you.
No border.
We want to do the cursor.
Still looks like it has a border.
We don't need an inner circle anymore, and we don't need to do that. Ooh, it's looking real
That
good.
Looks right.
Yep.
Did our H1 go away?
Yes, sorry. I commented out the
you
H1.
commented it out. Okay.
So it's at the top, so I don't have to keep scrolling. But we'll bring it back. So what was I doing over in the other one?
You're going to Z index.
Thank you.
I'm
so hardcore ADHD. So if any of you developers out there are like you struggle with ADD or ADHD, like I am supposed to be medicated. I'm not right now. You're welcome. And so I really have issues with hyperness and distraction. So I'm there with you guys if you're struggling. Gong, what? No, it wasn't. Was it a class or was it an ID?
I think it was ID gong string 1.
Oh, I think so. Which I kind of want to change now to a class since that seems to be working, ? Gong string 1. And we're going to change it to AZ index, which, if you did not know, I want to do like -2. What am I doing? Nothing's changing. Right, let's Google it. Changing
Z index on a SVG line.
So usually, if we have elements and we're trying to change the Z index, they are relative to their parent. So just for kicks and giggles, we're going to go back and select our gong and give our parent gong, which should already by default have a higher Z index, but we're going to give our parent gong, let's do fun. Let's 2, and then this one will be 1. So if these were just HTML elements, the gong string 1 would pop behind everything in the parent, like it should.
So the internet seems...
Yeah, what are you saying?
The internet seems to say that the order is all that matters. So like Z index isn't a thing. Right. The order of the nodes is all that matters.
And I think that's why I built, I don't know if any of you have ever run into this, where you have a habit and you do it every day, but you've done it for so long that you don't remember why you do it. Like that's with me and ordering SVGs. In my head, I was like, no, we have to put these in the right order. I didn't remember that you don't actually have the ability to select Z index though. So make sure your markup is in the right order. For now, I'm going to leave it on top. Cursor cracks me up. I forgot about it. I can't. It's cute. Okay. So for now, I'm going to leave it on top so that we can see our lines as we draw it, but then we're going to reorder it in our HTML so it's behind.
Okay.
Oh, that cracks me up. Okay. What were we doing? Oh, right. So we need to draw another line. I'm not going to have time to animate them, so I don't need IDs on them right now. But again, we might pick this up in another stream and continue on. I'm just copy pasting. So this one needs to be, they're on top of each other right now. So this one needs to be, I'll prove it to you. You're doubting me? Okay, here, purple. This one needs to be over and tilted in the exact opposite direction. So let's see, X of how long is our, let's just do like 100. Let's play around and see where it goes. Yes. Okay. So I think our rectangle is width of, no, that's the wrong one. 439.691. Okay. So if you're like me and you're like, really? And okay, yes, this is super OCD of me, but I actually do go through and grab the extra points because they're not doing anything. Like they're useless. And to me, it's kind of like what TJ said, where it's like, that just makes it incredibly hard to read. It's useless. Like if 7.6 is rounding up to 8 in the CSS, then let's just make it 8. Like if it matters that much to be on 7 or 8. So that, I'm sorry, but it looks so much better and is how I roll.
But when you saved, things moved around so much. Like, yeah.
I love you. Okay, we're going back to the lines. Oh, right. So our line is 439, and you're like, why is it 439? That would drive my husband crazy. He'd have to do that. But then you see you've got the little extra bit, and I just honestly don't care. I like 439. 439 is my best friend. So if we start at 45 and our line is 439 pixels, units long, then we need to go ahead and add those numbers together, and that minus the stroke width. So 484 is where we end up. But again, that minus the stroke width, I think, should get us close to home. Close. No enchilada. We're still way over. So at this point, this is where I just am like, I would do 460. Somebody
just start guessing it.
Well, I mean, so at this point I'm like, that's pretty close. Like we're about the same distance away from the edge. And that's how I roll. My husband, who is insane with CSS styling UI, he's been doing this for like, I think 2 or 3 more years longer than I have, but he's got like this really OCD personality. It's so bad that like we'll be in the car and I'll turn up the volume and he has to change it to certain numbers. So he'll turn it up a couple or down a couple to hit a certain number because he's so OCD that the volume dial can't be. So for him, this would drive him insane. So he would do the exact math to make sure it was exactly like 5 pixels away from the edge of but I'm just, that's not me. I'm sorry. If you're watching the stream and you're having like your eyes twitching constantly because of my not mathing, I apologize to you profusely. I'm very aware of the OCD people in the world. So we're keeping it 20 because we want it to be on the same Y. For our next 2, we need to move it down. So I think it's, let's just try. Let's try 300. It's not going to be right, but I'm going to show you. Let's try 400. I know. You're like, really, Alyssa? This is what you're going to do? Like, yes, this is
400. That looks right.
This is how I do it. And then I like take our lines and I move them up above everything. And if you think about it, it's kind of backwards, but if you think about it, it's going to render the top first and then continue layering. So it's going to draw our lines. And then on top of that, it's going to draw the post. And then on top of that, it's going to draw the gong. And that's perfectly fine. That's the order that we need.
That actually looks good. Like perfect.
I am really happy with it. There's additional things like I talked about with our CSS squiggly line for expressions on hit. But you know what I'm most curious about right now? Does it actually play sound? Because we're selecting it by gong of class, and I think this should work. Like, but I'm worried.
Based off what we tested earlier, I think it's gonna work. Do it.
Excellent. So it's playing sound. Our jQuery. Okay, TJ, let's clarify, like, for like one hot second. You were all like, when I was like, hey, can we use jQuery? And you were like, yeah, we'll get old school with it. Do you want to like define what you meant by that? Like,
well, part of it, we wanted to keep this. Actually, we should probably, just for anybody that's come in new, just to set some context for everything that's been going on. So we are at Progress. We have a gong, like an actual physical gong that gets rung to celebrate basically good news, like a sale happened, something cool happened. And it's kind of a cool thing in the office of like, hooray, something happened, everybody gets together, it's a fun time. Well, given the current global situation, that in-office experience is on hold for the moment. So we're trying to create a virtual version of this, thus the gong that Alyssa's been building up here for the last couple hours here. And so to get at your question about jQuery, it's just
why
that
do you hate jQuery?
jQuery gets like a bad rap nowadays, and really it doesn't need to. There's no reason to hate on jQuery. Like, you might not need jQuery depending on what you're doing, but you shouldn't feel guilty about using jQuery if it helps you do your job or helps you build things.
I just want to, like, okay, in the chat, please give me your opinions. If you're building out something like this, I was not going to pull in Angular. Angular is my choice of framework. But for something like this, I would absolutely not pull in Angular. If this is going to blow up and become a larger thing, like TJ is going to use React and build that out, then okay, at that point. But if you're building even like a proof of concept and you need to make it have sound and you need to select that element somehow, if you wouldn't use jQuery because jQuery is hated on so much, are you just like, are you writing it in raw JavaScript, or are you actually pulling in a framework, or is there some other fourth dimensional option I don't know about? Like, how are you doing this? Because for me, I'm like, yeah, like, let's whip out our jQuery, get our $sign out, right? This is just what I would do. And so I would love to hear if there's another option for something whenever it's like POCs or simple concepts like this that you need to create. Like, what do you use? How do you do it? So Bleep. Bleep Bloop said dala dala dala. Hey Salt, good to see you.
For me, the answer depends on how complex it is. Like, if it's just this, I probably wouldn't bring in jQuery for like one quick thing.
You would just use JavaScript?
Oh,
you're so cool.
Yeah, we could do it with just JavaScript. But if it's going to get more complex and jQuery is going to save me a whole lot of time, then absolutely.
Okay. I think I have a jQuery crutch, because like even doing something as simple as this in raw JavaScript, I think I would just be especially because like one of my earliest applications that I worked on was like a Ruby on Rails app with AngularJS and CoffeeScript. And so I know a lot of CoffeeScript, and then I'm trying to translate that over like nowadays, like, wait, what's the TypeScript way of doing that? And even further, like, how do you do this in jQuery? And then raw JavaScript, I'm like, I'm out. Like, I've got to Google all of it. So whenever you were saying like in the console, TJ, you were like, just use document query select. I'm like,
well, why don't we so we've got about 15 more minutes here today. I can show you how to, when I move this over. Yes. So if you missed some of like the agenda setting too. So in addition to building this Gong app, we are going to take, in about 15 minutes here, we're going to hand it over to our coworker, Sam Basu, who's going to do a few different interviews during the lunch hour while Alyssa and I go grab some food,
get some coffee,
coffee and such mostly. And then in the afternoon, I'm going to come back in for a while, and we're going to bring this project down locally and add some other stuff. So I'm thinking maybe as part of that, if you want I could cover how to do some like common jQuery tasks without jQuery.
Yeah, I would
if
love
people
I'd
find
love
that-
to see that. And like comment in the chat if you're like, I already know how to do that. I don't want to see that. But for me personally, I need the refresher on raw JavaScript because it's been ever. So
So we could do that. And also, if you have additional features you want to see us do during that time, I mean, we're sort of making this up as we go, so we're up for having a little bit of fun. I'm actually thinking, Alyssa, so one of the things I kind of want to play with is the squiggles. I'm sort of intrigued by that, and I'm wondering if maybe we could spend some time this afternoon trying to get the squiggles to show up to give a little bit of a vibration effect. So maybe we could work on that together, see if we can get
that'd be
to
fun.
work.
And I have a pen with the squiggle in it, so I'll share that for you, and we can plug it in and make multiple and add it on clicks. That'd be fun. So
yeah, so maybe we could do that, but we'll.
And then
we'll see.
also, I really do want
to
replace his. What is it called?
What did you have? So we've got about 15 minutes here. Do you have any other features, or should we go for the mallet in the Kondoka's
I want
hand?
to do the mallet, and I just really want to see it. Okay, first of all, let's make our brosif that is gender neutral. What's the word for brosif that's gender neutral? Brosif? No.
Yeah, no, I said.
I'm totally making things up. Let's make our Kondoka a little bit smaller. So I made Kondoka wrapper. How do you say this word again? Shinai. I'm like, I don't know. We're going to go to the bottom, but again, my background gradients are going to stay on bottom because that's just where I want them. And we're going to say Kondoka wrapper. Let's do width of let's just see what happens. Excellent.
That's quite a bit better.
I don't want to worry about everything jumping. So I'm going to grab our Kondoka. Ooh, there was a fluff on my keyboard. Going to comment out our H1 again, and then above everything, we're going to plop Kondoka. Okay, I'm scrolling up to the top. Again, I love the alt. That's fine. The title is a bit lengthy. XML space preserve. We can leave that. Viewbox is fine. We don't need this ID.
So you talk about your husband with OCD. You're sure you're not guilty of some of this yourself?
I am, but like once you see someone who really truly struggles with it on the daily, then you realize
it's all relative. Yeah.
Another thing that bothers me is inline styles. Just don't. You might as well use an important tag. So I'm going to remove those. For this case, whenever I know, Kondoka change inline styles. Whenever you're putting it on a site, a lot of times it's easier to put those inline styles there. But since we are already customizing pieces of it, I would like to group it together if it allows us that courtesy.
Much better.
And this is actually how you can easily have. Like we have our Kondoka for React, we have our Kondoka for Angular, and you change their outfit, change their outfit clothes, the color of them. Okay, so let's do. I don't want you to be bigger than 200 pixels. That's gonna be tiny.
I wonder if this is that the sword. Is it gonna be like? I wonder how many paths it takes to make that.
Let's find out. I'm going to save real quick and
maybe fork it real quick before you start like ripping this up too.
Okay. I just wanted to hover. Yeah. And I just wanted to hover and see if it was more than one. So it actually looks like it is grouped together. Maybe? Question mark? Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Yeet. Okay. I got to refresh because I just deleted that node, but it looks like it's all together in a group. So we could just find that group, remove it.
Oh man, this is
add in our handle and make it bigger and rotate it. We'll get there. Okay, inspect, find this group. Oh, that's his mask. Apologies, darlings. Okay. The group is The first path is ST3, React ST3.
Honestly, this seems easier to me than like Illustrator and Photoshop do. So
you're gonna cause some anger in the chat. I think people might love.
I'm
those.
absolutely awful at image editing, and I need to do it a lot, and it's just painful.
I'm gonna format this HTML so I can see it a little bit better. Okay. Sorry, I'm gonna go to the where is this? This is. I think it was like near the bottom. Select that. Select the group that it's in. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's the 6th group from the bottom. So we're going to close this because it really messes with our text and our font size. And again, usually this isn't as difficult because you have more real estate on the screen, but since we're streaming probs, yo. Okay, so this is the bottom of our Kindoka. So we're going to collapse these groups so I can count them. And did I say 6th? Because I don't remember.
You did say 6, but it might not hurt to verify that.
1, 2,
I guess
3,
it's
4,
easy
5,
to undo
6.
if you pick the wrong one. Like it should be obvious. Yep. Nice.
Okay.
You disarmed the Kindoka successfully.
We need mallet here, yo. Just in case I can't count 5 groups up from the bottom once we get back to this. Okay, so the next step is mallet on screen, right? We've got this bud, and I am going to look at him.
You could probably get rid of the shadow if possible, just to to simplify things.
Definitely. I think that's not that one. Let me see.
Oh man, is it?
It's not. It's definitely separate. Because I was playing.
Yeah, it's got to be that one.
That one. There's 2 pieces. I'm wondering if that's the piece. Okay, so it's the 2 pieces in the group. So if we go back over, I don't have it yet. So excellent. So we can delete these nodes and then copy this over. So let's modify it here and then we'll copy it over. So let's see. I've got SVG. I've got my title gong stick, which again, I think that might only be needed for apps. ?
Yeah, I'm wondering if since this is a path, this might be really, really tricky. Can you
just to rotate it? No, because we just go to the SVG and I think.
You're gonna like 3D rotate it.
Rotate. I don't know, like that, right? Like, can't we just do that?
Rotate it more, right? Because it needs to be.
This is perfect, TJ. Don't question my rotation. No, yeah, you're right. I'm sassing you. 315 degrees. Maybe. We might have to adjust it, but I'm thinking we can just transform rotate it. But the other thing I wanted to do is that. Hang on. Hold our horses. That's margin. Why is that happening? Do you see that margin? It's gonna drive me batty. 1 second. Just like let me fix it. It's still there. I don't know. Why is that there? I think it's got to do with the view box. Can you just bear with me for like, I don't have time. Maybe. Hang on. 200, 200.
No, you got it.
0. Does it take away margin? No, it doesn't. Why? If you know in the chat how to get rid of this margin, which it might be fake margin. I don't know. I don't like it.
Is it because you're just viewing an SVG? Is it like some weirdness of...
Don't do that. Do not...
That did not work.
Do not change the perspective on the view box. 200, 200. So this is where I get in trouble with SVG because I get lost with the view box. I know that 320 by 320 is like your width and height, but then the 2 first ones, I think these are like the X and Y. But I get really, really confused whenever you're like trying to scale the SVG and still keep it centered. That's where I get kind of lost. So right now, let's go ahead and copy this over, plop it in, and then we can keep mangling it to our heart's desires in this. So we need to put it where I made a comment right here. And erase and paste and maybe tab. Actually, let's make a group and call it. Do I do ID? Yeah, I'm going to do an ID.
This is
Mallet.
hilarious.
What?
See, the mallet's just floating up there. It's just waiting.
It looks legit. Legit. Okay. At this point, we can take these and drag them up here.
So while you're doing that, Jay Guadagno, oh man, I destroyed that name, but says the viewbox attribute defines the position and the dimension in user space of an SVG viewport. So the value of the viewbox attribute is a list of 4 numbers: min x, min y, width, and height,
Min X,
which specify a
min
rectangle
Y.
in user space, which is mapped to the bounds of the viewport established for the associated SVG element.
Okay, so hang on. Let's go back over to this page. Min X, min Y, width and height, right? So like, here's the thing that baffles me beyond reason. When I'm like, I want this mallet to have a minimum of 100 and I want it to have a minimum of 100. And then it cuts off my mallet. That's...
Well, I don't understand why I don't understand the purpose of the minimum. Why?
Don't judge me.
For complete beginners, this
Where? Which one? This one?
very first top one.
You know, I have
It's
a
like
really
that's,
bad habit because of ads of just skipping the first few. Like, even if they're not an ad, I just like...
Yeah. I'm just saying this is like a professionally titled article.
Yeah, they're talking about the
Yeah,
same
but
problem of cropping whenever you SVG width and height of 50. It says, for example, you might have a shape in your graphic that's 100 by 100, but if you set the viewport to 50 by 50, you'll only see a portion of the shape. The viewport size is set by adding width and height attributes to the SVG element, like so. SVG viewbox. I just said viewbox. So yeah, like you were saying, minimum X, minimum Y, width and height. The first 2 numbers define the position of the view box. So that's what I was
panning and zooming.
See, that's what I was right. It's panning and zooming. So in my head, I don't think of it of like, I don't know what min X stands for because it's definitely not the minimum width of your like X. That's not like it's.
Yeah, I think of it in terms of CSS min width or min like yeah.
Right, but it's actually like where you're putting your X and your Y. So if we go back over here to our mallet and we're going to can I give this a background color? I think I can. Why is it applying to everything in their dog? Hang on. Because I'm wondering.
That's why with the margin, I'm kind of wondering if some of this is that because you're just viewing it in SVG in the browser directly. I don't know.
Oh, no. I think she's going to have it. If we go over here. Sorry, I just separated the heck out of this SVG. So and we're also nesting an SVG with an SVG, which is something we're not wanting to do. But I just want to show that, okay, and also tabbing is not proper at this point in our lives. But if we inspect our mallet that we just pasted inside an SVG,
which somehow worked.
I'm waiting on, well, yeah, I mean, it's going to let you nest all the way down. Why are you not inspecting is the question we all have. Oh, it's so painful. I'm just like, please don't crash. Please don't crash. Okay, so I am wondering if the margin is still there because you were saying it was just because.
Yeah, go to the. Yeah, it doesn't seem like it is.
I don't see it. So it's like fake margin that's not really there.
Well, because I know like the HTML tag gets some margin by default, or I can't even remember, but some browsers, either the HTML or the body gets some default margin. And that's why like so many CSS resets have to zero that out. And I'm wondering if there's some nonsense going on with that, but that's just a complete guess.
So we just got a link from, maybe not just, I just saw it. I'm going to mess JG. I'm going to call you JG because I don't know how to pronounce your tag handle. What am I saying? He said, look at the comments in the code comments in the article for an explanation. So I'm going to actually on our lunch break read about Viewbox and try to get a bit more of an explanation going. We are running late for our lunch hour though. So let's quickly, and I'm also going to, on our lunch break, spiff up and make sure that we're not nesting SVGs because that's disgusting. But we do have, we want to grab our mallet and we want to transform rotate it. And I think it was like 315 degrees or some nonsense. It probably doesn't need to be that much. We could like do it negative and have a lower number. But I need to find our mallet. Yes, I gave it an ID of mallet. So we're going to close our inspector, select our ID of mallet. And then
let's at least try to move it like close to their hands before we pass things over to Sam.
Yep. Kandoka. I think I'm going to put it below the wrapper, but above the other stuff. Okay. So what did I call it? Question mark?
Oh boy.
Mallet?
Mallet? Maybe.
TJ.
That would make sense, but I don't
Crack
remember.
me up. That was you were like, oh boy, this is, I think it's mallet. Let's ID of mallet. Perfect.
It is. Okay.
And that's the group that's around said mallet. So if I transform, rotate, and let's try like 360 minus 315 degrees is 45. So if we do negative 45 degrees, I think we'll get a flat line question mark. Yay!
Yay!
It's being cut off, but let's go ahead and transform, translate X and Y. 100.
Are you gonna grow it?
Translate moves. So I'm going to move it,
You're
but
just
it might
move
need pixels and it might not need a comma. So this is Alyssa doing it off the top of her head.
I see.
There we go.
And
so we moved it by that much.
I got two transforms.
Yep. So
you got to do the comma.
Yep. Can I do like that?
I think
because the
so.
second transform was overwriting it.
No, that didn't work.
Hang on. I'm so sorry. I'm eating into your lunch hour. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. Cut this. Actually, can we just do it without the comma? My first question is.
It might be. You might be right. Yes.
Good. Okay.
That worked. I translated more.
X, Y, X. We need to go over. Let's try 200. Y. We need to go down. Let's try 400. This is called science.
This feels like a good moment to end the stream on, though. Like we're just slowly. Well, to end our segment, we've got a whole day for stream.
Right. I'm sorry
clarify.
I'm sorry for.
No, higher.
I'm so sorry.
Oh, you almost got it.
No, okay. I need to go left.
Touch slower.
60, and I need to go like 20 pixels lower.
How are you going to make it bigger though? Like that mallet's.
Yeah.
Okay.
I got you. I'm with you. We could is it where it needs to be? Okay. I was actually going to just do like this. But that might be a horrible idea.
Yeah.
Oh,
no. Right now, horrible ideas are in. We can clean this up later.
I love you all. Don't judge me.
Right now, we just want to see if this can do a mallet.
Okay, I think.
Oh, but it disappeared.
Yeah,
is that?
Yeah, it's because of this. Our view box. Let me do 320. We're gonna leave it at 320, and then just change the width and height, and then maybe we'll be able to see it. Question mark. No, you saw the head of it though.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what I need to do is it's because I don't understand viewbox fully. I need to essentially. I gotta make this bigger. Let's try 0, 600, and TJ. Let me know if anybody in the chat's like, just do this, because that would be helpful. Okay. I don't know. I don't know enough about like center it on the view box and make it 600 by 600.
Fear 0001 was trying to help us with no comma, just space. So thank you for that.
Yeah, thank you.
We weren't looking.
Okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna back up until we had it with, I think the width and height were at 128 because that's what we needed for our cursor. And it's in his hands. It's just really hard to see. And then we are going to scale it. Don't judge me.
Yeah, you got to transform it. So let's do this.
Also, whenever you're chaining these, order does matter. It does matter. Scale it by, what does scale take? Percent? I don't know. Let's see. Scale, transform, scale, CSS.
Oh, it takes a number, just like put in like 2.
Oh, okay. It's like a unit that it's scaling it by.
Yeah. So that's going to make it giant mallet, I think. So go with like 2. That might have made it so big it's like off the screen. Yeah, so that's actually Okay, so you probably want like 3, 4, and then you got to move it over.
And then
Okay, yep. Now move it over.
I'm so sorry, Sam, that we're interrupting your lunch hour.
Now this is vital content. The people need to see this.
Okay, sorry. We need to move it down like a lot more. So 620. We need to move it left. So 100.
And presumably we can clean this up, like have the SVG just do this so that this is sane code.
I'm wondering if I can just do that. No, it still needs to come over a little bit. Probably 50 pixels, question mark.
Yes. Okay, so you got the X perfect, so don't mess with the X.
Wait, the X perfect? Y. The Y perfect, right?
No, the Y is perfect. Yeah.
I was like, now you're really messing with me. Okay. Oh, God. Okay. Actually, okay. Oh, you know what we need to do? Yeah, that's what we're going to do right now. Just, again, it's a hack. I know. This is translate.
Are you changing the right one? I wonder if like
I'm confused. I think so, yeah, because if I change this to 520, it should move down. And it does, but it moves down and over, and I think that's because of
because of how we're rotating.
I think it's our chaining. Yeah. Oh, that's a good point. That's a good point. Let's go ahead and stop here. I'm going to clean it up on lunch break and move it down into his hands so that you guys don't have to watch me hack away with pixels. But we are actually going to put Sam on. He's on our dev advocate team as well, and we're going to take an hour break to grab some coffee, and we'll be right back. But he's going to have some entertaining content for you and prizes. $100 Amazon gift card. So please stick around during the lunch break. You could be a winner. But yeah, I will come back with a much snazzier looking no nesting SVGs within SVGs. So any closing comments, TJ, before I pass it over?
I don't think so. So the stream's is only going to go down for like maybe a few seconds as Sam gets back on. So stay tuned, and then we'll be back.
All right. Thank you all.
All right. Live.
All right. We are live, but just give me a second to make sure. Richard, could you say something, please?
Hey, Sam. How are you?
All right. Good. Good. I have your audio. I have your video. Chat room, if you have a blip in not being able to see me or Richard or hear our voices, please let us know. But we're here. Yay, you made it. You made it to lunchtime. Well, at least on the North America side of things. I want to thank you, all of you again in the chat room for hanging out with us. Looks like little one-on-one and saying they are good. The party continues. Yes. So thank you for hanging out with us all morning, all afternoon, your time. So it's gonna getting to be maybe almost dinner time in Europe and definitely evening time in Asia Pacific and other parts, Middle East or Africa. So thank you again to all of you for joining us here. Okay, so one more round of introductions. You've seen me in the morning today, but once again, I am Sam Basu. I am a developer advocate here at Progress Software, and I'm a part of the Live Coders team here at CodeItLive. So if you're again joining us new here in the chat room, neither is dinner a random factor. Okay, I see what you're saying. So again, if you're joining us kind of bright and early in your day, taking time off from your work and your life, thank you. We in this channel, we code about just about everything. Lots of .NET, lots of JavaScript, and we have fun. So with me, I have my good friend, Richard Zasla. Richard, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
I'm good. So go ahead and introduce yourself, sir.
So I'm a senior sales engineer with Progress and Telerik, and all these people that are on this Twitch live today are my friends. I'm Alyssa and TJ and Sam. We all work very closely together when we're next. I work with the React library. I worked with our Angular library. I worked with our Vue library, and we all work to support the sales team and to bring you the best products we can bring you.
Awesome. All right. There's a little bit of an echo going on, so let's see. Yeah, it's lunchtime, so if your folks want to go and grab something, this will be an awesome hour. We will have prizes. But let me check. I don't think there's anything on my side that is going to slow things down. And Richard, you pretty much have just Skype running, right? Nothing else on your network?
Right, exactly. Okay. Is that better now?
Tad better. A little bit of an echo. So
okay, I can turn this down even more. There we go.
Okay.
Is that better?
Yeah, maybe one notch down again, please.
Okay.
And I'm going to turn your volume down here on my side as well a little bit. Okay, so chat room, let us know if that kind of smooths things out. All right, so Richard, yes, so Richard is a good friend to all of us here. We have known him for years and years, and he's awesome. Where are you, Richard? You're in Boston, right?
I'm based in Boston, right. I'm very close to where we have our new office in the Burlington area and very close to Progress Telerik headquarters.
Nice. Okay, and I see a little somebody on your lap. Who is that?
That's right. I figured I'd bring Tess in for a quick, just a quick interview here, so you could ask her how she's faring with the lockdown. I think she's not used to having everybody home with her all day long, and it's kind of, you know, rocking her world a bit, although she gets to go out on walks a lot more often than she usually does, and she's getting a lot more treats. She's getting a little bit chunky there, but she's a 9-year-old Boston Terrier Applehead Chihuahua mix, and really a great dog.
And you said her name was Tess? Okay.
Tess, T-E-S-S.
Right. Hey, Tess, you are internet famous now.
She is.
Good to have her join the chat. So it's lunchtime. Let me see, just to make sure your video is not moving around.
Here, I'll let you go, Tess. I know. Go on, sweetie. Okay.
Girl, Tessie.
Sarah in the chat room is saying we can still hear an echo, almost like one of you is watching the stream. Yeah, we are, but we have the volume turned off in that. So let me try putting Richard back into his little box on the stream, and I'm going to put our sound further down and see if that helps. Okay, so did a few tweaks. Richard, you look fine now on the stream. Yeah, thanks for bringing Tess on. So, you know, we're all trying to stay positive amidst all of this, right? Oh, and by the way, I love your shirt. That's a Telerik Blazer shirt. Blazer all the things, right?
That's right.
All right, nice. Look at that.
You can see.
Okay, looks like the echo is gone, so that's good. That's very good. But
oh, great.
No,
sorry.
No worries.
Sorry.
That's funny.
Just messing with you,
By the
Sam.
way, chat room, it looks like SFATs dropped another link. That is your link to go win the prizes. And looks like we have some a long line of things to give away. I think for lunch hour, it's going to be another Amazon gift card and some shirts. So you have probably a few minutes between now and the next 25 minutes. Go ahead and fill that form so we can get you hooked up with some prizes. Okay, thank you for hanging out here. So, Richard, you said you do a lot of engineering to support our sales and helping out our customers. Is that right?
That's what I do. Exactly. Right. So typically, you know, in my position, you know, are interfacing with evaluators and people looking at the product, and those evaluators have a lot of technical questions, and the sales guys don't always know those answers. So they usually will come to us. I think my associate Rick Helwidge was on earlier this morning with you, I think in the 9 a.m. time frame, correct?
He was.
And you know, he and I work very closely to make sure that evaluators get their answers very, very quickly, and you know that they are able to really understand, you know, how our products work, whether they're a good fit for their requirements, and so that's a big percentage, of what I do during the day. And also what I do lately is to spend a lot of time doing training for the sales team on our React or our Angular or our Blazor products by trying to ramp them up so they have a solid technical understanding.
Absolutely. Now, thank you for all that you do. I know it takes a lot of effort to kind of go into the weeds, trying to help out a customer. This is not easy. I have been like on training roles where I would go into an enterprise and I would try to ramp up developers and try to help them out on specific projects. It takes a lot of work. It takes just a lot of dedication and patience to get it done right. So thank you for what you do. Now, this is an hour where we're just going to casually chat, and looks like, Richard, you don't want to stay in your box, don't you? You're a free spirit. I don't know why your video is continuously getting out of the box. Stay in the box. Okay.
Yeah, I think Alyssa was having that problem with TJ before too.
Yeah. Well, fun stuff with technologies. So now let's talk about food. And I know you are somebody who does not look his age at all. Like, you give us like serious self-doubt as to what are we doing with our lives.
No, it's tough being 95. You have no idea.
So you go on like a fasting thing, right? How does that work?
Yeah, no, what I do is I'm a runner, first of all. I love to run and exercise as much as I can because I am in my 60s and I have two 20-year-olds, boy and a girl, that are pretty physically challenging. My son's 6'2", so I have to work very hard to stay in shape. And one of the things that I do is intermittent fasting. And I know Sam and I have run into this before because Sam and I have gone to shows and we've done conferences together where at 9:30, 10 o'clock at night, everybody's going out for drinks to eat after the show. And I'm like, sorry, I can drink, but I'm not eating anymore.
Yeah, no.
And Sam's like, what?
Yeah, no, good for you, good for you. You are an inspiration. I hope we can all be or try to be as fit as you are when we are your age. So thank you for kind of sticking to your way of life and showing us the way. So when you are in the office, what's your normal lunch like?
What's my normal lunch like?
Yeah.
I'm pretty careful about what I eat. I mean, I wouldn't say that I'm a fanatic. As some of the other people that I work with, but I'd say that I'm careful. I'm really careful. One thing about Progress Telerik is because it's a tech company, we have one of those kitchens that's stocked with every kind of sweet and every kind of like munchy, that younger crowd is used to. So it's pretty tough to walk into the office, go into the kitchen, and say, okay, I'm not touching any of this,
Yeah.
So I just try to eat good lunch. I really the intermittent fasting thing works really good for me because I start, to 12:30 in the afternoon, and I try to finish everything and not eat after 8:30 at night, which is a real challenge when you're sitting around with your kids and your family and you're watching TV and it's like you want to munch on something, but it's like, I just find keeping it within that like 8-hour window has really allowed me to kind of keep a steady weight.
Absolutely, yeah.
Crazy about what I eat. I just try to keep it within that window, and then that gives me like 16 hours to burn anything off that I eat at night before I start again.
Yeah, and that's a great point. Like you don't have to go crazy with your diet. Just like be sensible. It's what you're doing.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's actually particularly difficult for me. Like I'm in Boston often because that's our HQ, and we have offices like in Waltham, Bedford areas, and those places are littered with excellent dining options, right?
Yep.
I've seen some really good
that
stuff.
I can say for sure, Yeah.
So, I mean, do you go out for lunch with folks often when you're at work?
I don't do it that often, to go out for lunch. Usually we have, we're doing all these cutting edge things now. Like I think they call it Club Soda, where you can order lunches and they have it delivered. Or we have a cafeteria. We're in the building with Microsoft and SAP, so we're in a pretty good sized building with a good cafeteria. So sometimes I'll do that, but you know, being a family man, like I said, with a couple of 20-year-olds, there's always so many leftovers in the refrigerator, and I'm like, oh my God, this is such a waste of money. So I end up like bringing half, you know, just the leftovers in so they don't go bad, which is not, you know, the best thing for my diet, I admit, but it's like, am I worried about the money or am I worried about my diet?
Right. Yeah, so our team, which is what you're seeing most of the time on the stream here, I mean, we are remote. Our entire team is remote, which has its pros and cons, as we all know. But on most like work days, like since we work with teams that are so spread out, like we have folks in Boston, we have folks, a huge amount of our folks are in Europe, we have folks in India. So it's a lot of different time zones, and a lot of times the mornings are kind of packed with meetings. So my lunches are a really sorry affair. I wish I could do better. It's not unhealthy, it's just not very good stuff. So most of the time we'll have like any leftovers that we may have had for dinner, just warm it up. Or I feel bad saying this, but frozen. Sometimes it's not frozen. Is the easy thing to just get in and out. I'll often just bring it to my desk and just watch something while I'm eating. So yeah, let's see in the chat room. I like hanging out with Microsoft. Yes, yeah, we are actually at the Microsoft offices. We co-share a building with Microsoft in Boston, and of course, like most of us, also hit up the Microsoft campus in Redmond, and we love hanging out there. So looks like Sarah Fats is saying hi to CL2BN. I actually do know who that is, and we'll like to bring him on in just a minute, or maybe a few minutes. So before we go on, though, let me take a minute to drop in. Hey, Salt and Burnham, that's our good friend Chris DeMars in the chat room. Let me drop in a link here and talk about this. So most of you on this chat room, you have seen Didi Walsh. She's awesome. She's absolutely awesome, and she's our good friend, and she takes the time to hang out with us through most of the day. And I know all of you are just kind of juggling meetings, but she takes the time to hang out with us and have fun. So she's part of Mobilize.net, and they would love to automate the migration of your legacy desktop applications onto whatever newer platform you want. So if you have legacy applications that you're struggling with, talk to these folks. Talk to Mobilize.net. I dropped a link in the chat room. And once Didi comes back, chat room, I would like all of you to give Didi a huge cheer because she's been dropping subscriptions all morning long on our chat room. So thank you, Didi. We'll keep track on when she's back from a meeting. Okay, so Richard, I have a few more folks that I want to bring on, but let me ask you one more thing. You're in the office, and you are, I mean, you have obviously seen the gong that we have in the office, right? Yeah.
Right, absolutely. I'm responsible for making sure it rings on a regular basis. Don't forget.
Absolutely, absolutely. See, this is the thing that we don't see some of the internal workings sometimes because we are not always in the office. Like when we work with a customer, it's not just, oh, here's a whole bunch of UI tools we make, go have fun. It's the grind, it's the everyday thing, making sure everybody is successful, and that's what you bring to the table, Richard, and your team. So we are very appreciative. So when you hear the gong being hit in the workspace, and maybe you're not even looking, and you only hear it, what's your experience?
It actually is very, very funny because it's almost like that scientific experiment that, you know, the gong is like, our office space, you know, is pretty large, and so the gong is like halfway around this wide, you know, open floor environment, and all of a sudden you'll hear like gong, and everybody just stops and starts clapping. I don't think they even know what it's for or what it's about, but it's almost like that reaction with the bell when they used to ring it in the for the dog. It's kind of funny because it's kind of like this mechanical response, but then, you know, everybody's like starts whispering, okay, you know, what's the deal on this? What's the deal? What's the deal? And then it used to be like, it would be a whisper that would come through the crowd, you know, like a wave. But, you know, more recently, we did, you know, start doing the process of sending out an email, you know, in advance, because a lot of times it would come from the overseas offices, a big deal in EMEA or a big deal in the APJ office. So we get an email, you know, that with all of the details of the deal. it came from the original gong ringing because we were just a single smaller office. That was back at the time that Telerik was before we were acquired by Progress, when we were just that startup environment. And it was just always very, very cool, to like hear that big ring and then the clap and then, okay, what's going on? What's going on? So
that's pretty amazing, because like we tend to miss out on that experience. Like when we are remote, like yes, we get an email, but it's likely a day or so after the thing has actually happened. So that's what we're trying to do. And I know we talked to Rick in the morning. We're going to talk to our good friend Kyle next up. But we're trying to make this virtual, so you get that instant gratification that somebody is ringing a gong. You get an SMS. You get like a Teams notification that lets you go and kind of cheer the win that we had. Because again, like, sales is what keeps our lights on, right? So we can all go make vaporware, but at the end of the day, it's like we all have paychecks to collect. So I think it's incredibly important what you do, and it's incredibly important to celebrate our wins and then cheer our folks. Okay, so we have already burned through like 15 minutes. I want to bring on our next guest, but Richard, any parting thoughts from you?
I think this is just such a great, idea and a great experience, this quarantine coding, because it's a lot. It's a great alternative to watching CNN all day long. Let me tell you, like, that CNN thing is starting to really get to all of us, and we need to focus on much more positive things in our life. And people like Alyssa, TJ, Ed, you bring a lot of excitement, about that there is a world beyond all of this, and we need to keep preparing and upgrading our skills. So I think this is just a great thing that you guys are doing.
Thank you for that. It's funny that you say that. Like sometimes it does feel like we are doing a lot of like fluffy things, like Richard, and I'm going to bring on Kyle. Like, you do the actual work, and you are taking time off from real meetings to come and join us while we are having fun here. So I appreciate this a lot, by the way. So thank you, Richard, and just hang on the call for just 1 second while I get our next guest on. So just give me 1 second here, Richard.
Great. Thanks a lot, Sam. Sarah, everybody, have fun.
Well, we're trying. Let's see if this will work. Kyle, if you can hear us, can you turn on your video? I don't see you.
Sure thing, Sam. How's that?
There you go. There you go. And give me a second to
put me in my box.
Put you in your box. Oh, actually, this is going out, so that's not good. All right, let's see.
I'm a free spirit too, Sam.
You're also free spirit. Hopefully it's looking okay now on the stream. But all right, folks, if you can still see and hear us, that's good. If you cannot, please let us know. Kyle, can you hear me?
I can hear you great, yeah.
All right, cool. I hear you great as well, and hopefully folks can see us as well. So yes, thank you, Richard. So Kyle, go ahead and introduce yourself, please.
So, I'm Kyle Russell.
Okay, hang on, Kyle, just 1 second. We are
here for the because anniversary was this last week. Sure.
Kyle, hang on 1 second. I had some echoes. I don't think I heard you, and there was your audio was breaking up. So let me try this again. All right, froze for me too. Yes, I can see that. Could be a network bleep. I see you, Russell, and your audio is actually coming in fine in my ears. It's just the way out. Let me just make sure I have you a little tuned down a little bit. Okay. Kyle, you sound like a cyborg. Okay, can you speak again? Let's see if I can.
Oh no. Yeah, can you hear me okay now?
You look, you sound good to me at least. Okay, so I think we missed out your introduction because I was cutting up. So do that again, please.
Cool. Yeah. So hopefully everyone can hear me now. So I'm Kyle Russell. I'm a sales operations analyst on the dev tool side, specifically for that business unit. And actually, I've been with Progress for 7 years as of this month, so it's pretty exciting milestone.
Congratulations. We sure are glad to have you. Folks in the chat room, you may not know Kyle, but he is the man. Anytime we have any questions in terms of our operations and how to position things with our sales, Kyle is the man to go. He does a lot of training. He is all around awesome. All right, so yeah, it looks like your sound is coming through good. So that's great. So Kyle, where are you based now?
Awesome. So I'm actually based in Nashville. I work from home, but I kind of, as you and Richard were talking, I was thinking about how I kind of have a little bit of the best of both worlds because I started working in the Waltham office and I was there for several years. So I kind of do know the office environment, but well, so a lot of cool stuff happening in those offices. Obviously, we're all working from home now, so it's been good to be able to share some of the tips and tricks with the rest of the group.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, we're not going to pretend everything is awesome. We are obviously in the middle of a global pandemic. So how's Tennessee doing?
You know, we're doing okay. It's interesting because it's such a tourist city that it's really quiet right now. So there's not very many people here, which is actually kind of nice. We don't get to see this side of the city very often. So I'm kind of trying to just look at the bright side on that, you know?
Yeah, and it's in a way it's sad. Like industries like restaurants and travel, they're getting hit so bad with all of this, and I feel for everyone of those people who have lost jobs or have loved ones or other friends and family who have lost jobs. It's tough. These are unprecedented times, even for like those of us who've been working from home for years and years now. We're not used to like having kids around, having everything, and just trying to juggle everything. So it's hard. Yeah, stay safe, stay healthy, each and every one of you. So since this is kind of an hour for us to take a break, since you work from home pretty much like all through now, right? Unless you are traveling to the office. Yep. Okay, so what's your lunch like?
You know, I like to, lately especially, I've been making like one meal that will try to last me for most of the week, that I can just kind of heat up. So I like to make like soups. I'll make a quick sandwich every once in a while, but my big thing is on the weekends I like to smoke meats. I did a chicken a couple weeks ago, which I made the soup with, and then I'm going to actually do some ribs this weekend. So if I'm lucky and they don't all get eaten on the weekend, you know, I have a few ribs left over for the week.
That's really awesome. So we had Courtney from our social team join us this morning, and one of the things she was saying, it really helps to plan things out because, again, we are not used to cooking so much at home, or maybe you're doing takeout. So you and me were chatting the other day, and you mentioned like the Instacart type things to go get groceries. Are you still doing that, or are you getting it by yourself?
So actually, when we spoke about it, that was the first time I had tried it because I was kind of getting sick of going out, and I felt it was more safe to stay in. And so I tried it out, and actually it worked really great. I was impressed. It came within 5 hours. If they're going to substitute something for you, you have to approve it. So it's not just going to show up on your door, something that you didn't order. So that's kind of nice. So yeah, it worked out great. I was impressed.
Sarah in the chat room said chicken, because we have had a lot of conversations about chicken and like people showing up in like chicken heads. So are you comfortable like buying meats that way?
You know, that's a good question. I actually had already had my meats for almost a month prior to doing Instacart, so it was more like the produce and other random items. I do get a little nervous about people picking my meats, so that's something I probably would either go to the butcher or pick on my own at the grocery store. Take the chances.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of like funny memes where like your weekly grocery run is like it's like a military strategy. Right?
Yeah,
you're exactly. Like all geared up, and you're like a Hunger Games out there. It's like, oh boy,
it's wild.
It's wild. So what's your normal lunch? You have meat that's ready, but is that something you do for lunch when you're home?
Yeah, leftovers if there is some. I make a lot of salads. I try to be as healthy as possible and stay away from the takeout. But it kind of goes in waves. Like I'll go a whole week where I need to order out just because there's so much going on, and then there'll be another week where I was able to plan out my meals every day, which which is a lot better on the wallet.
Yeah, for sure. Sultan Burnham in the chat room is asking about toilet paper. You didn't have to bring that up, did you, Chris? But it's been insane, like the panic mode and just folks just like wanting to hoard. I can see that you want to have a little bit of supply, but you don't have to like hoard things for like 2 months out. And I think that most of the supply chains are kind of catching up. What we really are seeing is like local grocery stores have their own like local set of suppliers, and they're kind of stepping up to provide. So I think the toilet paper thing, at least like in my part of Pennsylvania, it's done. It's not. I mean, you see it available in almost every place that I go now. So that's a very good. Yes, Chris had to bring up toilet paper. Okay, so let's talk about the hot topic. It is. Let's talk about the gong again. What's your experience like with the gong?
So same experience as Richard. It's actually something I really enjoy seeing when I do get to make it up to the office. It's a really nice vibe, just to kind of hear the noise kind of trickle throughout the crowd. Right. And it's been a real challenge with building momentum as everyone's working from home. And I think another part of it is in the offices we have TVs, stationed in different areas, so people could see sales performance data. We could really show everyone what we wanted them to see. And with that, without being in the office, we really lose that connection. So I think besides having the gong, also having this portal that we're working on where people can see the reports that we're trying to display them is really, really cool. Yeah, so it was kind of a neat experience how this all came about. I think we were just having a Friday afternoon call with the big DevTools group. We were just kind of recapping the week, and someone mentioned, oh, it'd be cool if we had a virtual gong. And then some people from your group went and started to talk about it on your side. We went and started to talk about it on our side. We came together, and now we're kind of doing this together to get that visibility back to the business.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, absolutely. Before we go on in the chat room, our good friend Sultan Burnham is asking for me to mail out some toilet paper to him because he's down to half a roll. So here's the trick, Chris. Like you see those like the dotted lines, you write down the day of the week that you're going to use that half, and you go like one half at a time. Oh.
Yep, ration your TP.
Oh, what are some times you're living through? So let me see. The chat room is going. So yes, can you talk about like the TV aspect of it? Like, what did you guys see on the TV from a sales point?
Sure. Yeah. So we like to display like the deals that have been closed when the gong was rung. So I think it's a 25K deal threshold. So we would have the 25K deals that have been booked within that month. We also like to show the pipeline build, so how our reps are doing with their pipeline. And then when we run spiffs or incentives that are outside of a person's normal commissions, we like to show the results of those spiffs on the TV as well.
Yeah, that's really awesome. And it looks like you're trying to already bring it to like a web server that you can see at home.
Exactly. Right. Yep. That's the plan. We're very close.
Yeah.
So.
I mean,
it's a lot of automation because we're actually using Test Studio, which is really cool. We're serving up the data through automation so that it's updated in real time, which is really cool.
Yeah, and folks in the chat room, you are actually seeing a little bit of like the behind the scenes things with any software company, and this is the reality. I mean, this is what makes a business go and run. So sales happens, marketing happens. These are things that keeps us afloat, and that's a reality for every software company. And nobody should have any problem talking about these things out in the open because everybody has to do these things. All right, so we are in the process of making a gong. I saw when TJ and Alyssa broke off for lunch, they had. So Alyssa is a bit of a math wizard with CSS, and I saw her doing like SVG tricks. So she's got a gong and she's got a mallet, I think, that can actually mimics your mouse pointer, so you can go and virtually hit the gong, and she's got that sound working. If you guys want to hang around towards the end of the day of coding here, we're going to like 9 to 4 Eastern time. So the last hour is going to be super fun because we're going to try to put it all together. We're not just building it in a vacuum. We want to have like a Teams notification. We want to have SMS and all that fun stuff. And then next week, Kyle, this might be news to you. I'm going to get all of you together in a meeting so we can talk through exactly how we deploy this. We don't want to just have this made out for fun. We would like all of you to actually use this. So we are building this out in the open, and the community is stepping up to help us out. So that's all great. All right. So Kyle, any parting thoughts before I bring on our next guest?
I just would echo the sentiment that it's really, really cool. What you guys have going on here. It's neat that we're able to leverage the community to build something that's sort of helping us internally. I think it's a great way to use our time and continue to do things positively in this situation.
Yep, absolutely. Okay, so Kyle, hang out here on video with me for just 1 second as I bring somebody else on, and this would be a surprise. All right, so...
Great.
All right. Hello, Corey. How are you?
Good. How you doing?
I'm good. So folks on the chat room cannot hear you yet, so give me 1 second to bring you in.
Yeah, no worries.
All right, 1 second. Let me change up your name.
Yeah.
On the stream.
I totally have a fix for that Skype issue, by the way,
cool.
where it keeps resizing.
Yeah, it's very frustrating. I wish it wouldn't do that.
Yeah.
I will definitely...
It's because of...
Yeah, go on. It's because
of how Skype resizes the resolution, like the screen based on the resolution. I learned this by accident.
I would love to pick your brain. So essentially what I'm talking about is the Skype resizing thing, and you all cannot hear us yet, but I think we are ready. And
God, let's hope so.
There you go. You are up, sir. So folks in the chat room, you can see him. Great. Can you hear him? Corey, can you say anything, please?
What's up, friends? Can you all hear me?
Chat room, please confirm. I got Corey in my ears, so yes, they can hear you.
Thank you, Sarah.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Corey Weathers from Twilio. Welcome, Corey.
Yeah, happy to be with you today.
All right,
this is fun.
Yeah, it is. Corey is a fellow streamer. Can you drop a link to your Twitch stream so folks can find you?
Oh yeah, let me do that right now.
Yeah, and I'll keep putting you back in your box until you show me the trick as to why Skype does that to us. All right, so Corey, go ahead and introduce yourself, please.
Yeah, so what's up, friends? My name is Corey Weathers. I have the privilege and pleasure of being a developer evangelist at Twilio, where if folks have never heard of Twilio, we build a set of APIs and services for you to communicate from your apps. And so I'm excited to be with you. As Sam said, I also do stream on Twitch as a part of our Twilio TV effort, which is amazing and exciting and way too much going on.
Yeah, awesome. All right, and where are you based exactly?
I'm actually in Pennsylvania. I am outside of State College.
Nice.
Where we randomly had snow last night.
You know what? I'm looking outside. I have snow right now. Mother Nature is just playing with us. It's second week of April. What are you doing? And
you just gotta take it.
And the kids are they can't go out. It's just hard for everybody. But anyway, so for those of you who may not know, Pennsylvania has a weird shape. So I'm in the northwest corner. It's called the chimney. It's actually a little slice of Pennsylvania that goes up between Ohio and New York. You can actually cross east to west in 30 minutes, Pennsylvania.
Oh yeah.
I'm right up by Lake Erie. So I like to joke that I can get on a boat and I can go to Canada in 30 minutes. But if I have to drive to where Corey is or Philly, that's an 8-hour drive for me. It's a big state. Yeah. All right. So, Corey, tell us a little bit more about Twilio, because we love Twilio. It's awesome. But tell us a little bit about all the different offerings you have.
Oh, my gosh. Yeah, we have way too much going on at Twilio. We started with being able to do programmable voice. So, imagine a scenario where you give out a phone number, and when someone calls that number, you want it to do something, say, play a specific tune, have a specific pre-recorded message, whatever you prefer. We started with that back in 2008, and then slowly added on SMS, MMS, the ability to do programmable chat. So if you wanted to build a chat facing app, video, fax, which we actually launched on April Fools, which is hilarious. We launched that on April Fools 2 years ago, and people thought we were crazy. And then we've just, as a part of this, we've just expanded from not only being able to support all these additional channels, but also now what I'm going to call sort of out of the box services. So let's presume you wanted to say, hide the identity of particular people in a text message. Well, now we've got a service for that called Proxy. We've purchased a company named SendGrid. Yeah. So now we have the ability to do email as a part of the Twilio family. So it's just, we touch the things communications, right? Except for snail mail.
No, you are it. I'll tell you a few stories that when like things like clicked for me in terms of what Twilio brings to the table. This was years and years back, like 2010-ish timeframe. There are parts of Pennsylvania or Ohio where you drive through, and these are like really rural areas, and you see these like billboards like text God to this number. Like there is no person sitting behind that number. That's got to be automated, right? So those are again the things that Twilio can do so well. And the other thing is like when you have these services where you have a flow of like, did you forget your password? Go ahead and reset that. And these email flows, which are just like frustrating to do by yourself, right? And those are things you can enable.
Yeah, it's funny. I was just yesterday, because I'm a .NET developer. I do a lot of .NET development on the stream. Yep. And I was digging deep into ASP.NET Core Identity to figure out like how certain parts of it work. Mm-hmm. And we legitimately, Twilio also has a two-factor authentication service provided by Authy. And so I was like, oh, how do I plug Authy into ASP.NET Core Identity? Like there's just all these things that we do, and it works really well and really easily. Yep. But like you sometimes got to take the time to figure it out and then connect the dots.
Yeah. Oh, hey, we got subs being dropped in the channel. Yay!
Hey, we'll take that.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you, MKOU8. Thank you. All right, so we actually have a lot of friends in Twilio that we have known for years and years, and we love working with you. I personally know Brent Shuley. Brent used to stream when we didn't actually call it streaming. So
That's
you've been doing this for a while. Lada Porter, you are some amazing folks working on this. So the thing that we are trying to do, and this is where I am kind of borrowing just a small slice of what Twilio could do. So you've heard us talk about this throughout the day. We in the Boston offices that we have like 2 or 3 offices in Boston. We have a gong that essentially goes out whenever something is to be cheered. And you may not be looking at this, may not know anything about it, but when you hear it, you instantly it's an instant gratification. You cheer, you clap, you stand up, and you want to know what happened. So that's the thing that we are completely losing out on, because like everybody is working from home. That's the thing we are trying to create, and we want that instant thing. We do get a company-wide email that goes out to say this happened, let's celebrate, but it's like 2 days after. So we are trying to do that instant thing. Yeah. And I was playing around. I have built integrations with Twilio before, and just the simplest thing of sending out an SMS can do wonders, because that's your most personal device. Like it's always with you, your phone, and we don't need to expose anything like confidential on the SMS. We can just say, hey, go cheer Corey. He did something good. And then you can come into your Teams. You can come into a web app that we are building out, and you can see exactly what is it that we're cheering. So it's a kind of a social aspect to this as well.
Yeah, I think this is the thing that I love about like what becomes possible from using Twilio's platforms, right? Is you end up connecting so many dots for people in a way that's magical for them, right? Yeah, exactly. And we always, like inside of Twilio as an evangelist, we talk about like the magic of software, right? And I am really passionate about this notion of how do you bring that magic to life. So it's exciting to hear that Twilio can help be a part of bringing the Gong experience to folks around the world working from home, obviously in light of the circumstances. Absolutely. That's great.
And you know, the thing that I love is like we can go to these unique platforms that offer things that are beneficial to us, like Twilio, and we can build apps. But what really shines for me are the integrations, like those little web hooks that you can throw into Slack or Teams. Yeah. That just automates it, and you don't have to host an app by yourself. That is super.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love that.
We a couple years ago, we built a product called Twilio Functions that allows you, because that's a part of the Twilio process or the workflow. When a text message comes in, Twilio sends a request out to your application. And for a number of developers, they kept saying like, hey, you know, do I have to deploy this somewhere? Like, why do I have to stand up my own server? So we built a product called Functions. We're like, hey, just host the code with us. We got you. We'll run it. We'll scale it. Like, I love these small things that just, again, it enables the end-to-end scenario to be super easy to work with. And then the integration takes like minutes or seconds.
Exactly.
In some instances to get stood up.
And I'll give you a classic example. Like this particular thing that we are trying to build out, I was thinking that there will be a form that our folks will submit. And then I can raise like a Teams notification. But then how do I actually bring it to the Gong? I could have like an event listener, and I can have like a logic app in Azure that's listening to that. I'm going to have to wake that thing up and then have an Azure function that pings something else. Or I can just use the integration and just send off an SMS, and you know right away. So yeah, these are wonderful things. So thank you for all that you do yourself and Twilio. You really enable lots of these scenarios. Okay, so let's talk about some more fun stuff. Food. How are you holding up?
So it's funny. My kids. So my wife went vegan in 2000 and I guess it's 20 now. So 2018-ish. And my kids have slowly become more vegan, though my daughter still loves bacon.
And how many kids do you have? Made how old?
Oh, I've got two. They're 5 and 3. So my daughter's 5. And she just reminded me of this because she's really looking forward to kindergarten, which means school has to open back up soon.
Yeah. Yeah,
my son is 3.
Yeah, we have a 4-year-old, and there are unique challenges to having kids like this young, and they're home and they're bored. Honestly, I feel for them, and we are like the wife and I are like wife is teaching classes online as a professor, and we are just trying to juggle our times. It's hard. So yeah, go on. What are you doing with food?
Yeah, no, it's been an experience where like now the supermarkets, of course, like meats are slowly coming back into stock and milk is slowly coming back into stock. I just go to the produce and raid the produce out. It's been great.
Yeah, I saw people say this. Like, I can understand the initial panic that, oh my God, everything's going to run out. But all of your essential services, nothing has stopped. Like, let's trust our supply chains. They're really, really robust, and it's been serving us for years and years. And I really see like some of the local grocery stores kind of stepping up, and they realize that they're taking a risk with their employees, but they realize they're in the business of feeding people, and they are taking this as carefully with as much commitment as they can, and I appreciate that.
Yeah, it's funny. I was at Giant yesterday, and I can see like literally every single day they've made like small changes, because I end up running to the store a lot, sometimes with the kids, though oftentimes now without the kids. But every single day I see them making like small changes to make the shopping experience a bit easier for their customers in compliance with all of these changes. It's been a ton of just a really informative time for us, I think, as parents living here, and also like trying to make sure that the kids get out the house, but aren't also like trying to figure out, why can I touch this? You know, because kids love to touch everything.
Oh, absolutely.
This has been an experience.
And this whole thing of like kids not touching their mouth and their nose, it doesn't work. Like they're all over it. Yeah. So all we can do is just keep them as safe as we can, and just keep wiping their hands and washing their hands. So what's a normal lunch for you? Like you're completely remote, right, from home?
Yeah. And the biggest change for us has been that we now like just the kids are here while I'm working. So I've gotten to a point where like the morning is homeschool time, and then the afternoon is work time, and lunchtime for them is usually like peanut butter sandwiches, because we've made our own peanut butter because again, right, like everything is, people are freaking out. So we just bought some peanuts, we got a food processor, make some peanut butter. So they just actually had lunch. They had some peanut butter sandwiches and some Teddy Grahams and some apples, and it was phenomenal. And then for me, I usually eat a salad of some sort. So now I've actually just reintroduced meat into my diet again. So I'm doing a lot more like chicken salads with like black beans and vegan Parmesan cheese, a little bit of olive oil. Oh, it's really good
stuff, and it's healthy. And I see this trend, and it's actually nice, where like newer restaurants are coming up and they're saying we are vegan first, right? And then they're not wanting to leave the meat eaters alone, and they're serving things that's an add-on, but all of the dishes are vegan first. So that's a good sign. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I love to cook, and I've been cooking for years. And I think the thing that I love about cooking vegan food in particular, as a cook, is you really learn how to flavor food. You can't just rely on like fat from meat or just butter from things, right? It's an interesting thing, I tell you.
Yeah, it is. All right, so how much of your team is work from home, and how are you folks dealing with all of this?
Yeah, no, that's a good question. It's so being a developer evangelist, I don't know how many evangelists we've got in chat, or how many folks know evangelists. Being an evangelist, you are used to just being on the road or like working from home. Like me going to a Twilio office is just a weird thing. It happens maybe 2 or 3 times out of the year. So that being the case, our team was like, okay, yeah, we're just going to continue to do the things that we do, until we said like, okay, well, wait, like Twilio said, we're not going to be at events anymore, just out of safety, right? Out of concern for safety. And so once that happened, there were 2 things that changed immediately for us. The first is I had been working on our live streaming efforts with Brent, who you mentioned earlier, for the last year and some change. And we just ramped that up. So now we've got the official Twilio channel pumping out content. Chef Brent's pumping out content. I pump out content, all video stuff. And then the rest of the team is now joining the party, which is what's made this so much more fun.
So I want to chime in, but before I got like maybe 5 minutes before we have to hand it back so folks can keep coding. Folks in the chat room, Sarah Fats dropped another link. That is your link to, if you have not, you got 2 minutes left, folks. Come on. Go fill up that form. That's going to get you in line to win prizes. And again, if you're new here to Code It Live, check out the schedule that I can see. Like, it's a little under the video. It's on the left. So we are going pretty much every week, Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, and we are doing this quarantine coding. Like, Corey, we did like a 12-hour thing a couple of weeks back. That was brutal on us, but it was fun. This one's not too bad. This one's like an 8-hour thing. So we're all trying to have fun. So you're right, and a part of this adjustment has been also dealing with folks who have not been remote, and they're just learning ways to be productive. And maybe as an industry, we all kind of learn to be a little more greener, and maybe our travels can be a little more sustainable. I mean, nothing can replace like in-person events. I mean, that's the big draw of going to a conference. You meet other people and you learn from them, and you have those hallway conversations. It's hard to replace that. But in the meantime, we can just all amplify our reach, and we can reach anybody on the internet, right?
Absolutely. I think I'm still at Twilio. Why I love working with Twilio is, the nature of our role is all about how we serve developers. And, a number of folks have lit up the cameras and said, hey, let's just get some content out there and start to build community in video ways. And one of the things that we did was we said, all right, well, let's try out launching a game show. So on the twitch.tv/Twilio page, I think every other Thursday, we do a game show called Bubble Sort, and it is hilarious. It's absolutely hilarious.
Sarah just put out a link to the Twitch Twilio TV.
Yeah, thank you for that, Sarah.
That's pretty awesome. Yeah, and it's just newer ways to engage with developers that we see out in the community, and we're just engaging on a different platform. Hopefully, once this is all behind us and we get back to our normal way of things, maybe we'll stick to some of these things because they work.
Yeah. So why not, right?
Yeah, why not?
Continue to serve them where they are.
Exactly. And I know like Jeff Fritz is a good friend of ours, and he ran like a live coders stream yesterday. And then these things are bringing in hundreds, if not thousands of people. So that's pretty awesome. And yeah, Sarah dropped a link to your Twitch TV as well. Let me take a look. Are we? Looks like TJ is getting ready.
Yeah.
And I can see in our private chat, like the Skype thing is just maxing out CPU, which is always so much fun. So guess what? Like a restart might help calm things down. It's sad.
Oh, I hate when that happens.
Yeah, you know, I mean, at some point, I was having a conversation with somebody in Ireland, and at some point, you are reaching the computing capacity of your machine, and laptops really only go as far. You really need a beefy thing, and especially on the Mac side of things. You're on Windows, right? So you have it a little easier, I would say. Like OBS on Windows has features that we don't have on a Mac. And also, the big part of it, the video encoding, it's not as clean as on Windows. Like I cannot just offload video encoding to my GPU, so that hurts a little bit. So I was talking to somebody, and he said, I just gave up and bought a desktop after like several months of struggling to this, because I mean it's computationally intensive. Yeah. What's next with Twilio? What are some things you guys are excited about or looking to build?
Yeah, it's a good question. We actually ended up moving our annual conference, our Signal conference, which was supposed to happen in May. We moved it to September in light of everything. And so now has been about us sort of readjusting to the realities of like, what does it mean to continue to serve our customers in these times? We've had a lot of customers who like have had very specific issues. And then we've had like a number of customers who have been like, hey, like we want to build things related to COVID-19 to help keep the community connected. So it's been really interesting, like from my end as a streamer and as someone who supports the community in this way, to hear of these stories, to figure out ways we can support them, to continue to bring a spotlight to the work that these amazing organizations are doing.
Absolutely. And I mean, we talk about this all the time. Like everybody wants business continuity in these times, but we also have to have empathy because like we are seeing people lose jobs and
that's
it's a struggle. It's very real. So Ivana DM in the chat room, she's asking for some handy tips for streamers. Like, what if somebody is just starting out? What are some of your like top 5 tricks?
Well, one, congratulations for lighting up the camera, because that is usually like the hardest thing. Like so many people feel like, oh, I just need to have perfection in order to stream. And perfection means different things. So one, congratulations for lighting up the camera. Two, remove this notion of perfection. Like streaming is about authenticity first and foremost. What I love about it is oftentimes, like I just had a stream that just went bad. It was just terrible, but the community is there to help. And so as viewers like find you and they hang out with you, they will continue to support you on your journey. And then 3, make friends. So don't be afraid to like hang out with other people's streams. I'm actually hanging out in Ed Charbonneau's stream right now. And then there are a couple other folks whose streams I hang out on just to like see what they're doing or talk to folks who I know will be there. But that helps tremendously in terms of figuring out like how to build your own following. You'll get such great tips.
And it takes time to ramp up. I mean, I would say like don't take the pressure of doing it like you said, like perfect first time round. You're going to struggle through because there are some real learning things that you have to get under your belt before you're comfortable with the software, with the hardware and all of your setup. So another classic example, like we were doing a quarantine coding thing about 2 weeks back, and I am building a web API backend. And I'm trying to hand it off to TJ, who's going to come on in a bit, and he's going to build a React web application with it. So I'm like, I'm done. I see a RESTful endpoint. This is beautiful. It's all working. And then I hand it off to him, and he's like, nope, I'm getting like a course error, which is the cross-origin thing, security thing that browsers have. And for the love of me, like I spent like an hour looking around. I could not figure out how to enable course on a web API project. And until then, I'm like, okay, let's ask the chat room. And then sure enough, somebody said, yeah, I see these Stack Overflow posts, but do this particular thing. And it worked like a charm. So we're all here to help and learn from each other. So this is the big social part of streaming. You have friends. You don't need to be kind of feeling awkward about putting out your imperfections. It's fine. We're all in this together.
Yeah, I think the other side too to the friends thing is you then become friends with streamers. So like I'm a part of the Live Coders team, as is my good friend Chef Brent. And the stuff he did yesterday with delivering that conference with the level of production quality, it's just amazing. Like if you knew some of the behind the scenes, you'd be like, oh my God, I can't believe they pulled that together. But that community then becomes a resource in ways that you probably would just never imagine.
Absolutely.
So yeah.
Okay, all right. So before we hand things back, so Sarah, if you're in the chat room, are we ready to drop in a prize? Let's check.
We'll take the prizes. We love the prizes.
Yeah, I think they're Amazon gift cards, and we may be able to send Telerik t-shirts off.
Oh, that's awesome.
Oh, Little One-on-One says anything other than OBS. So, so I have a mixed feeling. So I started out really hating OBS. But you tend to understand, like, these are the moving pieces. Here's how you reuse your resources, and it's going to try to load up every resource for every one of your scenes. So just trying to be conservative. I'm beginning to get back to being okay with OBS. I know folks have tried different things, like Streamlabs has an OBS for Mac now. Yeah, try out different things. So whatever works for you.
Yeah, I'd say the same. OBS is just greedy.
Yes. Okay. Sarah said, when you're ready, we are ready to give away a prize. I need to pick a number between 1 to 105. And why don't I let Corey, you do the honors? Random number between 1 to 105.
Oh, between 1 and 105. Can I pick 63?
63. Sarah, if you can hear us, 63, please. Who is that? And then can you announce on stream chat, please? We'll give her a second.
Let's see if it comes through.
Yeah. Maybe I'll paste it in.
Maybe a hex number.
63. 63. Maybe. Okay, well, I won't keep you for too long, Corey. I know you have a busy day, and we are all trying to do the best, managing our family time and our work times. We appreciate you a lot. I think it was like just barely yesterday where I reached out and said, hey, can you come and join us? And here you are. So thank you. Thank you for doing that. Thank you, and we appreciate all that you do with Twilio. And if folks in the chat room, if you want to see a little bit of what Twilio can do for us, come and join us between 3 to 4 p.m. Eastern. So Alyssa did her thing, building the gong, and now TJ is going to put it in a web application, build up the social aspect of it so we can go and cheer a certain win. But we don't want to do this in a vacuum. We'll actually integrate this. You'll see me actually do some stuff with our backend systems so we can push out an SMS, we can push out a notification. And so all of that is going to be tied together between 3 to 4 p.m. today. So come and join us then. All right, so I think we are ready, and sweet. Oh my God, look at that, the winner. Sarah put that out. Guess what? It's Emerald Demir, and I see you all the time hanging out in our chat rooms, so thank you. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, this is from, are you from Turkey, Emerald Demir? I think I saw you post something about Turkey weather. So look at that, like us, we're just a global community. We can just reach out and have friends everywhere across the world. So
that is awesome. Congratulations.
Yeah, congratulations, Emerald Demir. Okay, thank you so much for joining us during this lunch hour. Hopefully it was fun. We just had some casual conversation with some friends, and let's get back to coding. Let's keep on building our stuff, and we'll see you on the other side. So you're going to see the stream have a quick pause, and then TJ and Alyssa are going to take back on. Okay? All right, thank you so much, and bye from us.
All right. I think we are live. I think everything is looking beautiful. We are currently on TJ's desktop, so.
Yes. So thanks, everybody, for sticking around. I think we should start by just reintroducing ourselves for people that just sort of summarizing what we've done so far. So this is CodeItLive. What we are doing today as part of our quarantine coding is building a gong application. So in the Progress Office, we have a gong, an actual like physical orchestra quality gong that we ring every time some good news happens. Like we close a sale, do a deal, something good happens. And it's sort of a little office celebration. And because of the global situation, we are not in an office. There is no gong. And also, Alyssa and I are remote, so we've never actually been able to partake in the gong experience really anyways. Mm-hmm. And so what we're trying to do is bring some of that experience, or at least try to recreate it digitally or virtually. And so if you joined us for the morning, Alyssa got started on building up a gong. And actually, Alyssa, do you have the link for that?
Yeah.
Maybe you could drop it in the chat, both for my sake and all the viewers' sake as well. So Alyssa got started on a gong and built it this morning with some SVG. We did some stuff with custom cursors.
Got some audio going in there.
Some audio in play. And all right, so it is in the chat now. So I'm going to drag it over so it is live on screen here in CodePen. And you'll see this gong. This is pretty oversized given the situation. Did you hear it? Hit the gong. And I'll get the audio working later. If you didn't hear it this morning, there's a big gong. Actually, if you click that link, which I highly encourage you to do, you can just hear the audio yourself on your own machine. It's going to sound better than us piping this through there anyways. So for the afternoon, what we want to do is start off by, we're going to bring this down to a local project. So get this out of CodePen. And I've already gotten started just with like essentially setting up Hello World over here. And by doing that, we're going to talk a little bit about React. So if you have any, I know Alyssa wanted to know some of the React basics and how it compares to Angular and some other things.
I can't wait to look at it. And I also see, is that an SCSS file? Question mark?
It is.
So I thought you had to do, seriously, with React, I thought you had to do like JavaScripty CSS. Like I didn't think you had CSS files.
So let's just go ahead and let's just dive right in here, right? So this is all I did to set this up. So the only reason I did this beforehand is because the npm install takes a while and I didn't want to necessarily make everybody watch it. But I'm using a tool called Create React App, which is sort of the canonical way that
is it like
people
your
typically.
CLI?
Yes, essentially. So there is no React CLI. So there's no direct equivalent of the Angular CLI. Okay. But what you get after starting a project with Create React App is kind of sort of similar in that you have scripts set up to say run your app. So I did this npx Create React App, and then I called our app Ring the Gong. And then I ran npm start, and that's what fired up this really simple starting application. And what you get from that is Create React App behind the scenes is doing a whole lot to set up some things for you out of the box. And so if you wanted to do TypeScript, that's available to you. If you want to do Sass, all you need to do is install. So I npm installed Node Sass. And then I renamed, you get an app.css file by default. I just renamed that app.scss. And that's it. So at that point, Sass is just set up and ready to go.
Wow. Oh my gosh. I didn't think it was possible.
So by the end of this, Alyssa, I'm gonna have you converted over to doing React by the end of this.
Oh, that's a big challenge.
Be a little bit careful. But you see, React is actually quite simple by default. And that's both like the best thing about React and the worst thing. It's simple. What's nice about it is that you can look at this and it's pretty easy to understand exactly what this is doing because there's really not a whole lot here. But React sort of also gives you the ability to do pretty much anything you want. So that's where, like, when it comes to CSS, you can write regular CSS, you can write SCSS, you can write your CSS in JavaScript, and there's like 27 different libraries that you can use to do that. So that's both cool because you can sort of find a tool that meets your needs and use it, but it can also be a little bit more overwhelming because, like, if you jump into a random Angular app, you sort of know what files do what and what tools are being used. Whereas in React, it can really be the Wild West. And you don't necessarily know if you jump into a React project, what are they using for CSS? And what are they using for routing, and there's different React routers. There's different ways of doing state management in React. So there's just a lot more options that you have.
Yeah. I find it kind of intimidating. Do you not? Like when you're diving into React things with like, or do you just have like your go-to, this is what I use, this, like, I know how to build my own React ecosystem. Like, is it?
It's intimidating at first, but the React community is pretty good about, there's certain standards or certain ways of doing things that are more or less conventions. So as long as you stick to certain patterns, it gets a little bit better once you get familiar with certain like Reactisms, I guess, maybe the best way of saying it. So, all right. So why don't we just, I want to start as a first step of just trying to get the work that you did local here. And because I think that should be pretty easy. So actually, if we just take this and we'll just say, forget about formatting for a second. And let's just say we have a div. We end the div. We vomit in this div. And React actually doesn't like these comments. So let's put their H1 back.
Wait, how do you comment out? Oh, because it's inside of JavaScript.
Yeah, so you can do it, but it's a little more work. Yeah. And actually, I'm curious what it doesn't like about this. Oh, does it not like? So I wonder if we should just put these things in.
Can you put them in an HTML file? Or no? Again.
Not in an HTML file, no, but we could build separate JavaScript files for this.
I'm so confused.
This is
so you don't have HTML files in React?
There are no HTML files. There is an HTML attribute.
You're hurting my brain.
It doesn't like these colons. I wonder if you can. I've never tried to use SVG.
I get rid of them.
Do we put them in separate files, maybe?
Well, if the preserve space is the only one, is that the only one with colons? Because
let's just
I could get rid of those attributes. I don't think it's going to affect us.
Let's do this. Let's just move them to separate files for now, because I think that's going to be easiest. So we've got, what's our top one? Let's see. Let's grab each individual files.
Let's see. Like.
So this is the gong, right?
The bottom SVG. Yep.
So if I grab this and we create gong.svg and we paste this in here, and then there's some really cool way where you can do, actually I think the SVG, if you put it in here, you can just say like import gong.svg. It's actually, there's some way of, I know that when you, there's actually a SVG file, and maybe if I just undo this enough so you can see the default template. Yeah, so here's logo. Oh, so they do it through an image source.
So
would part of you die if would an image source of an SVG not work quite right?
If you put it through the image source, we won't have access to it through the CSS to customize things like those, like stroke width or animating it. I don't know how to do React in SVG. I can look it up, like that for inline.
Let's figure this out. This shouldn't be hard.
I'm glad you have so much hope because I'm scared.
No, like we're not the first people to hit this problem, right? Oh, it talks about adding
somebody
like.
Just linked how to use SVG in React. Excellent, thank you.
So this is using the SVG tag. SVG tag, basically copying and pasting the contents into an SVG file. So maybe it did just not like the one
XML,
the one colon in there, or maybe we could escape it.
Mm-hmm. Well, so we have the XML in S one. I think we should be fine with just that one. I think if you just get rid of the preserve attribute, I don't think things are going to blow up. I'm going to try it on the code pin,
Okay.
but I don't think we need it. I'm going to delete it and see if anything explodes.
That's like debugging tip 101, right?
Yep.
Bug it and see if anything explodes.
It looks the same for me, but I am in Chrome. What are you using? Your Firefox?
Firefox, yeah. Firefox is...
I could never
I love Firefox.
give up the Chrome debugging tools. I could never do that.
Firefox is pretty good for most of the things you need to do now. Let's see. So did it like that? Yeah, I need to go back to SCSS.
You've got to like set a width on that gong because she's thick.
All right, let's see what it doesn't like. The style prop expects a mapping from style properties to values, not a string when using JSX. Interesting. So I hadn't tried to use... What doesn't it specifically like about this?
Is it that it's not liking the strings? Hang on.
Yeah, it doesn't like the inline style attributes because of how is it's going through JSX. I wonder...
What styling? Which line is it? I'm going to just look for the word style.
There's a few of them in here. There's 3 different sets of them.
Yeah. Delete it.
Could it just be like fill, or are they completely superfluous?
I think they were useful at one point, at least for the one I'm seeing inside of Mallet. It's completely escaped and not being used. So do you see the one I'm seeing? It's like on the SVG inside of ID Mallet. That one has like jank characters.
The other ones look like they might be used.
The fills for sure are used. Sorry. We can move it all to CSS though.
Okay. So we'll get rid of the junk ones because that's easy.
Yeah. Let me see.
Path fill. Let's see, if short term we brought this in, well, okay, but we're using this in CSS. So let me try. All right. So I did not expect this to just straight up not work. So
Merciless asked, how often do our streams occur? We actually have a schedule. I think it's, if you check it out, it's under the first panel below the stream to check out our schedule. And we're adding more and more stream content all the time. So if you tweet at us at KendoUI or at Telerik, or Alyssa Nykel or TJ Van Tol, either one, then you can just tell us what you like about the stream, what you want to see more of. We are constantly trying to brainstorm and add in more streams to just bring people together with coding fun during this quarantine time in our lives. So, yeah, check out the schedule.
All right, so we're going to break this up a little bit, Alyssa. So we've got first of all, some good news. The CSS works. The custom font works, so we are good there. Mm-hmm. This is going to break because it doesn't like the fill. So what I'm going to do is just to see if this is the only problem, I'm just going to
take them all out and then see if it renders.
All of these just to see if it renders, yeah. So if I kill these, okay. So it only doesn't like it wants us to do the styles through CSS, which I suppose is fine. So how do we go about moving these things?
The first thing I would do is give... So we can do it by nth child, but I don't want to do that. That sounds painful. So what I would do is you need to give all of them either an ID or a class before we remove the styles. So like on that first rec, I think the first rec, the long bar, and then the other two are shadows.
I think it's the long bar.
So I'd be like,
so these
post long bar, or like just give it post, and then the other two be like shadow left, shadow right, or something like that.
Yeah, and these ones had the same fill. So these would be post shadow, and this would be like post main. And then let's get our, not index.css. I need this file here. Actually, let's make this
bigger and the gong smaller.
So it's a little bit more space.
Yes.
Okay, and then let's just put it down here. So we got our main post, and how do you? Is it just like this? Is it fill?
Mm-hmm. I would give it fill like that and see if it pops in.
And then post shadow.
Do you have to refresh, or is it not working?
I haven't saved the removal of these ones quite yet, so
won't work. Gotcha. I'm with you.
It's not supposed to work quite yet. So let's see if I do this.
And for those of you who are like, what is this fill? I do not know it. It is for SVGs. So I think you can still use background on some of them. I'm actually gonna go and play quick.
Okay.
Did you get it?
So Phil did not
Try
work. So it didn't
background.
crash.
Let me look real quick because it should be working. Fill. CSS. I wonder if you have to change it.
It does not like it.
Inline it works, but I'm wondering once you move it over. Yeah, in the CSS it should work. I don't understand. Fill : red. Wait, let me see your CSS again.
So the CSS is right here. I'm just working on the other ones here. So it may be the classes that are not.
Can you, just for kicks and giggles, give it an ID of post main and then change it to pound and just.
I'm just moving over these other two class names real quick.
Sarah said every time you say Phil did not work, she's thinking of like PHIL, like a person, and wondering like why I'm throwing this poor guy under the bus.
Yeah. Dang it, Phil.
Dang it.
Okay, so what I want to do is I'm moving these colors over just so it's going to make it easier for us to test this out without the app crashing. Okay, so let's kill these and then we'll try IDs. All right, so those are gone. They're gone. No.
Did you just really do that?
All right, so now if post main becomes this and
important.
Oh, well, okay, that is weird.
What?
The gong ones worked with the class names, but the post ones did not. What?
Okay, let's try being more specific. Oops.
But this is an ID, though.
Or actually, if you could inspect our post in your Firefox. Oh, wait. What just happened?
Did this just... is it just not working on one of them?
You know that dog meme there? It's like... okay, so our post main is still not working. That mallet cursor gets me every time. Okay, so yeah, if you can make that big, and let's just check out post main and like what styles are being applied. So is our fill anywhere to be seen on post main?
It doesn't have it. Did I typo something? Because it doesn't have the fill. The shadow has it.
You say class of post main. Did you assign it to class or ID in the CSS? Go back to your CSS in the VS Code.
Oh, did I just not save it?
Yeah, it's class of post main.
Do you? There it is.
So TJ, you generally have to save your code before it will show up in the browser. Oh God, that made me so happy.
Right. So we have a gong. Okay, this is progress. So now what we should be able to do actually, so now that we have this in a friendly thing, so if we created like a SVGs and we created like gong.js, and let's do this. So let's say we want function gong, right?
Are you doing
what we can say is
clickable part? What's going on here? What are you doing?
So
what's gong.js going to hold? Is that going to hold our HTML?
it is going to hold this SVG here. So we're essentially creating a component.
I just don't get the no HTML thing. It's so bizarre. So you're creating a component, a JavaScript component, and then inside of it you have your HTML that builds it out, right?
Yes.
I mean, I know in Angular you can do your HTML inline, but usually if it's like below the fold, then you just go ahead and slap that puppy in its HTML file. And anytime I'm working with SVG, I'm like, I want this in a separate HTML file, as you can see. It just gets messy, but Salt keeps telling me, let's talk later, Alyssa. He's my Angular friend. I recently met at Angular Denver last year, and he, I think, is going to try to win me over to your side too.
Yeah. No, it's the thing is, so there's some weird React isms, and we ran into some of this. Like, in fact, React's already complaining because they don't want me to use the word class in here. They want class name. So that'll get rid of some errors and like some of the syntax in here. And some of that's because React is doing some straight up voodoo on the markup that you write, which is, again, like all things React, it's like 51% awesome, 49% concerning, but it's pretty powerful. And actually, like,
and you're fine with this. You're fine with it. Like, it doesn't bother you.
Like I said, mostly
you're not
fine.
dying inside.
But I'm not dying inside. You'll see it as we start to add more complexity to this, though. Like, so the nice thing is, at this point, really, really simple. Like, think about the equivalent of writing this in Angular. There'd be a lot more files to create and manage. But this stays relatively simplistic.
Okay.
So we have our gong. What else do we have? Like, so the Kondoka we can wait on. We got the background. I want to bring in your header. And I actually think we need to bring in the sound code because we were going to discuss how to do that without jQuery. So let me
to select. Actually, you have it. You have the CDN link that you can download it from.
Yeah, we'll get that working. And I'm grabbing over it was taking me a second to find the header. So let me do that. So we have a header. We have a gong.
For those of you who don't know, I have a 1-year-old, and he fondly goes by Mr. Milks. So he is the one who closed the latest deal that we're ringing the gong for.
Excellent. All right. So, Alyssa, you wanted to see how we're going to do this without jQuery. So let's go ahead and do that. So what I'm going to need to do is I've got your...
Whoa. Oh, we're doing without jQuery. I thought you were like bringing in jQuery. I was like, wait, React and jQuery?
No. We're going to we'll discuss how to do this without jQuery. So where in CodePen do I see the JavaScript code?
So you're going to want to click change view, I think. And...
Oh, no. Okay, well, I guess this...
I mean, that's one way. Sorry. There's the raw jQuery. It's collapsed to the side panel there. You can drag it open. It's on you. See the far right job? Yeah, there he is.
Okay. So I got the raw stuff. So let's bring that in as like a reference point. And so what we're going to want to do is, okay, we've got this audio. So I guess let's download the audio.
Oh, and make that a local file first. Yeah.
Yeah. Jeez. Gong just played locally, and it will never not bring a smile to my face.
It's kind of like the mallet cursor. It cracks me. I don't know why. I just see it pop in. I think it's because I forget about it, and then I see it, and it just giggles me every time.
Oh, man, and it dragged it into, like, my Mac wanted to put it... I don't know what it's doing. Okay, I got it over here.
Oh, you have it? Okay, I was like, if you can't download it, I can send it to you. Perfect.
Okay, so we got the gong, and... All right, so this would become, like, I think it's like /gong.mp3. And we want this to run. So, Alyssa, are you ready to be super confused about some syntax, like more confused than you have been?
Bring it on.
Okay, this is going to blow your mind. But first, let me get I got to clean these up so we're seeing what we're supposed to be seeing. We're probably going to want to bring out some, like, media queries, too, to, like,
I'm not
bring this thing.
I'm not scared. You're scared.
All right. We're gonna have to for smaller screens.
No, yeah,
bring this down to
definitely get
reality.
some margin, make it smaller, faux show.
All right, here we go. So I'm just going to type this without context first and just let it sink in for a second.
So what's going through my brain right here? Use effect. I'm like, okay, so this is like effects with NGRX. Keep going, keep going.
Yep. So what do you think is going to happen here?
React.use effect. Well, I don't know. When is use effect being called? When does that happen?
So this function, app is like the first function that gets called in here. So your complete flow of control is you tell React, I want to render the application component. So this is basically, you can think of this as the very first line of code that's going to run as part of your app.
Okay.
That's like under your control.
What all is under React?
When you say under React.
So right now you're calling use effect off of React?
Oh, like what does React have on it? Oh, that's a good. Lots.
Yeah. Like what?
So there's the various hooks.
Okay.
So these are all the hooks. They all start with use. There's things like create.
So like if
there's actually less here than I thought.
So if you do something like create element, is that like actually sticking an element in the DOM?
Yeah, but usually you wouldn't do that. So that's like the manual way of what JSX is handling for you. So for example, under the hood, I think it's create element, or it's one of those functions that's going to run behind the scenes when you do this.
Okay.
But normally you wouldn't call that manually.
Normally you're not grabbing it. Okay, so use effect.
You're relying on JSX to do the magic for you, essentially.
So use effect is this method that we have available to us off of this React global person. I don't know what you call that.
Yep.
And it runs instantly. It's being called like the first line when app is running. And so is it actually console logging it? Is it there?
It will be, yes. You have.
You're like, I have to save first.
So there you go.
Wait, did you save? Yeah?
Huh?
It worked? Wait, what?
Yeah, I had already saved
it.
I don't know.
Gotcha.
I think I
gotcha.
changed it up here.
Okay.
But,
so is this like kind of like a on a init type function? Like
exactly. So it's the weird part of it is this array. This is like an array of dependencies or like things. Anything that you put in this array, whenever that changes, this function should rerun. So let's say you had something like a view mode here, and you needed to run some code every time the user changed the view mode. You could do this, and React would be smart enough to rerun this code when view mode changes. But if you leave this array empty, it's going to run once and only once, which is going to be the case anytime you want to do some like one-time initialization, which is exactly what this sort of code is.
Yeah. Okay.
And so
and you're going to do it for us. By the way, if you're just tuning in, TJ is he's taking on the challenge of taking my jQuery and turning it into raw JavaScript. Never been done before.
Yeah. Never been done before.
Never been done before. And I'm scared.
And like one call, right? So
okay, what do you got? Show us your magic. First of all, how are you going to grab the element? So with jQuery, you just say $, parentheses.
So one thing I'm wondering is this code should actually be on the gong, I think, because the gong should probably be responsible for its own gonging, right? Like
yeah. So you're going to move it over to that component?
I think I need to move it over. So instead of doing it here,
I want a quote of that. The gong should be in charge of its gonging. I love it.
Right. Well, I mean, we're building something silly, but we're not going to throw, architectural principles out the window here. Like this.
Listen, we're not crazy. Async await gong dependency. I love that. Sorry, I just said your name backwards, by the way.
Yeah. I think I probably shouldn't name this folder SVGs either, because this is going to be like that sort of implementation
I am confused.
specific.
What would you name it properly? What, like that folder?
So, I mean, this is one of those things that like you'll find 20,000 React articles for on the internet. I mean, some people would just call this like components if this is going to be something that's really, really simple. And then when it gets beyond that, actually, it falls into the same bucket as like any other JavaScript app. So perhaps even the same as like Angular, where you're grouping by feature. Mm-hmm. So you might call this,
what
for the scheme of like what we're building, it probably doesn't matter. But like, suppose this was like the instruments part of your app's, series of pages in your apps. You might have a folder, but it's actually pretty similar to the rules you'd follow.
What's going to be grouped under SVGs? Is it literally everything that's in SVG, or is it everything that's on this page currently and that will ever be on this page? Like what?
It can be whatever you want. So React doesn't enforce anything. Like it doesn't enforce anything in terms of like reaching outside of your folder structure. So you could, if you wanted to, just grab anything from anywhere, right? So it doesn't really matter. Okay. But typically you wouldn't do that, right? Typically you'd stay within your own realm because you wouldn't want to go nuts in terms of what you're coding or what you're writing.
Ed just rated us, Party of 18. Welcome everyone to Code It Live. I'm Alyssa. This is TJ. Thank you for the raid, Ed.
Hello, Blazor fans. So just some quick context for those of you that are joining. We are building a gong. So at the Progress office, we have a gong that gets rung every time something good happens. We close like a sale, something like that. And since we don't have an office at the moment, we're trying to recreate this experience virtually on the web. And you can see that Alyssa coded this up this morning. We have a gong. And right now we're working on taking some of this code that Alyssa wrote with jQuery and showing how to write it.
He's doing something that's never been done before. He's going to take my jQuery and turn it into, as he says, raw JavaScript. We have yet to see the raw JavaScript, everyone, so you came just in time.
Right. So, okay, your first question was getting access to an element. So the DOM APIs for that would be something like, you got a couple options. You got good old-fashioned get element by ID. You got, like, there's some APIs in there, like get elements by class name, by tag name. This one's really weird because it's that NS is for namespace, so no one really uses it. But the main way you get access to things are either through query selector or query selector all. Mm-hmm. And that's sort of like the API that was inspired by jQuery, because you just pass it a CSS selector here. So in this case, that's going to be this gong.
Now, is it the same as like our dollar selector in jQuery? So I could grab ID or class or an element, like I can.
Yep. I think basically any CSS selector here is going to work.
Okay. So now you essentially have the element that has class of gong, and you're setting it equal to gong. Yes, I'm with you so far.
Yeah, and actually, I'm wondering now, because we're using React, I think there's a fancier way that you're supposed to deal with getting references to DOM nodes. Maybe the chat can help me out with this, because I think we'll be fine though, because we're getting the reference within the function itself. Like, I think there might be issues if I move this, say, like up here, something like that, outside of the scope. But I think we'll be fine. And actually, making fun of us. We should do as we should.
So ooh.
And so the way you could do this,
do it React. Do it Reacty. I want to see it.
Well, we'll do both, because so normally you would say gong dot add event listener, and then you'd say click. It's either click or on click. I think it might be on click. And then you spell it correctly.
Yeah. I mean, that's always optional.
Yeah. And then it would be like gong sound dot play. And I think this will work. We'll want to make it more Reacty, but
you got to make gong sound, right? Did you make it already? Oh, you did. Yeah.
It should be up here.
And
so gong sound dot play.
Our local one. Cool. Perfect.
So it is not working.
How can you tell?
So, because I don't hear a gong.
I was like looking for in Chrome whenever there's sound playing. Yeah, see, it's right there on your tab. Your tab.
Oh,
you've got the little sound icon, which means it is playing. Are you sure you're not hearing it?
So do you want to know the greatest feature of Firefox and the reason everybody watching this should switch to Firefox from Chrome?
What?
So when a sound is playing, look what you can do. In the tab, you can do this to mute it, and it just mutes the whole tab. So if like it shows, so first of all, so in Chrome, you also see an icon up there, but you can't actually mute that tab using that. So I do this all the time. Some random tab is playing something and I don't want to hear it for a second. You can just, per tab, just mute things up there, which is a really handy feature.
Okay, that is a really cool feature. But is it playing or is it not playing?
It is playing. So actually, we could take this code here that, we got to get our thank you comment in here as well.
Jonathan!
And so instead of just playing...
yeah, so earlier this morning, Jonathan helped us out with, because I don't know much about when you create a new audio, what all you have access to. And so apparently you have access to .paused and .current time as well. So now if you click the gong and then you click it again immediately, it will stop the sound and restart it from the beginning. So you can kind of like gong multiple times essentially.
And this does work, but the way you would typically do this in React is you would say like play gong, something like this.
Oh yeah, that kind of looks like the old school AngularJS way.
Yep, and then you'd put this in here, and you no longer need the event listener stuff. So this would go in here and do this. This goes away. And we format it, and this should, is it properly, did you mean, React sometimes has helpful error messages, at least when you do something like this. So if you can't hear it, there's probably a link to the CodePen somewhere in the chat again. So you can hear if you're just joining us and you want to hear the gong sound for yourself, which I highly recommend.
Or if you want to play around with the SVGs or add to it, show us up, make it better. We want to see.
Yeah, we would accept improvements. We'll throw this up on GitHub here momentarily. And actually, we don't need a reference to this element anymore either. So that goes away. So our code here is looking a little bit better. Do we want to add some quick media queries to this? Because I'm going to keep this pretty small, and I want to keep this from getting unwieldy. Yes. So are you going to help me hand code this on the fly? So where is our H1 defined? So how are we going to do this? What do we want to say?
Well, how big is your screen? Because, yeah, it's at media.
Is it like...
I love this. So check out this... Oh, my screen is like so big. I still have it zoomed in from when I was streaming my screen, so it looks like my mom's phone does.
Yeah.
The font is size 500. Okay, so phone and handheld.
I'm at like 550, so that seems like a reasonable. That's like I believe that would be like a large phone.
So yeah, we do.
Now Manic says they go between Edge and New Chrome. Yeah, I haven't tried the new Edge. I assume it's Chrome under the hood, but I haven't tried out like the browser controls to see.
Do you have
how those are.
Slack open, or should I put it in chat? What should I?
I just put it in the Twitch chat.
Put it in Twitch chat. This is the CSS tricks for media queries that I always reference. So if you open that up, TJ, it's got like literally media queries for every device out there. But we can just grab one of those media queries and modify it. Yeah. So like if you go under that and you're like, iPhones, look at these media queries.
Oh man, iPhones, jeez.
There's so many devices. This, like looking at this kind of thing and then like dropping down each one, it's like, that's whenever I start like breathing into the paper bag. For supporting all of that. I'm like, yep, nothing's gonna go wrong. It's fine.
Is there like a generic, like, couldn't we just say...
yeah, I mean,
Isn't there like a fancy way, maybe Chat can help with this too, but isn't there a fancy way now to say make the size like relative to the browser size so that you don't need to dive into all of this? Because my concern is like this is ultra targeted.
I know someone who will know this.
Because this is like media. There's like a width. Or let's see. Alyssa's consulting an expert here to see what she can figure out. And in the meantime, if anybody has any ideas, let me know. VW. What about hey Alyssa, what about this? What about viewport width?
I think he's talking about more like viewport width type stuff, not necessarily a media query. Because Zach was talking about how you can do media queries based on pixel density. So you're like
media queries based on pixel density,
right?
But what about what do you think about this though? Because one rem it's a little bit too big. I don't know. I kind of like this. Just
giving it some padding. Yeah, that's fine. Did you also? Yeah, you changed the font size based on that.
And then what's the margin here? You can yell at me if you don't like what I'm doing. Like this maybe? I don't know. Does that seem about the right size to you? Like if you're on a phone?
Yeah, I was gonna say expand it and let's see. That looks.
It's kind of crazy big, actually.
It needs to be, I would say, even bigger than that but it just depends. Like if we could start off by like styling everything so that it, mobile first works on mobile, and then we can add later on. We can add media queries so that on larger screen sizes, it's not so large.
Why don't we just keep it as is for now? Yeah. Oh man, Sarah just gifted a whole ton of subs.
Oh, that's awesome! Do you see? I just did it under the CodeItLive, but Turtle Guy just shared with me. So that line of HTML that should zoom on mobile. So you're setting the. Do you see it in the chats? Do I need to?
I do, awesome. And I think it's already in there.
Okay, well.
So we should be good, but that's all right.
Cool.
This is good enough for now, just because this gives us a reasonable size to work with.
Mm-hmm.
So I think at this point, we're now ready. Do we want to? So we got a couple options we could play with, Alyssa. I'm opening this up to chat as well. So the couple things I'm thinking of is, first we talked about maybe doing like a psychedelic background when the gong gets hit, like fooling with these colors in the background, like maybe doing some sort of animation where it like goes a little bit crazy. So that's one thing I was thinking of.
And if
the second was go ahead,
you do
Alyssa.
your second, and then I'm going to reintroduce us for anybody who's new. So.
Yeah, and then the second would be some squiggles. So normally gongs, when you hit them, do like a little bit of reverberation. And Alyssa has some SVGs of little squiggly lines that can come out of this gong. So that's option number 2 of what we could work on. And then the third option is we've also talked about doing like a hit counter. So one of the things we want to do, and I don't know, we probably won't have a ton of time today to get into this, but we could start on it, is the fun of the gong is that it's sort of a social experience. It's something that everybody can sort of get together and celebrate. So anything we can add to here that would be like a way of viewing if other people are hitting the gong, or just a count of seeing that other people are hitting it, would be really, really cool. And as a first step to that, we thought about just adding an old school hit counter to see like this gong has been run X number of times.
Yeah,
and
I personally want to see. I want to see that just because I want to see a little bit more React and how you would keep that variable and reiterate on it, like count up. So, Little One-on-One said disco or rave in the background.
Okay, so we have one. Yes, so we have got one vote for that.
What else? Skimming. So
if anybody else has opinions,
please send them in the chat. We want to hear what you want to see. As a reintroduction to ourselves, if you're just now tuning in, I'm Alyssa. I am a Angular developer advocate for Kendo UI, and this is TJ.
TJ, and I work as a Kendo React developer advocate working on this application.
And we are building a Gong app, and he is showing me the ways, the wild ways that is React, because I love and I know Angular, and so we are testing the waters here, and we are also doing some fun with CSS and SVGs, animations, and audio in the web. So yeah, that's where we're at.
So
we also have another vote for animated sound squiggles, or my vote.
So now we have one vote for everything.
I know. That is so unhelpful, you all.
We need someone to break the tie. We have about, we got about an hour before we're going to bring Sam from our team on, because he's going to talk about some of the cool things he's been digging into in Microsoft Teams to actually, so when, say, our sales team completes a deal, how are we actually going to notify people on the team that something happened, that the gong even needs to be rung at all? So we're bringing him in another hour. So maybe we could tackle like 2 of these, Alyssa. Just say we'll take 2 topics. We'll spend a half hour on them each. And then wherever we leave off on either of them, we'll just pick it back up the next time we do this.
Yeah, no, I love it. And I definitely, there's lots that we can clean up and add to. So I really love this app idea. That's great. Yeah, what are you thinking? What are you thinking?
I'm thinking, so we had votes for the first vote I saw in was for like disco coloring, and I sort of kind of want to try that myself. And you wanted to see the counter to learn some Reactism. So maybe what if we did disco background for a half hour, and then we spend the last half hour going as far as we can in a counter, and then however far we make it, we'll throw this up on GitHub. And then if you follow along on the stream, we'll pick this back up at a later date as well.
I love it.
Sound good?
Love it.
Okay. So let's disco this up, because now picking the colors is actually potentially going to be the most fun part of this.
So I dropped the, I actually started to get ready basically to disco it up by moving yellow, green, and pink into variables. And so technically you could build out a keyframe now and have each like at 0 and 50% and 100% have like 3 different linear gradients. And so that it's kind of like rotating between those, and it would look like it's spinning or something. So that was my idea. I didn't know if you wanted to throw in random colors, because we could do that as well. But I wanted to explain the linear gradient and what's going on a little bit. So
why don't you just walk through what's currently happening first, and then we'll discuss how we want to change it up.
Okay, so see where it says we've got 2 linear gradients that are back to back. The first linear gradient is in charge of the yellow, and it's transparent after that. And so if you go ahead and like take off, actually change the last 30% in that line to like 60 or something. Yeah, that one. So now you can see what's happening is it's filling that in with a gradient. So what we're doing by saying, I want yellow to go to 30%, and then I want transparent to start at 30%, is we're not actually using a gradient. We're just saying, I want yellow from, the starting point to that point. But whenever he changed
at a 70-degree angle,
right, it's giving us a color stop. And then whenever you change 30% to 60%, that's saying, I want you to fill in a linear gradient from yellow to the end of 60%. And so that's why whenever he changed it, we saw that gradient. And so each one of these needs to match up in order for us to have those hard lines, the color stops. And the second linear gradient, of course, is just in charge of green and pink. And it's 2 different It's 2 different It's 2 different ones because of the different angles, because we have one at 70 degrees and one at 30 degrees to kind of give it the funky feel. So yeah, that is what's happening with those. So we could, just have something as simple as a keyframe with like different segments that are like here, like we're basically take this background color and swap through the colors or something. But what are you thinking? What do you want to do?
Well, I'm depending, there's 2 different options to me. The first is if we did it through keyframes, we'd essentially be cycling the colors, more or less. If we did it through, say, JavaScript, we could do anything, but at the same time, like, I also don't want to give people seizures with this application either.
Said every good developer ever.
Yeah. So psychedelic colors. All right. So what do you want to do? Do we want to just like, do we want to do it through JavaScript just for fun? Do we want to do it through keyframes just to sort of learn the approach? I don't know. Anybody
keyframes.
An authoritative decision? All right.
Okay, so
we could potentially implement it both ways just to compare and contrast how we think too. So this is going to be like
and then I would name it, I mean, I named it psychedelic when I was practicing, but I don't know what you want to name it, like rave, party background.
Yeah, rave, definitely rave. Then like we need different states, right? Or how would we do, like, how many times? So the sound plays for
11 seconds.
11 seconds. And
I know it's long. I'm sorry, guys. I should have grabbed a shorter sound. That's my bad.
You know, so how often though? So if we did it through keyframes, ideally to make it actually feel like, say, moving lights, I'd say they have to change like several times a second. Wouldn't you say? Like 2 or 3 times per second to like create the rotating light effect?
I feel like it would have to be faster than that, but again, we don't want seizures. We just have to play around with it for the speed, right? So
this would be like, are we defining like a cycle here then, and then we through the animation?
Yeah, and so the keyframe is going to have
the rate.
Yeah, like you can say keyframe, and then inside of that, like 0%, 50%, 100%, however many points in the cycle you want to define. And then
so basically we need to do, so sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Since we have 3 different states, if we're doing a cycle, would we have 4 different states, or would you do, because we have 3 different variations, so would you have to have a 4th state that sets you back to the beginning, or?
I like that.
Okay.
Although technically it looping will set itself back to the beginning, because that first state will be hit again the next time it loops. See what I'm saying? So
let's just do, I don't suppose you can do like 1/3, 2/3 to make it even.
Let's see. On keyframes,
no one will know
there
this.
is, because there's more than just like percentages, right? Like you can define.
Okay, so quick question then. So are we going to be redefining the color variables in here? Is that a thing?
Yes. That should work.
So can I say, so in that case, we probably wouldn't want to call this yellow, right? Like just call it like rave color 1 or something like that.
Yeah. So below those 4 colors, I would make some variables called color 1, color 2, color 3. And then we'll set those colors. It's called variable inception.
No, this makes sense.
Okay, does it good.
So make this green, and rave color 3 will be pink.
Black White said, "Thank you guys. You opened my life to pair programming. I hope to do it more." I know. Honestly, I was, I had been practicing with clicking the gong, and like I was just like with a circle and playing around in my own spare time, and I was like, man, I wonder if I re-click this gong, how could I stop the sound and restart it? And I started Googling, and I wasn't finding anything. And it was literally within like 30 seconds on stream that TJ was like, oh, I want to make this happen. And then someone in chat was like, here's how to make it happen. Jonathan, actually. And so it has opened my eyes to today, like to how, I don't know, just having multiple brains on something can be so much faster. So sorry, we're back with
yell at me. I've just been
I love it.
Away.
Okay, so you're setting rave color 1, 2, 3, yellow, green, pink, and then you're resetting these. I love it. This should work. I don't see a reason.
Famous last words, right?
I'm like, no promises.
Okay, so cyclist. So I've been making a move up. So pink gets promoted to the top. Yellow comes up here. And Then through here, we got to bring green cycles back down. And then for the last state, I'll scroll up. So yellow, green. I think, right? So that should be, although that's the same as the, should 0%
You're covering
be,
up your bottom. Can you scroll up a little bit?
Oh, yeah. So actually, let me just make this smaller so we can see it all real quick. Should the 0% be the initial state?
Yeah, so initial state is initial state, right? So
right.
In, like, what I mean by that is you're seeing what its initial state is. So the 0% I think should match, otherwise it might pop, but we can play around with it once we've applied the animation. I think we should just throw it on and see how it looks, and then after that. But what did you start it with?
Would it work actually if we killed this and changed this to just 3366? Do we need 3 states?
No, you can have as many. So inside of keyframes, it's either from or to, those keywords, if you want 2 states. Or you can do percentages, and you can have anything from 0 to 100% in there. It's going to fill in the gaps for you, though. So.
Okay, so we broke something just to start.
Wait, you're not applying this animation anywhere, are you?
I'm not, but I would expect the initial state to still, because I haven't raved anything.
I don't understand what just broke. Because yeah,
so I did create these variables, and I switched out them in this state because I want the background to have them.
Oh, variables have to be surrounded by var. So like
these aren't.
Where they're defined, they aren't. But like where you have rave color 1, I think yellow has to be surrounded by the word var, parentheses.
Oh, when like you do in the bit before.
I think so. I think that's what's happening here.
Okay, so let's do that. Okay, yep. Okay, and then so the background spring, and so with BG, so we have to define like an alternate one, right? So if there is a rave, then
sorry, the way if there's a rave, we're going to want to apply this background. Oh God, I love it so much. Okay, so yes, we're gonna want to say the words animation : and then you're gonna give it the keyframe name. So I guess rave, and then you have. I'm gonna put this in chat because I think it's brilliant.
Like rave 11 seconds.
Yep, and so the first number is going to be your duration. The second number is your delay. The third number is iterations. So those aren't all required. I think if you put just one number in there, that's just going to be duration. So you can just put 11 seconds and then straight to alternate if you want. And then backwards, I don't think is the one we want. Honestly, I think we could just say infinite. That's going to keep going. Although we want it to stop because you didn't want to.
Well, I think we'll take off the class name to make it stop.
Okay.
So actually, this probably could be infinite, because we'll let the code that controls the sound file, because really we'll actually want to use those events from the audio API to say when you're done to take this out, because we don't want to couple the CSS to that.
So infinite.
And thank you to
infinite doesn't
Merciless.
Replace the duration. You still need it. So it would be rave 11 seconds infinite, and you take off alternate.
And thank you, Merciless Chick, for telling me to remember to do this. Otherwise, that would have bit us here in a second.
Oh, yeah.
But wouldn't the duration be infinite, though? Like,
no, it's...
The duration is not infinite? What if you wanted to just play forever?
So it is the... Sorry, I'm looking up which one infinite is under. I'm not seeing it. Turtle.
Inherit, unset, initial.
On animations, infinite.
Let's do.
Duration. What is it underneath? Because I'm not seeing it.
We'll just put it in here for this, just to get it going.
Oh, you think it's replacing the iteration count? It's definitely not replacing the duration, so we definitely need both. I think it's iteration count. Okay. So Turtle's thinking that it's the iteration count that Infinite is replacing.
Where is this BG Spring applied to? Why am I not finding it?
If you scroll up to the background, body, on background on body. In your top, in the top of your CSS file, your app.scss, it says extend BG Spring. So we need to extend Rave.
Well, it will be BG Spring, but then...
But you want to add in and take off based on gong click? Which wouldn't that be done in React, right? Like,
yeah, it should be. I was just gonna add it in a really simple way just to
test it out. Well, if you just change it from background, what happens if you just change it from background Spring to background Rave? Does it start moving?
It did not.
It's not moving. What is wrong with it?
Okay, hold on. Let's go back here.
Yeah, because we need to get it working before we toggle it.
Right. So if we do Rave, it goes away. But I think that's because the Rave doesn't extend. So this should probably...
Extend Spring?
Well, does extend let you do both? Because really I want both in there. Is there like some syntax for, can I just do like this? Or am I making something up?
You can do both. They'll layer on top of each other, though. So you'll want Spring on top of Rave, I think. And we could technically put Spring inside of Rave, right? So like down at the bottom, extend it inside of, yeah.
Okay, so I see. So instead of, so this just extends Spring.
Still not working, so I need to look and see why.
So this would extend at BG. I need to see your syntax.
Yeah, just the class. No string.
So this extends BG Spring, and then I want to set this up here to Rave. And okay, so there's some good news here of the Spring styles still worked. And let's see if Rave is actually...
Okay, let me see. Why is it not working? So we're saying...
It doesn't have the... I never copied these over. So I'm saying extend BG Rave, but I don't see this animation line.
So
it's not
animation,
in
we're
here.
Saying Rave, 11 seconds, and pulling Turtle Guy in, and alternate. And then we are redefining. It's totally fine to redefine the variables inside of the keyframe, right? Because that's what we're doing. And at like 33%, we're redefining to these colors. At 66%, we're redefining to those. What am I missing? And then we're also extending background Spring inside of background Rave. So we have those same styles.
Yeah, we're missing something
like,
here. I don't know if Chad has any idea. Do SCSS files get hot reloaded? Yes, they do.
Add the animation line to the background Spring.
How about add the animation line to BG Spring? That is a good idea. We could take one thing.
That's totally, yeah.
Yeah, let's just remove one thing out of the equation here, one thing at a time. So we're just...
Should the animation line
we know
be on
BG...
body?
Well, it could be in here, right?
Oh, yeah, the variables are scoped to background Spring. Okay. Is it... So that means body won't know about it. Well, would it work if it was in here?
So it didn't... let's see. What's weird is it's not... I wonder if it doesn't like the syntax here, actually, because...
Which syntax?
It's not...
Oh.
It's not taking it. So if I said animation... I wonder... Okay, so idea. What if I said this? What if we break this up? I want to see if just that CSS property makes it over. It does not look like it
Say animation
did.
dash duration. Give it a time.
Okay, so there it is. So we got the name.
It went through?
Okay, let's keep going. Duration. There's some other one, like timing function. I don't know if you need this.
Linear.
Linear?
Yeah, or ease. And like at this point, just anything would be brilliant. And then infinite.
So we got this. So yeah. So animation.
Infinite or alternate.
What is it?
I remember like
iteration
adding a keyframe and having an issue until I added like the iterable.
Oh, well, hold on a second. The duration we want to be short.
That's true. Save it and. How about add the animation to background spring? Infinite animation example. 5 seconds linear, 2 seconds infinite alternate. Something like that.
What other animation properties are we missing? I think like there's some of these I can't.
Last time because there was something inside my keyframe that I needed to add and I couldn't. Initial. I think it might have been.
It should be 11 seconds. All right. We're missing something here.
Forwards. Oh, I mean, try
obviously.
animation fill mode forwards.
Oh, yep.
Maybe that's default.
That's almost definitely what it is. I remember this. No.
What are we doing wrong? Okay. Rave, 1 second, linear, infinite forwards.
Is it maybe something about how we're defining this then? Like, do we know this is a cool thing to be like?
Does he need to surround both with var? Is this okay?
Well, so the other thing too is, do we know this works without redefining does redefining the variables work for?
He's wondering if redefining the variables like this will actually change up the background, but I think. Like, do we actually need to? Because I've done something similar to this, and it did work, but it wasn't with linear gradients, and it wasn't in a keyframe. So what if we?
Hold on a second.
What if we just tried rewriting the background?
What's the stupidest, easiest thing we could do?
Just
here?
like copy background. Copy that.
Well. I'm talking like even simpler. Like, what if background color
red and the background color black
goes from blue
I like it. He's just gonna test it out
to red, right? Okay, this is progress. So we know our animation works.
I love it so much. Okay, so yes.
Okay, we know the animation works. It's something about so all of this code is fine. So we don't have to mess with that. It's something about this. It doesn't like how we're redefining.
Okay, so instead of
the variables
trying to be fancy and redefine the variables, because I haven't done it inside of a keyframe. I was doing it just with transforms last time. So let's grab that line, redo it in each chunk, and then see if it'll work for us. So.
Yep, I'm with you. So yeah, and actually this isn't that bad, really, because we're just doing this twice.
This is the background music.
So we start with 1. So now we go 2, 3, 1, and then we go 3, 1, 2.
I love it.
Oh, that works.
This is so awesome. Oh my god, I love it so much. Oh my god. Okay, you have to make this happen on Gong Click. Can you?
Right. Okay, so now. Okay, so hold on. So we got this. We can't rave all the time. This stuff has to be conditional now.
I need that as a pull quote from TJ. We can't rave all the time.
Right. Gotta rave. Okay, so the rave is moved to BG rave.
Can we please put the shorthand on that? Like, that'd make me so happy.
And actually, so what I want to do is it's on the body, but let's say this is like at the app level, right? So then this becomes, I want app to have the default. Actually, so instead of doing it here, hold on a second. So this just gets BG Spring, right? And I've got some random, I don't know where that's coming from. What is that?
What is what?
Is that some margin on like the HTML or the body or something?
Yeah, margin top 50 on the body, I think. Just delete it.
Or does root have it?
Delete it.
I know, but what is it? Where is that coming from?
I am giving margin top to... I can't see
to BG Spring.
My face is covering up all of you on Specta, so I can't help you. But I would try commenting out margin top on the body and seeing if it goes away. There's no way I'm giving margin on BG Spring.
Where?
No,
okay, why is BG Spring no longer taking up the entirety of the app, though?
Probably because you put it on an element that's not body.
But should that not matter?
And of course
well, I
it
guess
matters. It's not on the body. It's on something that's inside of the body. And body's getting margin top 50. So now you're seeing white smoke. Grrr, the sexy background color that I gave as a default. See that?
Yeah, I do. Okay.
You've got to... you've got to just reset margin. So just say, like, if you want to do what you're doing, say like margin 0, padding 0 on our body. Get rid of all of, we want to just rewrite all of it, and it should go away. It should go away. Is there anything on that div? Like if you inspect that div that you built?
The mallet breaks me up.
I know, it's so funny.
Every single time.
Yeah, so if you inspect, yes.
Is this on the H1?
It is. It's on the H1.
Okay, that's right, because the body has no background. So we've got to say the H1 would have margin. We could handle it through padding. So 0, 1 rem. All right, so we have that.
So in Angular, just like to clarify, we have an element called host, which is basically like the root of that component so that we can talk to the root through the component. Do you have anything like that in React, or is that not a thing? I'm just curious.
So let's see. Let's go to our index JavaScript. No. Yeah, so let's see. You're putting it into... Basically, what this is saying is you've got an element named root, and that's where you're going to place things. But I don't know how you would access that.
Like talk to root and then give it.
Talk to root. Okay.
No worries. I was just curious. It's totally fine. I would personally want the background to be on body, but since we're applying it through, like it might be difficult to access body through the component. I don't know if you...
I'd have to look it up.
Okay. No, and this is working because we can modify it with padding and margin like you just did. So I think it's fine.
Let's keep it here for now, and then we can always readjust that. Because what I want to do is say, so we've got the spring, and we're going to need events from Gong to tell it when to conditionally add this. So what I should be able to do, right, is say this, and the rave should start. So there we go. So now this just needs to be conditional. So we'll have a bit of state. So you said you wanted to do some...
I want to see it in React. I want to see how you're going to pass this event from Gong and toggle background rave on that div.
All right. So I'm going to create a variable called isItRaveTime, because I'm on stream and I can call these whatever I want them to call them.
Oh, hey, I'm getting water. So if you're watching the stream and you haven't drank water yet today, drink some water. It's your public service announcement.
All right, so isItRaveTime. This is going to be some state in React. This is a React hook, and by default, it's not rave time, unfortunately.
Which part is the hook?
These like functions that have this use prefix in React.
Oh, so any of those use buds off of our React global, those are hooks?
Those are hooks.
I'm learning. Okay, keep going. So excited.
And for the class, we'll want to say, is it rave time? And if it is rave time, we want this. Else it'll just be BG Spring. And actually, this is one thing I missed. Angular has a really nice built-in way of conditionally applying class names without affecting other class names. Mm-hmm. Like you can do the I think it's something like this, right?
Yeah.
In Angular.
I was going to say, do you actually have to say BG Spring twice there? But you're saying you do need to.
So built into React, you do need to. Now, because this is React, there are like 55 community ways of simplifying this, but built in, there is not.
Okay, I'm with you. Wait, it stopped, so rave time's false. Yes? Aha.
Rave time is now false.
Okay.
So the rave is not happening. So what we need to know from the gong is when the raves are starting and stopping. Mm-hmm. So we are going to need an event. So the gong, we're going to need to say on gong start, probably.
Are you making this up? You're making this
I am making this API up.
Okay. I was like, that's not real.
That's not like, no, there's no built-in gong handling events into like React proper.
I'm with you now. I'm with you.
So I am totally making this up. So what we'd want to say is we're going to need to define functions here. So we'd say on gong.
I see you're using const a lot. Is let a thing or is not a thing?
It is, but usually you would, I don't know, if it's a React thing, you usually use const for things that are never going to change.
Cool.
And these wouldn't change. So in this, I would set...
Define change. Like somebody's going to override it kind of thing?
Yes. So these are functions that have no reason to change. And 1 second, I'm just writing up this monotonous bit of code.
Black and White said, this would be easier to do on Angular? Question. Yeah, I mean...
we're going to start a...
I am the Angular developer advocate. I love Angular. Angular is my jam. TJ is on the React side of life, and he is showing me the ways of React. It is yet to be decided which one would be easier or better.
You can judge for yourself in the chat, and feel free to take very strong views in the chat too. That is totally fine. Although I've never found, I will say, my honest opinion is that there's like React or Angular, there's no right or wrong way. There's certain things I prefer about each. And one thing I've never liked doing in Angular, I've always thought the way of handling like custom events in Angular was always a little bit verbose and a little bit weird. Whereas in React, I don't have to go in and say like at input, at output, like go through and configure all of that. I can just sort of do whatever I want.
Duke just said that jQuery is the clear winner here. I have to agree with you.
Yes.
I'm kidding. I have to side with Angular, but honestly, like it's a gong app. You're clicking on a gong. Like I don't know if a framework, like we're definitely going to add on to it. It's going to be bigger and bigger. And so like it might be useful now, but like with just the feature set we have, like.
Yeah, you should be using like jQuery or just vanilla JavaScript for this. But like Alyssa said, the idea at least is that there will be a lot more functionality in this so that having a framework will actually be nice. Yeah. But at least for now, it's complete and utter overkill.
Hey, I wanted to learn some React, y'all.
So
okay, so what did you do? Did you create those custom events like on Gong Start? You did.
So basically, these are functions that are like inline functions that one just sets, yes, it's rave time. One says it's not rave time. And I'm passing these into the gong. And so it's now the gong's responsibility of triggering these events at appropriate times. So basically what I mean by that is, and actually we could do this right now. So we could say the gong is going to expect on, it's a tongue twister, on gong start, on gong end. And like the really simple way of doing this is we should be able to just do this. And in theory, then we have this and it starts the rave up and it does it. Now the tricky part of this
is going to be ending it after the 11 seconds, right?
Right. And actually it might just...
What do you do, like a timing function? Give it an 11-second duration? What are you going to do? What can you do?
Well, what I'm thinking is I think we might actually need to use the audio API because doesn't that have
Await Async says,
that?
Yeah, that the audio thing should have an end event. Listen for that and then trigger your end.
Okay, let's just see.
That could work because then if I replace it with like not an 11-second sound effect, then our rave is tied to our sound. I like that.
And I actually just go forever anyways. So this is just a fun thing to say. But so let's see, gong sound and add event listener. What did we say the name of this was? Was it stop?
Oh.
And
you're talking about under audio, the audio HTML?
Yeah. Let's see. So like DOM audio API events. What am I going to get back? W3 schools. Media events. This seems right. Playing, suspended. Is that, I don't think, like, where's end or stop? Oh, ended. Okay, sent when the playback completes. So VS Code was actually right here. So when it ends, let's just see if like the world's simplest solution works here. So this might have, I don't know. We'll see. So I'm going to play the gong. The rave starts, and this song clip is like 11 seconds, and we'll see if the gong ends after that. Hopefully it does. Maybe you could put in some logging. Yeah, there we go.
Wait, did it? It stopped?
It totally just worked. First try.
Okay, do it again.
Okay. So the gong starts when we do the play. This is what triggers you. We call the function that was passed in on gong start. And then when it stops, and then we're triggering the stop. Oh, better stop, right?
I'm like, how many?
Oh, no.
How many seconds is 11 seconds?
Does it not work twice in a row?
I don't think it's stopping. Wait, oh, you think it's a twice in a row thing? Okay, refresh the page and do it again.
Yeah. Okay, so we do it once. I swear it stopped the first time.
Okay, we're watching it.
I probably should have added some logging before we did it again.
That'd be too helpful.
So it did stop, right?
Okay, it
Okay,
did.
see the animation stopped.
It did. Oh, it's because you're putting it in use
again.
effect, and you told me that use effect only runs once. Or no, maybe that's not a problem because that
It is running it once, but in this case, we should only need to set up a listener one time to listen for things that end.
Why would it only work once?
Okay, so we're gonna do it again.
I do apologize profusely for including something that's 11 seconds that we're depending on.
Yeah, that's okay. You need like the full reverberation of this thing. All right. So something about running this twice totally doesn't work.
Little 101, I think, said they were slurping on a Route 44 from Sonic. Delicious. I'm just water, but I was iced coffee. What are you doing, TJ?
I had just black coffee, and then that ran out. So now I'm going for water, just straight up.
Okay, why is it running once? I must know. And also, can you please explain how you're deciding where to put your seemingly random placed JavaScripts?
Yes. I put in a console log, so I'm just going to get our 11 seconds started up here. Did it run the first time? Let me just refresh to get a clean starting point. Oh, no, of course it wouldn't have because this is in the end. All right, so we'll start it. So what I did is in my main JavaScript file, that's the one that's going to be responsible for the rave because it's got the element that actually has the background on it, essentially.
Yes.
Okay, and there's our ending hook. So let's see if it hits that line of code the second time. And so what I did is I put the state that basically determines whether this animation should be playing in this file as well. But the actual hooks, okay, so it did not hit that line of code the second time. So that's interesting. We'll go back to that in a second. But the actual events, since the audio element is down in the gong has to essentially send those events back up. And so that is why they get these attributes that come in, or these properties that come in on gong start and on gong end. And it's basically they're responsible for triggering them multiple times. And this one works because this thing is starting multiple times, but it never ended. And this ending line did not fire twice, which is interesting. So ended, I would expect to trigger multiple times. And I'm wondering why the ended event we only got in here once. And maybe this is something we'll have to look up later. Web audio API ended.
Oh, you think it has to do with the audio and not with something React?
I don't know.
Is there a way we could test it to see if it is the audio tag or if it's the React hook?
Yeah, so I wonder if...
Like, can you fire that same thing multiple times?
Let's see. What if we did it only through the... So, okay, here's what we're going to do. So we'll say my audio, and let me blow this up so everybody can see it.
Wait, someone's saying maybe audio object has something like auto loop event, so it never ends.
Oh, that's an interesting theory too. Okay, so I have my audio, and then I'm going to say, so this is totally outside of React, and I'm going to say...
I'm going to move your face,
listen.
like, just real quick.
Oh, no, that's all right. Let me move my browser up so that you don't have to fool with it multiple times.
Okay. I'll put you back.
You already
I'll put you back. It's fine.
Okay. Do you see what I'm trying to accomplish here? So we're outside of React. We're just dealing with the audio API.
Okay.
And I've got an audio object. I've got an ended event. So what I should be able to say is my audio dot play.
Someone said auto loop property, not event.
Dot auto play. It says it's false. Okay, so there's ended. So now we just play it again. And if we see the log come up again, then we know it's some React something that I'm doing wrong. So I still hear it. I still hear it. I still hear it. And there it is. All right. So this is definitely on me in React land because the raw audio API is, oh my God, that's big.
That was so cool. I love your JavaScripting. It makes me feel like I need to level up. You just know raw, like I just love it. You're so good. Thanks TJ for that. That was nice. I really liked that debugging sesh.
You say that, but I have no idea what's going on in this app.
That doesn't matter. You just showed me your mighty power of debugging skills, so that was excellent.
So that was taking React out of the equation, and what I'm wondering is, man, because this is, I wonder if this even needs to be like in this use effect thing, like if this should be someplace else altogether.
What are our options?
But I think some of our options, we could debug this later on because I think we've got
one option not to do this.
One option is to
ever.
We should give up.
I love it. Okay, hang on. We have right now it's like 1:40. I know we have to do one. I think we have to do one more prize before we bring Sam on. Pretty sure that I'm pretty sure that has to happen. So I think we've got about 10, maybe 13 minutes. I'm gonna give you 13 max. So we can figure this out. We can do a 13-minute hit counter. I don't whatever you want to do.
By the way, Alyssa, that just worked. When I took it out of the effect, it worked just fine. So I don't know. I'm not going to try to explain to you why that just happened.
But you're saying it's working right now?
Constraint,
it's working right now.
Yeah, so it stopped all on its own 2 different times.
Wait. Where did you move it to? I'm so confused. You put it...
So I just got rid of the use effect hook.
Oh, okay.
And basically, I'm just...
So now it's just chilling inside of this component?
Okay. Yeah, and I bet you, like, if someone really knows React in the way I'm quote-unquote supposed to be doing stuff, probably someone's going to come in here and tell me why I'm creating, like, some horrible memory leak or I screwed something else up.
I'm so excited. It's working. This is excellent. TJ, you did it!
All right, so do we want to do the prize next?
Coding Garden said that someone is me. He said the event listener gets added on every render now.
Yeah, because it's probably okay. I think that makes sense because it's like
the one thing is, can you explain what he's saying? Because it doesn't make sense to me.
So the reason you do lots of things through hooks in React is because React is basically going to re-render things a lot. And it's sort of, and the hooks are a way of preserving stuff so that whatever you got going on down here doesn't get completely lost. And so this gets into some of the weirdness of React, and where I'm not positive how the way that I'm quote unquote supposed to be doing this. And in fact, I'd imagine that this isn't quite right, that like if I did something like spammed the play, that like somehow this might not get totally, this might not work totally 100%. So this is something that I'd have to dive into a little bit more.
But basically the gist of it, at least what we think, is that React hook is only getting added on every render. So basically it's like saying, it's like use me once kind of thing. Like it's only.
Yeah, I think it's probably a little inefficient because you're assigning an event listener multiple times when it's unnecessary. But in the grand scheme of things, like whatever, it's not that huge of a deal.
Okay. Well, you have 10 to 12 minutes to do another feature, to walk us through what we've already done, to tell us about your favorite food. You know, these are all valid options. At this point.
So how about, so we said we were going to do a hit counter. Do we want to say...
Can you do a 12-minute hit counter? I would love to see this.
No, but I could start on a hit counter though.
Do it. Start. Oh my gosh, that made me laugh so hard.
And if we're doing prizes, somebody should in the chat drop the link to the form.
Oh yeah, Sarah actually just did that. So if you haven't filled out the form while you start on the hit counter, I'm gonna talk about that. So in about 10 minutes, we're going to give away another 100 Amazon gift card. So if you haven't filled out the form already, please fill it out. You'll be entered to win in a random drawing. I think that's the link again. Thanks, Sarah. So yes, fill out that form. You could be the winner of our next Amazon gift card giveaway that we're going to do in about 10 minutes. And again, if you're just now joining us, my name is Alyssa Nichol. I'm the Angular developer advocate for Kendo UI, and TJ is on the React side of life, but he knows so much more than just React. At TJ Van Tol on Twitter, at Alyssa Nichol. Please send us what you think of our stream so far, what you want to see in the future. We are trying to be more interactive and just bring people together during this quarantine time in our lives. So, and learn things while doing it. So, right now, TJ is going to show us the world's fastest hit counter being implemented in under 12 minutes.
Yep, we're just going to go as far as we can.
And then someone asked, where are you posting the code? GitHub ?
Yeah, I'll throw it on GitHub after this. And then if you stick around, so we're going to invite Sam in here in about 10 minutes to talk about the other end of this integration. He's done some pretty cool stuff with Microsoft Teams. Some actually really interesting integrations in there. And while he's working on that, I'll toss this up on GitHub. And if you want to work on this, send pull requests or just check it out. It'll be up there. And if you just stick around, I'll drop it in the Twitch chat.
And I think, honestly, TJ, if you're up for it, I would love to do at least like one other, either quarantine code or just one other stream on this app, adding to it. I think it'd be a lot of fun because I'm really been enjoying like learning more about React. So it's been fun.
Yeah, and this app, like at least in its current state, is definitely not done, right? Like we don't have a
I say ship it, but to each his own.
So we do want to bring in like dynamic, like through a query string, like what this information is, and like preserve this. So we have some ideas for some other stuff to accomplish. Mm-hmm. So we've got a count. Let's see, what do we call it? Like, let's see if we make this counter. What does an online hit counter normally look like, Alyssa?
Does
like retro old school? Like it's usually.
I'm imagining on Lost. I don't know. I think there's like a counter on Lost. It's like slowly counting down. Maybe I'm totally making this up. But I'm thinking like, it's like boxy. It's got like a white background with blocky like black numbers in it. Like.
So you're saying in white background with black counters? Do you like? How about black with white?
Yeah.
Does that work?
Do it. Where is it? In the? Is it on the screen yet?
Oh, it's just off. Let me
Is my face in the way?
Your face is covering it.
I will turn on. No, you got this. You do you. I'm going to do this. I'm just going to toggle off my face for a few seconds, but don't worry. I'm still here with you.
Okay.
I love you all. We're not gone. Okay. So, you've got your hit counter. I love it. Got our numbers. Beautiful. And they're in that sexy font that I set as default, which makes me so happy.
Is this a taboo thing to be doing? Like
what?
I want the letters like a little bit further apart, right? How does letter spacing work?
It's like kerning and type, but what is it in?
I have to Google the syntax for this every time.
I'm right there with you. Letter spacing CSS.
Yeah. I'm in the same
I rarely
point.
have to change the kerning on and type. Default letter spacing normal, letter spacing 2 pixels. Did it not move anything apart when you did that?
It did not.
Okay, so I'm going to Google kerning.
Pixel does work. For some reason I feel like, oh man, this is fun.
Yeah,
okay.
That works. That's totally working.
Okay, and then we want like move it away from there a little bit. Maybe not quite that much.
Oh my gosh, Coding Garden said you're probably past it, but this is how I'd implement the song with a custom hook. Oh my gosh. I'm so checking out that
thank you so much.
gist. Thank you, Coding Garden. You're amazing. Is this clickable? You're just going to copy paste it. You keep going. Oh, you pulled it up. Sick.
Puts it up. So I'm just curious the approach. So
what happened?
We've got the sound and then let's see. Okay, so he's doing it as a completely custom hook. So here's the same use effect that I had that runs all the time. And he is attaching the event that way. Oh, I see. And then returning both a play and then is playing as well.
I'm confused. Is he using the same hook that you were using?
So he is internally, but I think, and maybe he can explain this in chat better than I'm trying to, because it's implemented as a hook, it's not going to constantly try to recreate that event over and over again. At least that would be my guess that the problem is. Okay. But thank you so much.
Yeah,
I will
thank you.
After really appreciate it. I will take and implement this after when we bring Sam on. I will go ahead and implement this in the background and get it up on GitHub. So thank you very much. So we got a couple minutes, Alyssa, and
we've got about. I'll give you 4 minutes.
So if you were implementing this, because each of these are going to be like their own spans, I'm thinking, because I guess they don't need to be, right? So
what are you thinking?
What I'm thinking is, so like if I did, ideally I'm thinking like the whole the thing where like you have like cards that animate, you know what I mean, like a flip counter type of setup.
Yes.
And I'm not coding that in 10 minutes.
Really? But, you're not going to do it? And you actually have 4, but...
Are we going to the top of the hour, or are we going to take a break to do the prize?
Yeah, so at like 53, we need to do the prize. And then at the top of the hour, we're going to pull Sam in. Was the plan. We can always push if you want to keep working.
I just created an infinite loop, which is fun. So let's see. I just want to see the numbers going up, and then I will probably count that good enough. So we have a string, and oh man, this is going to get like, how would you? So
because it's a string. Shouldn't it be just an int? Or can you do that?
So we should store it as an int, but we want to show it as a 0 padded string. So how do you turn an int into a 0 padded string? There's ways of doing this for sure. There's like horrible ways of doing it.
So you're wanting to do it inside the JavaScript? You want to turn it into a string?
Well, but I don't think you could do it in CSS, right? Because I always want to display this using, say, I'm making up a number, but like 8 characters.
I mean, like you can call toString on it, but I don't know if that's what you actually mean.
So it kind of is. So here's like the horrible implementation. So this is something I like to do too sometimes. Just if I can think of a way to do it, and then replace it with maybe a better way, maybe. So what I'm thinking is, so the count I want is count +1.
Somebody sent this link to the docs of pad start. Await async.
Yeah. Okay.
You know about this?
Yeah. Okay. So we've got.
So to call.
Oh,
and then Coding Garden said you say toString and then pad start.
String dot pad start.
You guys are so smart. I love it. I've never ever heard of pad start. So what is that? That's like padding the beginning with 7 zeros, is what that line does.
Yeah, like I think optionally, I think this is the. Oh boy, I did something, but.
Ooh, I love it.
That probably. Oh, it's not a function. Okay, hold on. Why would it not be a function? Because I got this. Oh, because toString. All right, so now, sure, I'm doing this, but now what I want to do is, this should be the last thing that should happen. So I want to say, I'm blanking. What's the set interval, or is it? Yeah, set interval. Okay, I'm still here. I just got to make this like 2 more minutes, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the only reason I'm doing this is I want to see the number go up. So let's see. Can this work on a first try? The interval. Oh, it's adding ones to. Oh, because this. Wait a minute. Okay. I'm adding ones to infinity.
Whoa.
Why is ones to infinity?
That's awesome.
So it's treating this as a string, but why is it treating it as
double quotes?
Oh, because I'm setting it with a string. Okay, no. Okay, no. Okay, so we need. I got it. Count, display count, because we should be tracking the. It's okay. I can type fast.
No, I have no doubts that you are going. This is wonderful. I'm already learning things.
Okay.
You got this.
So the count. We want to set the count to this, but then we set display count to the string. There we go. And I think actually I need an 8 here.
Whoa, it's going up on a Tuesday.
So we will, and actually we can go like, what if we did this? If we want to see, like, our gong is super popular, right?
Our gong is super popular. I love it. Oh my gosh. We're getting thousands of hits a second.
So this will probably wrap up what we're doing here. Now the next steps for here would be like this counter is supposed to be like an old school hit counter. So we actually need to persist someone hitting the gong, making this number coming up, and persisting that somewhere. But in a couple hour stream here, I think we have to have reasonable expectations.
Yeah, I love it. I honestly am so proud of what we did today, and I've learned a lot, and I love what we've done.
And I will put this up, and actually, Alyssa, if you want to check the chat and do the prizes, I can throw hub right now.
Yeah, that'd be marvelous. Okay, so I'm going to put my face back. It might be in there and that, and then we're happy. Okay, so if you're just now joining us, you've about 30 seconds to fill out the form. You have to scroll. Right? I'll paste it again, actually, and I will give you a whole 1 minute. I can't paste. Why can't I paste? If anybody is hearing this and they have access to pasting, can you please paste the form link in the chat? Okay, thank you. So you'll be seeing a form link very soon. You have about 60 seconds to fill it out if you're new. We're going to be giving away a $100 Amazon gift card. And then we're going to have, thank you so much, Sound. That was so stressful. I don't know why. I was like trying to copy and it just was failing epically. And I'm like, well, you know, you can only. So yes, please fill that out. And we will be choosing a number randomly between, 1 and however many submissions we have and giving away a gift card. So just some things I'd like to chat about. Please check out our schedule. And actually, Sam, are you muted? No, you're not. I'm going to mute you, Sam, but you are coming through with kind of a staticky noise, just so you know. We're about to bring him on the call. Okay. So if you're new to the stream, we have a schedule. If you want to go ahead and check it out, it's in the first panel below our stream right now. We'll be adding in lots of new content. And so we want to hear from you at Telerik, at Alyssa Nichol, and at TJ Van Tol. And I'm actually going to throw those up real quick. So here are the Twitter's info. Please let us know what you think of the stream. Let us know what you want to see more of, because we are constantly brainstorming on new things that we can show for you all. So yes, I think we're ready to go ahead and draw. So Sarah, can you tell me?
Drum roll.
Yeah, like tell me what numbers, and then I will go ahead and randomly draw using the awesome.
Do you want me to?
Yeah, will you do that for me?
Do you want me to run it
roll
this time?
A D.
What did you?
I literally Googled roll a D, whatever the number was, and that brought up I think it's like rolladie-something.net.
Gotcha.
So yes, whenever Sarah lets us know the number, she said pick a number between 1 and 163.
D163.
So we're gonna roll a 163-sided dice.
Oh, that doesn't come up.
It doesn't?
We could do this in JavaScript too, like generate a random number. That's always fun.
Sorry, you're such a programmer that it makes me so happy. 1 and 163. Did that work? Okay.
So, there it is.
There it is.
So 16.
Beautiful. Beautiful. So Sarah will be posting who is number 16 into the chat. And I think I'm ready to go ahead and try and bring Sam on. So bear with me for one moment while I pull all three of us on so we can kind of show some additional amazingness. All right.
Can you hear me?
Let me make sure.
We can, Sam.
But I'm gonna. Do you have a face, Sam? A face of beautifulness.
Putting my face up.
Yeah. What is going on with your mustache? Hang on.
Oh, bring me in.
I'm bringing you. Gotta give me like 10 seconds.
And the winner, it looks like Sarah. Jake Wadog.
Oh my goodness. Joe Godogna is our winner.
Hey, congratulations.
Clap. Golf claps.
What is happening right now? Can you explain? Because this is beautiful.
So kids, I am time traveler. I live in the 90s. That's where I live and breathe. I was fine. I was happy until yesterday. And then this morning I wake up, and through this portal of quarantine coding, I'm in the 2020. And I see what you kids are doing. You're writing code in a browser. Did you know how long it took us to make Netscape? Do you know what I missed from the 90s? Drag and drop. Click to write code. And that's what I'm going to show you today.
All right, I'm going to put you up on a screen all by your lonesome, but we will audibly be here supporting you, cheering you on. And so let's see. Can you stop sharing? Sham, are you sharing your screen, darling? Doing it live. Doing it live.
right now because of world events and such. So we're doing what we can to create digitally. And what you're seeing on the screen right now is the web app that Alyssa started on this morning, and I continued on here for the last a little bit of this afternoon. Not totally functional yet, but we do have a gong that you can hit and you can hear sound from. And there's some links in the chat that you can see that you can try this out for yourself. And Sam here in a second, he's been deep into Office 365 and some Microsoft Teams integration that no one knew existed, but somehow is down in there. Because what we haven't talked much about is actually how we're going to work this into our actual workflow at Progress. So Sam, I don't think we're seeing your screen quite yet, but do you want to take over from there with a little more of the intro and what you've been working on?
I was getting a lot of feedback from you, Sam, so I muted you. You'll need to unmute, and then I'm not seeing your screen.
All right. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you.
We hear you, but we do not see your screen quite yet.
Yep, it's just coming up.
Excellent. There it is. Beautiful.
Okay. All right. Thanks for pulling me in, and awesome job all day today. I dropped in and out and saw what you built, so congratulations. It looks good. So it's good to be back, and I'll reiterate, I think, what all three of us and our guests have been saying all day today. It's hard times. It's just the reality of it. It's a struggle for a lot of us. This is unprecedented what we are going through. So it's empathy. It's what we all need. So let's be kind to each other. Let's be kind to our families. We are all trying to juggle different things. Maybe you are stressed, and the economic downturn of this is going to be something we have to all watch out for. So let's be the best we can, be to each other and be kind to each other online and hopefully in person soon. So hopefully you're seeing my screen, and let's recap exactly what you built. Could you bring me up to speed, Alyssa, on like where the web app is with the gong and TJ's part?
Absolutely. So we started off the day by building the UI of the gong and adding what I've never done before, which was the audio and changing the image that's on the cursor. And Sam, I do apologize. You are popping in and out. So what I'm going, as far as your face, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to take off your frame, and we're just going to have your default size.
Yeah.
So hopefully, people can just see you, and we don't need that gorgeous frame to go live. Anyways,
no.
So and then TJ, he hopped on and he grabbed. Did you were talking with someone earlier? Do you have tips on how to lock in that size?
Yeah, and I'm yet to figure it out, but we actually had Corey Weathers on from Twilio this afternoon during the lunch hour, and essentially it's just Skype. It's got nothing to do with streaming. Skype just changes the resolution and the shape and size of our face in the window.
And you're like, thank you, Skype. That's what I wanted.
So essentially, we can talk about some ways to get around this, but it's very frustrating just to have to keep resizing. So
if you see Sam changing size, I'm constantly on it. I'm constantly trying to fix it, but we're doing it live. So we built out that UI in a CodePen, and then TJ took over after the lunch break, and he created a magnificent React app and showed me how you can insert the HTML, the SVGs, our styles, and get those working. And then we kind of took it a step further. We had a Kondoka. We removed the sword and gave it a mallet. We What do we do, TJ? We at the end we added a hit counter, but we are probably gonna take that to another stream to polish that up. And what was there? I think I've got us up to speed. I might be missing a couple things, but
I think so. And the one thing, Sam, we did not get to yet, because I know this is the part that you're gonna help cover, is we did not bring in any data dynamically, so we just have some hard-coded stuff in there right now. But obviously, since we do really want to make this a real thing that we're going to use internally, and not just a fun demo, because it can be both. So we actually want to pull in like real sale information and display that stuff, and not just hard coded stuff. So Sam, I know you're gonna discuss sort of what you've been looking into to make that happen.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks for setting the stage. Chat room, be with us here. This is going to be fun the next 1 hour. So we can try to see, like, this is where the rubber meets the road. So this is something we heard loud and clear from our folks who go into our offices, especially the Boston-based folks. We do have a gigantic gong, which we have been talking about all day, and people ring it to celebrate things, mostly sales, but other things as well. And it just makes you sit up, even if you're not looking to say, oh, something happened, and you cheer, and it's just a nice inspirational moment that everybody has, which we are all missing out because we are all at home. So we tried all day today to kind of recreate that thing. So TJ and Alyssa built a very cool web app which has the gong that we can virtually ring, but how do we actually tie it all together? So you can actually see a little bit of our internal stuff here, and I think that's okay because, again, this is what software companies and software development entails. Like, we have to keep our lights on, we have to keep moving things forward and celebrate and cheer the wins, right? So this is a quick screenshot of what you're seeing is an email that we get, and this is the not so synchronous part of it, because this might actually be a day or two after the thing that has happened. So we all get an email that says, ring the gong, let's celebrate this thing. This one happens to be for a sales thing, but it could be for anything else. So if you're watching on the stream, like, envision this to be anything that your company wants to send out to either a group of employees throughout the department or maybe to the whole company to say, this happened and this is worth cheering. So that's the kind of email we get, and that's what we are trying to recreate, but in real time. So we don't have to wait like 2 days to go read the email and miss the whole thing. So given that, we looked around ideas on how we can kind of tie up the pieces. It's great that we have a web app which can ring the gong, but how do we send information? How do we integrate this stuff with our internal systems? And this is a challenge because, again, some of it is just sensitive. We don't want to take on authentication and authorization and like through ADFS and whatever our authentication and firewalls are. Neither do we want to just expose our internal things to an outside service. So we tried the balancing game of trying to do not like boil the ocean, but yet try to do the minimum that we can do to be able to notify people in real time, but yet have them come maybe inside our firewalls to actually cheer the win. And we have not actually deployed this, which is what TJ is referring to. We will get some of the pieces going maybe next week, but you can actually see what we are envisioning. So first thing is, I'm going to take you to Teams. And before I do that, let me pull up my browser here, and let me talk about Microsoft Teams a little bit. Hopefully, this is something you're not a complete stranger to. This is, let me pull up maybe Teams apps here. So this is all a part of Office 365. And the reason we are picking this is we don't want our app to have to authenticate against ADFS or any other systems in place. We want this to be, because I mean, people come into the company, people leave a company. We don't want to be owning all of that. We want the existing flows to be able to do authentication as we normally do, which is what we have with Office 365. It is deployed by our IT, and we all can open up Teams, and the whole company is there. We have a variety of teams. You're actually going to see me pull up Teams. I cleaned up a few things so you don't see things that you're not supposed to see. But in Teams is this wonderful concept. And this is where some of us get a little snobbish sometimes, where we are used to building these web apps and desktop apps and mobile apps, and why should you build for Office 365 and Office-based apps? Because they are likely deployed within an enterprise. It's not maybe as public as you would like it, but this is where it really lights up the integrations. And it doesn't need to be something that's deployed entirely within Teams. In fact, a lot of these apps are actually things that are deployed out in the cloud, and then you get web hooks, and you get integrations inside of Teams. And like Slack and other chat communication things that you might use, they also have similar things. So it's a marketplace. It's a whole gallery of things you can do. It just shows you the kind of flexibility that some of these enterprise systems have in terms of the different moving pieces that make up a communication platform. So TJ, am I saying that right with Teams pretty much?
Yep, yeah, I think so.
Okay. So here we go. I'm showing you Teams. This is our company-wide installation. There's nothing sensitive here, but I am showing you a little bit of our internal stuff here. What we want to do is, what we decided to do is be able to do something in Teams, and that way we are not owning the authentication piece of it. Anybody can come in and just sign into Teams like we are doing anyways, and then be able to see a notification right there on Teams when something happens. And the good aspect of this is you may be using Teams on your mobile phone. You might have the app, so you're going to see the notification come up, and then you can see what the details are. You can go and share, and we are also trying to do some SMS. We talked to Corey Weathers this afternoon from Twilio, so we are going to use a little bit of their stuff to send out automated SMS notifications. So let me talk through exactly what this might entail. So I'm going to go into one of the teams here, and I made a channel called Ring the Gong, right? Our sales team doesn't yet see this yet, but hopefully they'll be interested and excited to see this. So in here, what I did was I made what's called a form, right? This is exactly Microsoft Forms, and this is out in the web. You can also use this from the website, but this is, let me move the Skype window so TJ isn't floating around in my screen. There you go. So essentially, this one is just a form. And this is meant to capture the things that, like if I made a sale, or if I did something nice for the company, like a big project that I delivered, this is my way of letting everybody else know that this happened, right? And that's exactly what people are doing right now. They're sending out an email, they're filling up a template, they're just doing it over and over again in an email, and it's not asynchronous. So what we wanted to do was give folks a clear and easy way to fill up this information and then propagate that everywhere else in the system.
I had no idea this was even possible. Like, is there like a go-to place, like I guess Teams API integration docs or something that you can read about all the things? Because I had, when you showed me this, I was like, what?
Yes. So the thing, everybody, I asked everyone to try out is going to the apps. This is like a whole gallery of apps. Every one of these things are things you can install. Maybe some of them are custom based on how your IT has things deployed, but most of them are ready for you to use. And what really shines in here are the types of apps you have, like educational, HR apps, productivity apps, and they are all out there in a Teams gallery, and you can just pull them in. And the integrations are really, really nice. So things like integrations with Zoom, integrations with Trello, Poly, Yammer. So essentially, you're keeping your folks on a single platform rather than having to jump between like 5 or 6 different things that you're working on. Does it make sense? Yes.
Oh, sorry, I was muted on stream. I love it. I think it makes so much sense to integrate it this way, and I honestly can't wait to explore more like what you can do with Teams after this, just to see if like there can be more of a back and forth with the Gong app. I love that.
Exactly. Yeah, like Alyssa, I was just overwhelmed that all of this even exists because I had no idea.
Hey, we just got rated by Code Rush with 15 people.
Rushed, yay!
Thank you so much. Welcome to our stream.
Yeah, welcome. So essentially, I am the old man yelling at the cloud right now. We did a whole bunch of coding throughout the day with TJ and Alyssa. I'm showing off some integration pieces because I'm from the 90s. I like drag and drop coding. I like point and click stuff. So that's what we're doing. So we built a Ring the Gong app. Essentially, it's a way to celebrate throughout. Now you can see all three of our faces. Great. We can celebrate the wins within the company. It could be a sales, could be a project that is successful. So we are providing a way to easily send out notifications to people in real time.
And we've been streaming like all day, so you missed probably the good first half of where we were building out UI, doing SVG animations, doing audio, and then TJ covered building out a React app and adding all of our fun UI stuff. So Sam is now talking about Teams integrations, and we do still have some prizes to give away. So stick around. Sarah will put the form in the chat, and we'll draw for a winner near the end. So we're going to pass it back to Sam, but I wanted to say thank you for that raid and catch everybody up to speed.
Thank you, Code Rush. Alyssa, see if you can maybe tone back my volume a tad. Okay. There's a little bit of echo. I hear the two of you clear, but could be something going out to the stream. Could be network as well.
Very echoey. Okay, sorry about that. I think the last scene that I had on, I had 2 channels coming in from Skype. So sorry about that, guys. You should be good, Sam.
Okay, so here's what I'm doing. I created, we have a sales channel, and we inside of it are all of our sales folks and some of us as well. But in here, I created a quick form. So keep in mind, you can create a new channel. All of these like things on the top, those are tabs. You can add pretty much apps within your tabs, so you have easy access to them, or you can add the apps as channels as well. So it's very flexible. So in here, I am creating a quick little form so that I can capture this data. From, let's just say, Alyssa, you are closing up on a deal or a sale, and you want to let the company know, right? So this is what we're doing. And I'm going to set up a few things before I actually submit the form. So before I show you that, the responses, this is the other thing that we wanted. We didn't want this to be something we would actually store in a database of sorts, because again, that's sensitive information. Neither do we want this to go out of the company, because this needs to be within the firewall. Some of it could be confidential. So we are keeping this right here inside of Teams, and it's all integrated inside how IT has it pushed out and how IT has our Teams and Office 365 deployed. Once you submit these responses, I can open them up in an Excel file, or I can look at them. Essentially, when I submit these things, like let's just look at one set of data. This is like a client name. So every form that you submit is essentially a response, and think of it like a row in a database. And this one has like a primary key. Essentially, the ID field is auto-generated, it's auto-increment, and it's just going to stick in a row in some data table for every form that you submit. Does that make sense?
It does, yeah.
Yep. Okay, so let's actually do a few fun things here. And before I do that, I'm going to pull up an app that I like for me to show my screen, my phone on the big screen. So bear with me 1 second. I'm going to do a screen mirror.
How do you? That sounds legit.
This is called Reflector. Yeah, this is actually really fun. If you're working on like a quick prototype and you want to show off your clients, this is actually a nice way to show off your phone. Do you see my phone on screen yet?
Yes, and I wanted to pull our faces up, so I love it. I'm gonna make your screen a little bit smaller and then put you up there. That's perfect. This is so cool. So you said it's called Reflector?
Reflector, yep. Okay, so this is my phone that you're seeing. Let me, hang on 1 second. Don't judge me on my apps, okay, people? Don't judge me.
I'm judging you on your notifications. I can't stand
am judging you on your background. What is?
Yeah,
what is
we're finding different ways of judging you.
Who needs enemies when you have friends like this?
Yahoo Weather? That's an interesting choice.
Okay.
Yes, I am old. How many times do I have to tell?
This is so much good material. Hang on, let me screenshot this.
And hey, I have things broken out. So this is my like general apps. This is my lifestyle apps. Then I have local restaurants and local grocery type apps.
I miss you.
And this is all my travel apps. Right?
A lot of apps.
A lot of apps.
Okay, you guys want to hear something really funny? So TJ, remember earlier I was telling you, like, you were like, are you sure you're not OCD? And I was like, I'm OCD, but not like medically bad like my husband is. So he organizes his apps on his phone by color. So he has, he's literally on the other side of the room doing the what face. So he has a green page, a blue page, a white page. And get this, if his like white page fills up and he wants to download an app with a white icon, he has to delete one of the white apps. He has to pick one to delete. So you guys think your phone is bad. You're fine. Sam, you look gorgeous. This looks great and very normal and healthy.
There you go. Okay, hey, nice way of putting my phone up there. Okay, so be with me as I do this, okay? I'm going to keep my phone down here for a second, and let's just say, I'm actually in the form building mode, which I don't want. Let's go into a preview mode. So this is kind of, envision this to be a form that somebody is going to see that actually wants to fill up this form and send something out to the company, right? So let's just say I see TJ having a bike in the background. So this was TJ's bike company.
Yep.
And client type, TJ is, what type of company do you run, TJ?
Let's say a small business. I don't know.
All right. My phone just the screen shut off, so it's still there. Okay, and Alyssa is our salesperson.
It's a big deal. I sold her a really expensive bike.
It's a rating thing. You consider how big you want to consider.
Yeah, it was great.
All right, you're a new customer, contract end dates, and maybe you want to build your bike shop web app with Kendo React, and I have been the supporting team, and you can put in other details about exactly what went on, right? So let's see if my phone is still up. Wake up,
Sam,
Reflector.
You found some Yahoo Weather supporters in chat too.
See?
Random Factor says they love Yahoo Weather, so maybe I'm just missing out.
I'm rolling over here, people.
Yahoo Weather has beautiful backgrounds. I'm sorry, I'm old. I'm telling you multiple times. Let me be. Leave me alone.
I'm not. No. We love it. We love you, Sam. This is great.
All right. So now I can come in here and submit. And a bunch of things should have happened. Maybe. You didn't see the pop notification. That is sad. But you see right here. Come on. You see my messages? So I just got something at 3:21 p.m. Eastern time, right? This is a real-time SMS that's coming in, right? So it says time to cheer Alyssa, and we can put other things in it. This is just to play around with it. So this is thanks to Twilio, right? And we're going to talk about that. Where's your MapQuest app? Okay, I'm not that old.
Okay, I actually don't know what that is, but I'm laughing.
Oh no! So MapQuest was like in like 2002. If you needed to go someplace, and the smartphones weren't a thing, you'd have to go to MapQuest and print out the directions to where you were going on your computer. Then you'd have to drive down the road and hold up your directions to figure out where you need to go.
With MapQuest, Alyssa, like the only way to realistically make it work was to take printouts of the maps and the directions.
I don't understand.
That's what
because you just didn't have smartphones, or what?
Now GPS wasn't even a thing, so
no, you did, but just the maps apps are just not smart. And yes, you didn't have smartphones when MapQuest first started out.
Excellent. Thank you for
Random Factor
schooling.
There are printouts in the glove box. Okay. All right. So you see the notification come in, right? That's all I wanted. So that's just a real-time thing that happened, right? I'm going to turn my phone off now. Turn these guys. Hang on, Reflector. You can go away now. All right. So in here, if I go back to the regular home for this channel, you see that we put out a little notification right here. It says, ring the gong announcement, Alyssa closed to deal with TJ's Bike Company. Go cheer the win at whatever URL. And this is the thing that these two gentlemen, this gentleman and this lady, are supposed to give me. So whenever we have figured out a way of hosting this app, envision that URL being stuck in there. Okay, so you see a quick notification, and it's also on your SMS. So this is as best as we thought we could do, trying to make it as instantaneous as possible and yet not be intrusive in your face. So a phone is as personal of a device as it gets. Hopefully you have the app. Then you will get a notification twice, but even if you don't, you just get an SMS that says, hey, something happened, go cheer, right? And then you come and cheer at your own pace. You don't have to come and like running to your computer. Whenever you're back, you can see the win.
You made that look way too easy. Is that just me?
Yes, it was actually easy. It was actually easy. Yeah, so let's talk about what happened. What exactly happened? What did I deploy? Because part of this is... can I take you to docs here? Resources? Well, trust me, I'm going to maybe have a hard time finding that exact docs, but there's a very, very nice set of docs for Microsoft Teams apps, and most of it is like a web app that you deploy somewhere else, and then you put web hooks to light those things up within Teams, and you have to submit like a little icon and some metadata that goes with your app, but essentially it's just an app that's sitting out there. So when I submitted this form, one of my first thoughts was, okay, I can see a form submission happening. How do I bubble up that event up? Do I have to have an event listener? One way of doing this was to have like a Azure application. A lot of it is called like a logic application, so I can wake it up, to say, hey, something happened, and then I can pass it off to an Azure Functions or an Amazon Lambda to say, go do some stuff now, right? But all of that requires work, and I'm lazy and I'm old. I don't want to do that. So what did we do? Yes. So what we did was in here, that's our form, and that stays, and we can edit this form. We can share this form. This is how the data submission happens. Beyond that, I went and looking for like forms and other things, apps that I can bring in to integrate nicely. And one of the first things I came across is this thing called Flow. It's called Microsoft Flow, and it is exactly what it sounds like. It's for flowcharts. It's for application workflows to be able to get this done easily and just to like pull different pieces of your puzzle together and build a workflow. So you can actually, all of you can go into Teams and you can bring in this workflow, this Flow app in. So here's the Flow thing, and you can pin it so you see it at all times, and that's the app. Now, before I did that, let me go to Twilio for a second. So what I'm essentially using is Twilio's, if I can type today, Twilio's SMS functionality, right? So let's go in here. So that is Twilio, and if I sign in here, just to show you what that entails, you can see me type in my personal email. It's all right. You're all friends, right? And you can see me type in a password. It's hopefully blocked or has a thing on it. So you can't see the actual password, but now you're in, right? So secure account, two-factor. Who does two-factor? I live on the edge. Set up later. Okay, so this is a dashboard. And I started out building an app where I can use this. So let me show you that real quick. If Visual Studio will come up. Nope, it went to a different monitor. That's not cool, Visual Studio. Come back in here, come back. There we go. So let's close. Let's just open a file. And let me show you a quick little project. That's just a CLI project that I was trying to do to get this to work. So here's my CLI project. I'm going to go to Twilio bot, open that up. And this is what each one of you can do just as easily with Twilio. I am going to show you my account SID and auth token, so please don't copy it down. But this is just a console app, right? This is a straight up .NET console app. And all I have is a NuGet package, which is a dependency that brings in the Twilio thing, so I can use it. It's a Twilio REST package. With that, once I have my account and my auth token set up, I can send an SMS programmatically, and it does not matter which country. I mean, there are some cost factors to it, but it really is open to anywhere in the world. And it's Twilio's responsibility to distribute that based on whichever carrier it is, however your phone has data, right? Let's see, anything in the chat room? Yeah, no, we're good. So that's what I'm doing. I have an account here, and essentially it's programmable SMS. So they give you an endpoint to go authenticate yourself with Twilio, and then they're open to sending out a push notification. That's an SMS, could be an MMS. Essentially, you buy a number from Twilio, and this could be a number that you like. A number that you like from an area that your work is, and then you can send out SMSs, right? So any questions so far, Alyssa, on just Twilio stuff?
Nope, I think I'm with you on that. I just want to catch you up with chat. We're all talking about, I don't honestly remember how we got spun off on road atlases and being able to read physical maps, but that's what chat's blowing up about right now. So
it's the MapQuest thing.
Oh yeah, the MapQuest. That's right. Thanks, Sam. You're so good at remembering things. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so I wrote this app, and I'm like, how do I deploy this now? Turns out I don't have to, because remember, Teams is all about integrations and bringing in these providers. So let me close that down, and we go back to Teams. Because remember, I'm old. I don't like coding. I would like to do everything by drag and point and if I can. So in here is a flow. And this is just a workflow that I've established. If it will come back. There we go. So this is a flow called post wins. I'm trying to take a post of a form that you did and propagate that across multiple systems and cross some boundaries as we go along. Okay, so in here are 4 or 5 super simple steps as to what's happening. First is essentially just think of this as like a list of like a if then that, right? What's the service called, Alyssa? If then
it's if this then that.
If this then that. Essentially it's just a string of things that you're chaining together to make some things happen when an event is triggered.
Like,
so
seriously, all over our house we have these like my husband recently just ordered a like fun looking cactus lamp, and it lights up whenever one of us is like live, whether streaming or on a meeting, because it integrates with our calendar. So
nice. That's super. Yeah, I need that. Like with a little kid at home, who's not going to school, I could use that. I see that I'm a little floating window on the stream. I like myself.
Yeah, man, I kept waiting for Skype to fix itself, but
it's Skype. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't.
See, I'm very much anti-smart house. Our house is very dumb, and I kind of like it that way, because every time I've tried to I'm very happy with a dumb house, because every time I try to integrate smart things, the smart things break. And with smart things break, it's awful to debug or figure out.
So I will give you that for... Sorry, Sam, you're like super tiny right now. I wanted to bring our faces on, but like I don't know why you're so weird and tiny. I'm going to go back to Sam's screen. No, I'm with you on that, TJ. It's hard whenever like it all integrates through our Apple TV. So if we ever take our Apple TV on the road, we come home and literally nothing works. So there is that side of it where if something goes down, everything goes down. But okay, so you're saying, Sam, this flow is like if this then that, as far as you can change.
Exactly. Now, there is a little downside to this. Some of it can be a black box, so you cannot run a whole bunch of custom code in here. But if you're happy with what's out of the box, it's not bad. So our first trigger essentially is a form submission, right? And this unique GUID that you see is essentially the GUID for our form. Could be anything, but any form that you create has a GUID. So anytime you submit a form, that's my trigger to know that I need to do something. The first thing I need to do is figure out what exactly did you submit, right? So there's a get response details thing, which has the form ID. And this is where things start getting dynamic, right? Because I want to see exactly what you submitted when you submitted that form. So the first thing I'm going to bring in here, this one here is called the response ID. And it's a form field. So notice here, I can use like dynamic content, and this one essentially is a response ID is what I'm bringing in. So this is the unique identifier for the exact form and the data that you are submitting. Make sense? So I'm just putting those fields back from what you submitted. Once I have your data, then I can light up things. So first thing I'm going to take is an action where I post to teams. And this is where I can post to any team that I am a part of, any channel that will allow me to post. So it's a programmatic post within the general channel of that team. Looks like the chat room is going off on smart automation of their homes. This is a can of forms. I mean, we can talk about this for hours and hours.
I think it would be for the next step for me personally to take this app to the next level would be to integrate it with like my if this then that. So if I get an SMS, for instance, from Sam, right, then it goes ahead and like
sets off a rave in your house.
Yep,
like,
exactly. Because we do have the LED lights that like can change colors, so we could just be like go into party mode, right? So
yeah, there you go. So in here, I can write whatever I want. So in my message, essentially, I'm saying my subject is ring the gong announcement, and my actual message body has some dynamic fields, like sales rep, that's the name, closed a deal with client name, cheer the wins at URL. So essentially, I was going to pass this off once you guys have your app deployed somewhere, then I can just pass you an ID to show this is the win that we are all here to cheer. So this is exactly what you see. Like when I go back to the team, like that post that you saw, that's exactly what you see. Back in my posts here, see that Alyssa closed the deal. So that Alyssa, the TJ's bike company, those are the dynamic fields we are plucking out of the form. And then this xyz.com ID equals 13. That query parameter, the 13 is the unique identifier for that win. So this is where your hit counters and everything else is going to be so fun, because you can cheer a specific win. We know exactly which win it is, which salesperson closed which deal, which person submitted or delivered a project. So it's all tied together to a certain win, if that makes sense. Let's go back to the flow and talk about a few more things that are in there. Sorry, Teams is pulling that back up, and we go into edit mode again. And the next step is, remember the Twilio app? It's a console app, and I was like, where do I deploy this? Turns out I don't have to, because there is a Twilio. I don't know exactly what Corey called this, but this is like a auto flow or something, and they have integrations into Slack, into Teams, so you don't have to do this. So all this needs essentially is right in here. This is my phone number. That's the phone number I bought from Twilio to say, give me a number so I can send stuff off. This one is hard-coded. Please don't call me, chat room. That is my phone number.
Oh my God! Sam, take it off
that
the
is my
screen!
phone.
It's all right,
Okay.
Sam. I've already
Those-
charged like $50 worth of text to your
Oh,
Twilio
no.
account, so
But anyways, what Twilio would ask you to do is insert that ID and the token itself, and then we can read from a file to just keep on adding phone numbers. And our thought was we are going to ask our sales folks or whoever wants to be interested in receiving the SMSs, give us your numbers. We're not going to go through the whole HR thing. We're not asking numbers for the whole company, and sure, you can if your HR would allow you to. But again, it's some maintenance that we don't want to do, but we can read off a file in here. On the chat room is trying to get my phone number.
Someone is like, got them digits now.
All right, so I'm firing off an SMS, and the SMS body itself has those dynamic fields, because now I have your entire form data. I can send off any part of this to anywhere else. So that went off to Teams, and now we got an SMS going out. What else? How do we pass this off to your app? And this is where TJ and I started looking, and it kind of blew our mind what we could do. So take a look at this. If I just do a new step, let's just say I'm adding a new step into my workflow. These are all the integrations. These are all the things that are built into Teams that you can plug and play, and you can send data, you can receive data. Take a look at what you can create. You can create a file in OneDrive. You can post an item into SharePoint. You can create a task in Planner. You can put something in Trello. You can put something in SQL Server. You can, the integrations, the user voice, Dropbox, it's just insane.
The breadth of this is astounding. And like, I've discovered services I didn't know exist. Like, I don't know what PagerDuty is, or Zahara, or Tally.
Yeah.
What is that? Tallyfy?
I have no idea. GoToMeeting, I don't know. You can create a file. So there are multiple ways. You can obviously create an email, Trello board, Pinterest. Like, you want to celebrate on Pinterest? Go. So Wunderlist, create a task. So these are all the things you can do, and it's pretty incredible. And all of these things are right here for you to use. There are some standard ones that are built in. I think based on your IT's Office 365 deployment, you may or may not have to pay for some of these services, but it's all there. If you want to pay, it's all there for you to use. Then the one that we ended up using was, if I just do a post, you see that I can post a message to Teams, I can post a message to Blogger, I don't know, I can post a public tweet.
I didn't know Blogger, yeah.
It's still there.
Sure.
HipChat, Instagram, and my face is gigantic on the stream. So
I'm sorry, Sam. I'm trying to fix it.
Thank you for blowing up my imperfections.
So do you check your Blogger before or after you print out your MapQuest directions?
Oh,
that's a question for the chat. Who has a Blogger account? Oh boy, yeah. So it's all here. It's all here for us to use, and the integrations are really nice, like Yammer, Slack, HipChat. What else? WordPress. So all of these things are here. LinkedIn. So use whatever you want, and that's going to give you access to whatever data you want from that form. So we didn't want to do any of that. We wanted to keep things super simple. So here's what we did. We are making an HTTP post, and I'm going to bring down TJ's service here because you can see the auth keys, but it's all right. It's all.
So in that case, that's actually okay. Yeah, that's not okay, but we're fine. It's for a in this case though, it's for a test project. It's not like a real phone number or anything like that.
No.
It's fine. It's for a test project. If
anybody... actually, somebody I think from the Azure Dev Advocates team, they made a little macro, I think. So as you are typing things while you're live streaming, you can actually hide things that you are typing. So,
oh my
The chat room is having fun with floating windows.
Yeah, sorry guys.
But essentially, if you want to look at my
I
screen
really
one more
am
time.
trying to keep up with Skype and how it keeps popping Sam's face, but it has been really hard, so forgive me.
Just keep me there. That's fine. I'm fine there. Okay, so I am making an HTTP post. Again, I didn't have to write any code. There is a limited amount of things you can do, but if this works for you, it's fine. So I'm making a post to a service that TJ is actually hosting, and I'm giving it certain content type. I'm giving it an auth. And in here, if you can look at my the body, the JSON, well, let me scroll a little out of view. There you go. So I'm hiding the keys, TJ. But right in here is what I'm submitting to our service to say, this is the ID for the win that happened. This is the sales rep, and this is the, and you can get any other fields from the form if you want, but it's all there. So I'm just sending it off and calling it a day. So this is my workflow. This is what happens when you submit a form, and it is our hope, and we have actually talked to several folks from our sales and marketing teams that, are you okay filling up a form? Most of them are like, yeah, well, what's wrong with it? Because we can also send an email based on the form data, so that way if you have to plug in the same data into an email template, you just have the data, so you don't have to kind of rewrite the whole thing. So this is the flow. Looks like the stream is stuttering a little bit. That's not any of ours, I think. So TJ, are you still here?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. So once the stream catches up, I think, I mean, this is it. So we are essentially filling up a form here. If I can bring up the form one more time, and maybe the form isn't liking me too much. But essentially, the form is what you fill in, and then you get a notification on Teams, then you get an SMS, and we are firing away a little bit of the form details off to a service that TJ is hosting, and just giving away the things that TJ needs to be able to tie a certain win into the Gong app. So when I go back in, I know I have an exact URL to click on, and that takes me to the exact thing that Alyssa did. And I want to cheer that as compared to TJ, whom I don't want to cheer, right? So
Rude.
It gives me a way to identify which win it is.
Yeah, and
so
really,
that's me.
Yeah, and as we have more time, this is something we probably will do on future streams and such. We want to connect some of these dots a little bit more and to make this an actual real app. So with Sam's Flow, we essentially have an internal workflow now where our sales reps or whoever can go in and make one of these announcements, fill in the details we need. And because of the details, the flow that Sam created, those details will go out through Twilio, through SMS. They're going to be posted into a backend, which the front end app now has access to. And Sam's Flow also spits out that link. So at the moment, that's a bogus link because we didn't get to actually hosting anywhere, so it doesn't live anywhere. But as soon as it does, Teams will essentially spit out a notification, both in Teams itself and through SMS, with a link to the Gong app. And on the Gong app, it'll be able to pull back details of that, so you can see basic information about the person that completed the deal, and some of these other features as well that we didn't quite finish up, but things like the counter and some of these other things that we want to add is something that we'll probably have to get to in a future stream.
Yeah. And I wanted us to have all three of our faces up for wrapping up. I can bring back up your screen, Sam, if you have anything else to show. But
no, I'm good. Nope, I'm good.
Yeah, so I really was impressed with what we were able to accomplish today, and I had a lot of fun. And I think I've got like 10 more ideas now on how to expand on this. So really excited about that. I'm gonna just go ahead and get rid of our frames, and I can't really control the boy's face size, so
yeah, we're all just gonna be floating in the ether
we're all
here
together, you know, like
yeah.
I'm really gonna do some research on if there's any way you can actually like lock down, because like getting smaller is one thing, but like when it blows up to half the screen, I'm like, maybe
when it moves around, yeah.
So, but I put the link in the chat to the form. We are going to do another round of prizes. Right now is your last chance to get in on these.
Yes.
So fill out the form.
Well, and someone remind me what is the last round of prizes, because I think we have something by this time, right?
Yeah, it is.
Let me ask Sarah. Are we allowed to say what the prize is? Oh. Sarah in the chat room.
Is it just a surprise?
Is it a surprise? Now, here's what we would really like folks to do. So throughout the day, like in the morning, you had a prize. During lunchtime, you had a prize. And then in the afternoon, you had another prize. So those were like gift cards and shirts. And when we get those things out to you, take a picture. Take a picture and tag us on Telerik or Kendo UI. We're all for it.
We want to see you. We want to see your prizes, what you're up to, and if you have any ideas for us to modify or add things to quarantine coding or Code It Live in general. So follow us, follow the Code It Live channel, and check out the schedule. It's in the panel below the stream. And Sarah said that we can go ahead and go for it. So our last prize of the day is Lego Star Wars.
This is a big one.
The Rise of Skywalker, Millennium Falcon, 75257 Starship Model Building Kit, and mini figurines with over 1,300 pieces.
Wow. That'll keep you busy until the quarantine ends, right? That's guaranteed.
You know what? With a little kid at home, Lego is a lifesaver. It just easily sucks away a whole afternoon or a whole morning.
I feel like I'm missing out.
Oh, you should.
You have to get one of the big sets at some point and put it together just for the experience. It really is fun.
I have a 1-year-old boy. So I feel like in the upcoming years, I'm going to have opportunities galore, hopefully.
Save it too, because it's more fun to do with kids.
It is. Once they are past the point of wanting to eat the Legos, you'll have a lot more fun.
Yes.
Good point.
But also, I'd say even too, Sam, beyond the point where they want to can't keep the Legos contained in one area. Especially if you get into some of these bigger ones, and you don't want one random piece to be under the couch because the kid did God knows what with it, right? Through it, or was running and rolling through it.
I've actually seen some really cool Lego tables that were custom built. Have you guys seen those?
Yep. Yeah. And they get a little expensive. So yes, have the space. And I won't say I'm saying this from experience, but when you step on a Lego, it hurts a little bit. Like a smaller piece,
Oh my goodness. Thank you everyone who's been in the chat throughout the day and who's stuck with us and just made this fun. I really appreciate all of you, and I want to reiterate, please stay safe, stay healthy during this
please.
turbulent time.
Oh, and by the way, Sarah in the chat room, she's going to throw in a MapQuest subscription as one of the rewards.
MapQuest Premium, right?
Excellent. You don't know how happy that makes me. Maybe I'll finally find out what all the fuss is about.
All right, so Sarah, how do you want to do this? Do you want to give us a number again?
I think we're ready.
Are we ready to count it? So I think at this point, hopefully everybody's filled out the form. So I think we'll wait for Sarah to give us our final number of the day.
And I don't have Chrome open.
If you enjoyed
can one of you pull up a
I can draw the number.
Shank you.
And while we're waiting for Sarah to draw this out,
Sarah said between 1 and is that an 8? 168.
168.
My camera filter just went rogue.
While TJ is doing that, I know a lot of folks here in the chat room, you're already streamers, or maybe you're looking to be one. It's a lot of fun, and we were talking about this in the afternoon. Let your imperfections show. As you can see, we struggled through a bunch of things to get our hardware and our screens lined up to have a nice look and feel. It's okay. It's okay for your friends to be able to see how you put things together. It's okay for you, for them to see, you're struggling to write code. That's all of us. We copy and paste code. That's how we write code. It's okay. And the chat room is going to help. So if you are, again, looking to get into streaming, this is a great time since everybody is working from home and it's all online. I'm going to drop in this thing here. When I came on as an old man from the 90s, I was using a Snap camera. It's a great little app. It has so many AI-assisted things that you can put on your head. I think last time around we had Didi have a whole crown made of toilet paper, so that's all Snap camera. So go try it.
Excellent. I'm actually using Streamlabs for OBS for Mac. So if you're getting into streaming or you've been doing it for a while, they just released I think a week and a half ago. So I really love the software, and it's what we're using right now. Do want to figure out the Skype popping issue, but I've loved everything else. So
and if you've enjoyed this stream at all, make sure to give us a follow. We really do appreciate it. Alyssa mentioned this one more time, but I'll plug it once more. There's a schedule if you scroll down. You can check that for some of the streams we have coming up. Like this week, Sam was teaching me Xamarin some, and we're going to continue that series. I was teaching Sam React. We've talked about doing some streams on NPM, so definitely follow so you can stay up to date on all the streams that we're doing. And are we ready?
I think we're ready.
Winning
Let's
number.
do a drum roll.
Okay, do a drum roll. The winning number is 67, which we need Sarah to post in the chat. 67. Our winning person. 67.
67. Who was number 67?
We should have saved the drum roll for waiting for Sarah to actually look it up. Because no one really cares what the number is.
Oh my gosh.
We really timed this wrong.
So, TJ, I don't know if you noticed, like during the lunchtime, there's a person named Emerald Demir on the chat rooms, and I see this person 94. Around. Oh, there we go. So Sarah posted the winner. Yay!
94. Congratulations.
Congratulations. All right, so we actually knew like two of the winners today. One was Joseph Goragno, who's a good friend of ours, and then Emerald Demir, I think, who's from Turkey, was the other winner from lunch. So a global community in here, folks. We are all in this together. Congratulations.
All right, well, thanks, everyone. I don't know, do we have anything else we want to plug here before we wrap things up? I mean, thanks again from me one more time for everybody that showed up and stuck around. Hopefully you've enjoyed this. I know I've had a lot of fun. This is sort of a fun way of spending days, getting some social interaction in here in times where we're all at home. So I really appreciated everybody who stuck around.
Like tweet at us at KendoUI, at Telerik. Just let us know what you want to see more of, because we are definitely always brainstorming on what we can add to the channel, and we always have fun. So.
You know, from my side, I'd like to give a quick shout out to all the folks that joined us during the morning. We had Ivana, we had Rick in the morning, and we had 3 guests in the afternoon. And we actually pulled in some folks who are friends of ours in the company. They work in marketing, they work in social, they work in sales. And it's just what we are trying to show you here is just the reality of software business. And a lot of times what we do is all out in the open. We actually want to tackle something that's very real and that we would all like to be notified in almost real time when something fun happens and that the company needs to be notified. So you saw a little bit of what kind of real world software dev business is for any company. So I'm hoping this is something that resonates with all of you.
All right, so we are going to raid. TJ, do you have any wrapping up notes before I let Sarah know?
No, let's raid.
Awesome.
Let's do it.
All right.
All right.
Sounds
Thank
exciting.
You, folks.
Thank you all.
Yeah, we're gonna raid Chef Brent, I think. So make sure to check out their stuff. And thanks again one last time.
All right. Bye-bye.